reborn in Brazil as a financial tycoon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Locked. General, I found a lot of Asians hiding in a forest, but I'm not sure if they are Japanese. I thought they were hiding because they had never seen an airplane and were afraid. So I didn't think there was anything suspicious. Sam Dudley quickly told the truth about what he saw and explained why he didn't find anything suspicious. Fang Lang smiled and said, "It's okay. I just suspected them. Did you see how many people there are?" Sam Dudley didn't think there was anything wrong with these people at the time, and of course he didn't observe them carefully. Therefore, in response to Fang Lang's question, he could only shake his head helplessly and said, "I'm very sorry, General. I didn't find any abnormality in these people at that time, so I didn't observe them carefully. If necessary, I can set off immediately. Conduct reconnaissance on them again." Fang Lang patted Sam Dudley's arm and smiled. "No need, we just need to confirm that there are indeed Japanese on the island. You've worked hard today, you can go down and rest first." Sam Dudley felt a little embarrassed to see Fang Lang being so easy to talk to. He turned around and didn't find any problems. He needed to ask the superiors to find out that the presence of Asians on the island was a big problem. After all, Fernando de Noronha Island is a place where Brazil exiles serious criminals and political prisoners. How could there be Asians? What's more, these people hid in the woods when they saw the plane coming. He didn't even notice such an obvious abnormality. Today's performance was really not ideal. If the people on the fishing boat didn't open fire like him, he wouldn't have noticed the abnormality. There is no fishing boat that doesn't fish. The more Sam Dudley thought about it, the more he felt stupid today. He secretly decided to learn some intelligence knowledge. In the future, he must not let this happen again, where he could not find anything unusual after a round of reconnaissance. "Yes, General." Sam Dudley stood at attention and saluted in a depressed mood, then turned and left. De La Tour said to Fang Lang seriously, "Boss, now it seems that they are undoubtedly Japanese. What do these little Japanese want to do by purchasing such a large amount of arms in Brazil? Do they want to attack the presidential palace again?" Fang Lang was also thinking about what these people wanted to do. First of all, one thing can be confirmed: there must be a lot of Japanese here. This can be confirmed based on the number of smuggled arms. So many arms can definitely arm an infantry battalion, and there must be soldiers in an infantry battalion, and other logistics personnel and civilians. The elderly, the weak, women and children are added together. There should be at least 2,000 Japanese on the island. How did these Japanese, who should have been deported from Brazil, get concentrated on Fernando de Noronha Island? Who is the person behind this? This person must have a lot of power. After all, not everyone can quietly transport these Japanese who should have been repatriated to this small island. But Fang Lang doesn't believe that he is a big shot. If he is a big shot, there is no need to be so troublesome. The real big shot can directly influence government decisions through his political influence. For example, the Japanese mob attacked the presidential palace. In fact, only the Japanese mob who participated in the action can be held accountable. At this time, if he is really a big shot, he should stand up and speak for the Japanese who did not participate in the action, but were to be repatriated. At least stop the Brazilian government from listing the Japanese as the most unwelcome group. However, none of these actions have been taken, which can only mean that this person is either a middle-level official with real power, or a group of grassroots officials with real power. Now it is not particularly difficult to track this person down. After all, there must be clues where the gang boss in ciphers. But these are not the most important. What Fang Lang wants to know most now is, what is the purpose of these people arming an infantry battalion on Fernando de Noronha Island? Arming is definitely for fighting, so who will be the enemy? First of all, it must be the Brazilian government. After all, they are now illegal immigrants. If they are discovered by the Brazilian government, they will definitely be repatriated. Since they chose to stay on Fernando de Noronha Island, they definitely don't want to go back to Japan. So they must have established armed forces to fight against the Brazilian government, to avoid being repatriated again. The second is Fang Lang himself. Of course, Fang Lang's actions against the Japanese are still relatively secretive. All actions in Brazil are carried out in the name of the government. The first time in Sao Paulo, the identity of the Japanese Black Dragon Society spy organization was discovered, and the main contributor was definitely not Fang Lang. Of course, he was directly responsible for catching the fish that slipped through the net in Rio de Janeiro later. The second time, all actions during the occupation of Japan were in Japan. Given the current situation of the Japanese in Brazil, they should not be very clear. Of course, prompting Brazil to participate in the Pacific War and land in Japan must be directly related to Fang Lang. But only a few people in the military knew about these things. As for the third incident, which was also the one that pushed the Japanese into the abyss, Fang Lang deliberately spread the news and used the Japanese Minister alliance. Although the above three actions are inseparable from Fang Lang, these things have nothing to do with Fang Lang on the surface. The Japanese could not find out how great a contribution Fang Lang, the old shaman, made to drive the Japanese out of Brazil. Therefore, the possibility that the other party armed a battalion to target Fang Lang should be small. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the Japanese do not want to see the Chinese power grow in Brazil and list him as the biggest enemy. As for the third possibility, the Japanese were bullied by the original islanders on Fernando de Noronha Island. They wanted to buy arms to resist, which is the most likely. After all, the people on the island are all serious criminals, and they must be very aggressive. There are so many small people with tender skin and flesh suddenly appearing on the island, and they look easy to bully at first glance. Moreover, there must be many Japanese women among the repatriated people. Among the islanders composed of prisoners, women appeared. Isn't this sending sheep into the tiger's mouth? It would be a miracle if there is no conflict. Therefore, the biggest possibility of these arms is to go to war with the non-Japanese on the island. If this is true, Fang Lang will be happy to see it happen. Given the nature of the Japanese, there will definitely be a bloody storm on the island. If such a thing really happens, Fang Lang can make a big fuss. After all, the Japanese in Brazil have become rats crossing the street now. If the Japanese create another tragedy in Brazil, Fang Lang will be sure to send these Japanese to hell. Boss, the Marines on the house, who are responsible for attacking the arms smuggling ship, have arrived. The intelligence officer walked up to Fang Lang again and reported. At this time, Fang Lang actually no longer needed the intelligence of the Marines. He was 90% sure that the escort was a Japanese. However, since the people have arrived, it is better to confirm it in person. Let them come in. Fang Lang nodded to the intelligence officer. The intelligence officer nodded, turned and left, and soon brought 3 soldiers in. The soldiers entered the room and saluted Fang Lang in unison. "General, good afternoon." Fang Lang smiled warmly and returned the greetings to several people. He stepped forward and shook hands with everyone enthusiastically, which made several soldiers excited. This is the highest commander of the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier formation. Although Fang Lang is of similar age to them, the difference in status is very huge. Fang Lang's approachable performance really made them flattered. This is also Fang Lang's principle of leading soldiers. He treats the grassroots soldiers like brothers, which makes all the grassroots soldiers support him very much. Of course, Fang Lang's soldier allowance is also one of the important reasons why the soldiers support him. Fang Lang is also very kind to the low-level military officers. In addition, the propaganda deliberately carried out in the army makes the entire grassroots admire and support Fang Lang very much. However, Fang Lang is very strict and has very strict requirements for the senior officers directly led by Fang Lang. As for how these senior officers strictly require the middle-level officers and grassroots officers under their command after they go down, it is all these people's business. It has nothing to do with Fang Lang. His image in the minds of the grassroots is very perfect. All the bad things were because his superior officers were too petty and used petty feathers as a token of authority. If there were mid and high level officers who dared to damage Fang Lang's glorious and majestic image below, then his military career would end early. Therefore, Fang Lang's image among the lower level soldiers was very good, and everyone was willing to fight for him. "Hello. Are you all not injured?" Fang Lang said, while checking the soldiers. He looked relieved to see that everyone was fine. The squad leader among the soldiers stood at attention and saluted. "General, we are not injured. The two brothers who were slightly injured have returned to the warship and received timely treatment." After hearing this, Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction and turned to the adjutant Kikingshan beside him and said, "After returning, remember to arrange it in my itinerary. I want to go and see the two wounded. Remember to tell the military doctor to use the best medicine for the wounded to ensure that the soldiers recover soon." Kikingshan hurriedly took out a small notebook to write it down and stood at attention and said yes. After hearing this, the three soldiers were even more moved. Fang Lang said to the three soldiers again, "It's good that you are not injured. Remember to protect your own safety every time you go on a mission." The three soldiers stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, General. Thank you for your concern." They were all thinking that they must work harder and complete the next mission to live up to the general's trust. "I heard from the intelligence officer that you heard the criminal who wanted to attack you shouted before the attack. Can you tell me what he shouted?" Hearing Fang Lang's question, the three nodded in unison. The squad leader said directly, "Yes, General. We heard him shout Banzai and threw out 2 grenades." Fang Lang coughed and said, "What you heard was Banzai or on board?" The squad leader said in surprise, "General, that's how you pronounce it. Because we don't know what language this is, we can't learn it so well, but I'm sure it's the way you say it." The two soldiers behind him also nodded repeatedly. "Yes, General, that's how you pronounced it just now." Fang Lang and Delator on the side looked at each other and understood. Needless to say, this is a sure thing. It's the Japanese. Chapter 320 Family. After the three soldiers left, Delator said to Fang Lang with a serious face, "Boss, do we need to arrange for the Marines to land on the island and clean out the Japanese on the island?" Fang Lang smiled and shook his head and said, "Don't worry, we are the army, not the police. We don't need to intervene in this matter for the time being. They haven't done anything out of line, so there is no need for us to take direct action. But their identities are illegal. Although Fernandodina on her island is only a place for exile of prisoners, it also belongs to Brazilian territory. We should expel them." Delator had a clear attitude and wanted to clear out all these Japanese. Fang Lang was very satisfied with his attitude. He patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "Don't worry. Since they have the idea of buying arms, I'm looking forward to how far they can go in the end. As for the situation on the island, we will pretend that we know nothing. As for this ship of arms and smugglers, just tow them back to the police for processing." Delator vaguely understood Fang Lang's thoughts and asked softly, "Boss, do you mean to let these Japanese continue to grow for a while?" Fang Lang smiled and nodded and said, "After returning, find out how many exiled prisoners there are on this island. I want to see how many of these people will be left in the end. Now that the Japanese arms have been intercepted by us, they should not be able to go to war with the prisoners." Neither Fang Lang nor Delator cares about the life and death of the prisoners on the island. Now both of them obviously judged that this batch of arms was used to go to war with the prisoners on the island. If we intercept it this time, will we not send it again? What I'm curious about now is who is the big shot who is responsible for paying the Japanese. So, you want to seize this batch of arms to make that big shot show up, right? But if we find the boss of this gang, can't we find this person as well? Delator didn't quite understand Fang Lang's thinking. Fang Lang smiled and said, "Finding the gang boss is the job of the police. We are not the police. But the things on the island must be under our control." After returning to the base, let the second section of the logistics department arrange people to go to the island. Find out the situation on the island for me. Delator nodded seriously. Should we investigate the big shot who is responsible for the payment? Fang Lang's eyes flashed coldly, and he smiled and said, "Of course we should investigate, and let the second section of the logistics department investigate. But we have to investigate secretly, and don't let the police know. I guess the person who is regarded as a big shot by the gangsters may be a senior police officer." If it is a senior police officer, then there is no point in handing over the arms to the police. Fang Lang smiled and patted Delator on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we will wait and see. Maybe this will be a big show." Next, the entire aircraft carrier formation continued its training, as if nothing had happened. It was just a telegram that reported the encounter with the arms smuggling ship near Fernando de Noronha Island. 2 days later, when the aircraft carrier formation returned to the naval base, there was already a team of police waiting outside the naval base to receive these criminals. Fang Lang did not participate in the handover of the criminals. It seemed that this was just a trivial matter. No one reported the abnormal situation on Fernando de Noronha Island. As for how the police will investigate later, the military does not need to be involved. On the 3rd floor of an apartment next to Roya Avenue, Rio de Janeiro, a man in a black suit and a black hat knocked on the door of an apartment near the road. A vigilant voice came from the room. Who? The man outside the door looked around and found nothing unusual and whispered, "Your Uncle Zhang." The door quickly opened a little and a young man looked through the crack in the door and glanced at the person outside. He nodded and said, "Minister." After the two nodded, the young man opened the door. After the man entered the room, the young man walked out of the room and put a garbage bag outside the door. He looked around again and found nothing unusual, then entered the room and closed the door. There was no light in the room and the curtains were drawn. Only a faint light shone into the room through the gap in the curtains from the night outside. There was a little light in the dark room. It can be vaguely seen that behind the 2 windows near the street, there are people looking out with binoculars. After entering the room, the man took off his hat, went to a window, and observed a 3-story villa across the street through the gap in the curtains. The villa was brightly lit at this moment, and from here it can be clearly seen that several people were eating in the restaurant on the 1st floor opposite. There was a big dog on the lawn outside the villa, lying in front of a doghouse board. Zhang Yuan, have you confirmed it? Is this the home of Crechedi across the street? Zhang Ze asked, while carefully looking at the situation in the villa. A voice sounded in the darkness. Yes, Minister, this is the home of Crechedi, the Deputy Minister of Justice. His wife and eldest son Brizo Eddy and his family live here now. Obviously, this is the voice of Kyo Zhang Yuan, who is in charge of investigating the Deputy Minister of Justice Crechedi. Zhang Ze took out a monocular telescope from his pocket and carefully observed the people in the restaurant opposite. He continued to ask, have you figured out their right entities? Yes, the deputy minister's wife is Claudia Sabifia, a white Portuguese who was born into a noble family in Salvador. Her father was a state legislator in Bahia. The eldest son, Brizo Eddy, is 42 years old this year and is now the Secretary General of the National Committee of the Labour Party. He is a close confidant of former President Vargas. The second son, Raymond Eddy, is 38 years old this year and is the director of the Public Security Department of the Brazilian Police General Directorate. The youngest daughter, Saida Eddy, is 33 years old this year and is married to the former Rio de Janeiro police chief. Hearing Kyo Zhang Yuan's introduction, Zhang Ze put down the telescope in surprise and glanced at Kyo Zhang Yuan in the dark. This family is really not simple. Who can afford to offend them? In the dark room, no one could see the expressions on their faces, but they could all feel the solemn atmosphere. Is their family a suspect? This time in the dark room, you remembered another voice. Minister, Jessica Lanchano has been serving the Eddy family since Crechedi's death. He is Raymond Eddy's driver and bodyguard. So, it was the Eddy family that attacked the boss. Zhang Ze's voice was a little cold, without any emotional fluctuations. It seems that they are the most suspicious now. But we have no substantial evidence. We don't know their motives. The voice in the dark continued. Won Yuan, how did you know that Jessica Lanchano was a driver for Raymond Eddy? Obviously, the other person who spoke in the dark was Won Yuan, who was responsible for investigating Jessica Lanchano's family situation. Minister, I went to Jessica Lanchano's hometown to investigate his family situation. His hometown is in an ordinary town in Paraná. People in the town know that he is a bodyguard for big shots in Rio de Janeiro, and his brother also got a job at the local police station. I learned from his family's neighbors that he is now Raymond Eddy's driver. After returning to Rio de Janeiro, I learned from a cleaner at the police headquarters that he has been working as a driver for Raymond Eddy since Crechedi passed away. However, Raymond Eddy's driver has been replaced since June. No one knows where he went. Zhang Ze said no more at this moment, because the matter was already very obvious. Anyone who is not a fool understands what is going on. They are intelligence officers, not police officers. They do not need to have specific evidence. With the current intelligence alone, they can determine the suspicion of Eddie's family. After a long while, Zhang Ze spoke again. From now on, keep an eye on every member of the Eddie family. Find out all the relationships of their family. Even the color of their lover's underwear must be investigated clearly for me. Understand? Yes. A low and powerful response came from the room. In addition, whether the boss knows or not, why the Eddie family attacked the boss. We must also investigate the motive of the Eddie family. As far as I know, our boss should have no conflict with them. The other party can't attack the boss for no reason. Zhang Ze ordered again in a serious tone. Yes. The answer in the room was still concise and clear. Everyone knows that this family is not simple, and everyone must be careful when investigating. In order not to leave a handle for the other party, everyone must be prepared to sacrifice at any time. I will prepare a bomb vest for each of us. If we are discovered, everyone must destroy the evidence immediately and never let others discover our Chinese identity. Understand? This time Zhang Ze's voice seemed very low, but his tone revealed this firmness. The voice in the room did not hesitate at all. Still firmly and in unison, they responded, yes. Everyone knew what Zhang Ze meant by destroying evidence. This was not to destroy the evidence of their investigation, but to destroy the evidence of their existence. Prepare a bomb vest for each person, and what they destroyed was, of course, their own flesh. As a military agent active in Shanghai, they were ready to sacrifice at any time when they were engaged in intelligence work. If it weren't for Boss Day hitting the mountain and someone trying to use them as a scapegoat, they would not have escaped to Brazil. They had already escaped, and they no longer had the passion to sacrifice their lives for the country and the nation. They just wanted to live their lives well and use their skills. Find a job here with Fang language. Who knew that? After staying in Fang Yuan Group for a while, they found out that Fang Yuan Group had been emigrating from their hometown in order to plan a new world for the Chinese. They have been contributing money and effort to the development and growth of the Chinese in Brazil. Slowly, everyone regained a trace of their former passion. Now someone wants to attack the leader of the Chinese in Brazil, no matter what the other party's reason is. That is also the mortal enemy of all Chinese. Therefore, we must strike hard at the enemy, but also avoid giving them an excuse to attack the Chinese. The best way to avoid leaving an excuse is, of course, to destroy the body and get rid of all the evidence. Minister, in this situation, can we use monitoring methods against the Eddy family? When our investigation department was established some time ago, I got a batch of the most advanced monitoring equipment of the US military from Shatter Company. I think it should be able to be used this time. In the darkness, Zhang Ze's voice was cold and ruthless. Yes, we will do everything we can to our enemies. Yes, sir. Everyone seemed to have returned to their days in the Military Control Commission. Chapter 303 Great Changes in Hometown. Fang Lang, who had just returned to Natal, fell into deep thought after receiving Zhang Ze's intelligence. No matter in his impression or in the impression of his predecessor, he had never offended the Eddy family. He didn't quite understand why this family wanted to attack him. After all, he was not an unknown person. A dignified Navy Rear Admiral, a military general with a large number of troops. What kind of male leopard courage would dare to do such a thing? However, judging from the current situation, the Eddy family still has a lot of background. Just Credo Eddy, who died in the riots in the presidential palace, needless to say, was definitely a trusted subordinate of President Vargas. After his death, his eldest son was only in his 40s and was able to serve as the Secretary General of the National Committee of the Labour Party. It can be seen that this family is definitely the absolute confidant of former President Vargas. According to the course of history, Vargas will be re-elected as the president of Brazil in 1950. It is estimated that by that time, the Eddy family will be even more prosperous. With a father who served as the Deputy Minister of Justice, it is very simple to know the action plan of the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice. What Fang Lang is not sure about now is whether the whole Eddy family or one of them wants to attack him. It is not that he only wants to target one of them, but this matter makes him a little puzzled. Since he wants to go to war with the other party, it must not be a matter of one person, but a matter between the whole family. He is not naive to think that, as long as he gets rid of the person who wants to attack him, it will be fine. He is still very clear about the principle that, if you don't cut the grass, the roots will grow again in the spring breeze. But the biggest advantage now is that the battlefield is no longer one-way transparent. As a hunter, he is very patient. From the fact that he has been high profile since he returned to Sao Paulo some time ago, no one has made any moves. For the time being, the other party should be planning to let things cool down first. Wait until the limelight is over, and then see whether to take the next step. As for whether the other party will give up and pretend that this incident has never happened, Fang Lang thinks it is impossible. The other party may not understand the principle that, if you don't kill the snake, you will suffer from it. However, since you have already taken action against a powerful person in the military, you should not think that this matter can be resolved amicably. After all, no matter how perfect they did it, there would be clues left. Once discovered by Fang Lang, everyone would end up in a dead end. Fang Lang locked himself in the office and thought for a long time why the other party wanted to attack him. He wondered if President Vargas found out that the Japanese mob's attack on the presidential palace was related to him and asked his trusted subordinates to take revenge. But he soon denied it himself. After all, although Vargas had stepped down, his political influence still existed. If you want to deal with him, you can't take such a simple and crude way. Yes, this time, the means, in Fang Lang's opinion, are a bit simple and crude. In addition, because of President Vargas, Fang Lang really can't think of where he offended the other party. Fortunately, Fang Lang is not a person who likes to get stuck in a dead end. Since he can't figure it out, he will stop thinking about it. After more intelligence is gathered, he will always find the reason why the other party attacked him. There is no need to make yourself unhappy for an insignificant enemy. At worst, learn from the other party and do something simple and crude. If you can't solve the trouble, get rid of the troublemaker. If you want to get rid of the troublemaker, you won't find some gangsters, which will make things difficult and leave a lot of trouble. Hearing the deafening shouts and explosions from various guns outside, Fang Lang felt a sense of pride that he had the power of the army in his hands and could do whatever he wanted. Instead of worrying about these problems, it is better to train his soldiers well and let them form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. In the future, when they are needed, they will not be at a loss. Just when Fang Lang was about to get up and supervise the training of the soldiers, the phone on the table rang, and Fang Lang picked it up casually. Hello. This is Fang language. The voice of his uncle Fang Zinshu came from the phone with a little anxiety. Langja, is it convenient to talk now? Fang Lang looked up at the empty office and said with a smile, it's convenient. Uncle, tell me what you want to say. Langja, I just received a telegram from Shanghai. The war has started again in my hometown. Fang Zinshu's voice seemed a little low. The news he said was very shocking. Fang Lang calculated the time, and history seemed to have not changed. What was coming finally came. But for his hometown, this was not a bad thing. After all, there is no construction without destruction. It seems that a new wave of independent immigration is coming soon. We must be prepared. There may be many rich people coming this time. These people are not kind people. Let our bank open branches in Shenzhen, Shanghai, and Huacheng. All those who want to immigrate to Brazil must deposit their money in our bank. We are responsible for transferring their funds to Brazil, but all large funds must be charged a handling fee of no less than 30%. Fang Lang raised his butcher knife calmly. Don't think Fang Lang is greedy. This 30% is not a particularly high handling fee. This era is not the future, an era with computers that can synchronize and transmit data at any time. The risk of capital transportation is very high. Only 30%? The risk of transporting funds over such a long distance is very high. In addition, there is war over there. If something goes wrong, our funds may not be able to be withdrawn. Fang Zinshu is obviously more greedy than Fang language. Fang Lang smiled and said, after all, we are compatriots. It's not okay to go too far. As for security issues, we will send more security personnel to protect the safety of funds. When each ship leaves the port, all funds in the bank must be transferred. Funds must not be left locally, understand? In addition, we only accept gold, US dollars and British pounds. We don't accept any legal tender. Do you understand? That's waste paper. Do we need to review the qualifications of these immigrants? Fang Lang thought for a while before saying, forget it. Now those traitors who haven't escaped have probably been squeezed dry by the government. Those who can still afford to immigrate at this time are probably relatives of government officials. By the way, these people may not be used to living in the houses where we are settling immigrants after they arrive in Brazil. You should hurry up and find a place to build some villa areas, then sell them to them at a high price. This is a good time to develop the real estate business. Don't miss it when you go there. Fang Xinshu obviously had a very bad impression of some people in his hometown during this period. He heard that Fang Lang wanted to continue to squeeze him. He was also in a good mood and laughed. Okay, then I will scrape off another layer of their oil. Well, be careful not to scare them away. If they run to places like the United States, we will lose money. Fang Lang did not forget to remind him. Fang Xinshu laughed after hearing this. Don't worry, I'm a professional at sucking the marrow out of bones. After hearing Fang Xinshu's words, Fang Lang was a little worried about the domestic capitalists who were about to start running away. Or 3-second silence to show respect. Fang Lang didn't know what kind of mentality he had at this time. Although he had expected and prepared for what happened in his hometown, he thought that he would be very sad when the incident really happened. But the fact is obviously not the case. Instead, he felt a sense of relief that it had finally begun. The first reaction was how he should use this incident to maximize his own interests. Could it be that after this period of development, he has begun to become indifferent and ruthless? Fang Lang, for no reason, actually began to be a little alert. Remind yourself not to forget your original intention, not to be blinded by money and wealth, and not to get lost in the vortex of power. By the way, Uncle, has the candidate for the chief of police in Sao Paulo been chosen? As part of the compensation for Mayor Scalia, Fang Lang handed the candidate for the mayor of Sao Paulo to his uncle Fang Xinshu to choose. After all, Fang Xinshu used to be in the society in Sao Paulo, and the future headquarters of Hang Yitang must also be placed in Sao Paulo. More importantly, the first thing the new chief should do after taking office is to clean up the gang forces in Sao Paulo. The vacuum areas after the cleanup must be taken over by Fang Xinshu's Hang Yitang. At this time, it is very necessary to arrange a police chief who is very familiar with Fang Xinshu. I used to have a familiar policeman in the Sao Paulo Police Department, but he is just an ordinary sheriff. I don't know if he is suitable. After hearing Fang Xinshu's words, Fang Lang shook his head helplessly. It seems that he has not figured out what kind of person is needed for this position. Uncle, what we need is an obedient police chief, not your friend. If he was just a police chief, and you directly let him become the police chief, he may not be able to control the entire police station. At that time, any action we want to carry out will be restricted everywhere, and there is no way to achieve our goal. I suggest that you can ask your friend about the main candidates, who are most likely to be promoted to police chief in the Sao Paulo Police Department. Then, talk to them separately. Whoever has good ability and is smart enough to work for us, we will choose him. As for your friend, after you have determined the candidate, you can mention to the other party that it was your friend who recommended him to you. For the rest of the things, he will know what to do. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Xinshu obviously still didn't quite understand. He came from a mixed society and was more loyal in doing things. Therefore, he still hoped to let his friend become the police chief. In this way, he can rest assured that he will not be stabbed in the back. But if he is capable and smart, won't he have his own ideas? What if he doesn't listen to us then? Fang Lang smiled helplessly and said, don't worry. If he is really a smart man, he will never be hostile to us. After all, if we can make him the police chief, we can naturally make him step down. In order to be able to sit firmly in the position, he will definitely let us see his value. And this is what we need. In this way, we can not only achieve our goals, but also find a backstage for your friend, or even an opportunity to slowly improve. When your friend is really capable and can fully control the police station, we will naturally have a way to send him up. But not now, do you understand? I hope you can make it clear to your friend. Let him help us keep an eye on the new chief we helped to get promoted in the police station, and report anything to you in a timely manner. In addition, in the future, we will train more of our own people in the Sao Paulo Police Department to ensure that we can get the first wind of any disturbance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 The Big Boss in Recife. Recife is the largest city in northeastern Brazil and the capital of Pernambuco. Its population is about 5 times that of Natal, and its economic strength in later generations ranks 5th in Brazil. At this time, in a Portuguese-style 2-story building on Lemon Street in Recife, a middle-aged Indian with long hair was lying on a wooden bench enjoying the massage service of a chestnut-haired beauty with big waves. From his unconscious moans from time to time, it can be seen that he enjoyed it very much. A little higher, yes, right here, use force, comfortable. Haha, you are really my little baby. Be gentle, okay, you can use force. The sound made the 2 young men standing at the door feel a little hot all over, and their eyes were unconsciously always attracted by the perfect curves of the chestnut-haired beauty. But such a peaceful and quiet picture was soon interrupted by a hurried knock on the door. The 2 young men looked at each other, and it seemed that they were unwilling to leave their boss's side, and wanted to fulfill their bodyguard duties. As for whether it was really so, only they knew. They exchanged glances, and glared at each other, trying to make the other surrender, and go down to open the door. But it was obvious that neither of them was willing to leave their posts. Finally, the hurried knock on the door caused dissatisfaction among the long-haired middle-aged man who was enjoying the massage, and he yelled, "Are you deaf? Why don't you go down and open the door?" The thinner young man, one of the 2, finally gave in after hearing the boss's scolding. After unconsciously looking at the big chestnut wave for a few more times, he reluctantly walked downstairs, and when he reached the corner, he did not forget to make a friendly gesture to the other young man. The other young man returned the same gesture with a look of disdain. The thinner young man, with an unhappy expression on his face, walked down the stairs cursing, and before he reached the door, he shouted, "Who is it?" The young man outside shouted anxiously, "Vasek, you bastard. Open the door quickly, I'm Jared. Something big has happened, take me to see the boss." The 2 obviously knew each other, and they knew who the person was when they heard the voice inside. The young man named Vasek seemed more casual when he heard the other person's voice, but his face still had an unhappy expression. He walked slowly to the door and opened it while saying, "Jared, you bastard, you went to the boss to talk about something important." But in fact, it was all trivial matters. If you continue to be so startled and disturb the boss from enjoying Miss Luna's massage service, the boss will throw you down from the upstairs. As the door opened, a black guy with an afro pushed the door open and rushed in. He pushed Vasek, who was still standing at the door, away in a hurry, cursing, "This time it's really a big deal, a matter of life and death. You get out of my way. If you delay the boss's business later, you will see if the boss will kill you." Before he finished speaking, the man had already flown past Vasek and rushed into the stairs to the 2nd floor. Vasek, who was pushed, had an expression of disbelief on his face. He looked at the stairs and saw that the figure had disappeared. He continued to curse in dissatisfaction, "I'm going to believe you. I opened the door for you, but you didn't say thank you, but you pushed me away. What an impolite bastard." He stuck his head out of the window and looked for a few more times. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he slowly closed the door and walked upstairs. The black guy with an afro named Jared strode up the stairs and came directly to the door of the long-haired middle-aged man, shouting, "Boss, something big has happened. Boss." Before he could cross the threshold, he was blocked by the young man standing at the door. "Jared, what do you want to do? Have you forgotten the rules of meeting the boss? Stand still, I want to search you." The long-haired middle-aged man who was enjoying the massage service in the room did not say anything, and continued to enjoy the chestnut big wave massage service. Jared was stopped, so he had to stand outside the door, open his arms and let the young man standing at the door search him. While being searched, Jared wanted to continue to report the situation. But after taking a look at the chestnut-haired man, who was massaging the long-haired middle-aged man, he had to swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Finally, the young man at the door finished the body search, and Vasek, who went down to open the door, also walked to the door. The man in charge of the body search looked at the chestnut-haired man and said, "Boss, no problem. If outsiders saw this, they would think that the chestnut-haired man was his boss." The long-haired middle-aged man didn't even raise his head and said directly, "Let him in." The young man at the door heard the boss's words and made way for Jared to enter. Jared ignored the young man standing by the door and stepped directly into the room. He looked at the long-haired middle-aged man enjoying the massage. Because of the chestnut-haired man, Jared hesitated and didn't know whether he should continue to report. After all, there were outsiders here. The long-haired boss waited for a while and didn't hear anyone talking. He turned around, opened his eyes, and looked at Jared standing in the room with a tangled face. Didn't they say something big happened? What happened? Jared hesitated for a moment, and when he saw that the boss didn't seem to want Big Wave to leave, he said, "Boss, there's something wrong with that big shot's goods." The long-haired middle-aged man, who was lying on the bench enjoying a massage, jumped up from the bench, as if he had been electrocuted, when he heard this. Big Wave, who had been lying on his back and massaging him, was pushed several steps away and screamed "Ah." He almost fell to the ground, but the long-haired middle-aged man seemed not to see it. He waved his hand with a gloomy face and said, "Get out." Seeing the long-haired middle-aged man's face, Big Wave knew that he couldn't say much, so he lowered his head and hurried to the door. The two young men standing at the door watched Big Wave walk by, but didn't stop him. The young man in charge of the body search, however, twitched his nose twice, as if attracted by the fragrance of Big Wave, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up, and then immediately returned to a serious expression. The long-haired middle-aged man didn't notice these things. Now his attention was completely attracted by the news brought by Jared. His eyes were fixed on Jared, as if he was a ferocious beast that was about to eat someone. "Tell me clearly, what happened?" Jared, a black youth with an afro, felt uncomfortable under the gaze of the boss. He swallowed hard and said, "Boss, the news just came from the police station. A ship that was delivering goods to Fernandina on her island kept on persuading and broke into the route of the Navy fleet and was detained by the Navy fleet. During the detention, the people on the ship exchanged fire with the Navy. The person in charge of escorting the ship died. Our people, the ship and the goods were detained by the Navy. Now the Navy has notified the Recife Police Department to go to the naval base to take over the case." After hearing what Jared said, the long-haired middle-aged man was so angry that his hair almost stood up. Panting, he said, "Asshole, why did you break into the route of the Navy fleet? What does Wright want to do? Is he tired of living? Also, the person in charge of the escort is dead. Why are they still alive?" Jared, who was standing opposite, could feel the anger emanating from his boss, because the other party's saliva with breath had already sprayed on his face. But he didn't know the answers to the boss's questions, and he didn't dare to express his opinions casually, otherwise he would be used as a punching bag. He could only stand there and let the boss vent his anger. The long-haired middle-aged man wearing only a pair of underwear also knew that his subordinates in front of these questions could not give him answers. Fortunately, the Navy did not come directly to cause trouble, but let the Recife Police Department take over the case investigation, so there was still room for maneuver. Now the key to the problem is whether this batch of goods seized by the Navy can be taken out. After all, the Navy is not the police. If you want to take out the things that have entered the Navy's pocket, you can't just have money. He has heard about what kind of naval fleet the Navy at the naval base is. That was a fleet with aircraft carriers. The Yakubu family, which had once dominated Natal, was wiped out from Brazil overnight. No underworld forces dared to get involved in Natal now. It turned out that the DP transportation lines passing through Natal were transferred to other places. After venting his anger for a long time, the middle-aged man with long hair seemed to remember something and grabbed the clothes beside the bench and put them on. He said to Vasek, who was standing at the door, "Prepare the vehicles and let's go back." Vasek nodded to show that he understood, went to the window, opened the window, and looked out, but saw nothing unusual. He put his hand in his mouth and whistled. Soon, more than a dozen people walked out of the houses on both sides of the street. Vasek pointed to the vehicles parked downstairs. Everyone began to gather at the vehicles on the roadside. After the middle-aged man with long hair put on his clothes, he pushed the door and walked out. The 3 people upstairs hurriedly followed. When they walked to the car on the side of the road, Jared walked forward very servilely and opened the door of the car. The middle-aged man with long hair was asked to get in the car. The middle-aged man with long hair got in the car without even raising his eyelids. Vasek sat in the driver's seat of the car and was responsible for driving. The young man standing at the door responsible for searching sat in the co-pilot seat. After confirming that the middle-aged man with long hair was seated, Jared closed the door gently. He walked to another car behind, opened the back door, and squeezed in. After the convoy left, they went to the window of another room on the second floor of the small building they just came out of. The beautiful woman with big chestnut wavy hair, smooth wheat-colored skin, and a good figure looked down and confirmed that everyone had left. Then she returned to the room just now and closed the window. This is his residence, and she is the lover of the middle-aged man with long hair. The convoy left Lemond Street and drove all the way to a 2-story office building near a seaside dock warehouse. This is the base of their gang. The car drove into the yard in front of the office building, and people kept coming out and nodded to the middle-aged man with long hair and called him boss. But the long-haired middle-aged man was obviously not in the mood to deal with these subordinates today. Instead, he walked directly into a room on the second floor with a sullen face. After pushing the door open, he said to a wheat-skinned middle-aged man inside, "Jerry, immediately prepare another batch of goods according to the list of goods sent to Fernandina on her island last time. How long will it take you?" The middle-aged man called Jerry was startled by the sudden opening of the door and instinctively wanted to turn around and curse. But when he heard the voice of his boss, he quickly held back the swear words that were about to come out of his mouth. Boss, we don't have so many good goods in our warehouse. However, I heard that a batch of high-quality arms flowed out of the army some time ago. The quantity is large and was taken by a big boss. If you want it, I will contact you now. But it will take at least a week to ship to Recife. Chapter 305 Looking for Goods. After hearing what Jerry said, the middle-aged man with long hair was obviously not satisfied. He said in an anxious tone, "1 week is not enough. It takes too long. 2 days. We only have 2 days at most. I don't care what method you use or how much money you spend. You must prepare the goods according to the original list." After hearing what the middle-aged man with long hair said, Jerry said with embarrassment, "Boss, 2 days is really too late. This batch of goods is in Rio, and it takes more than 2 days to transport it." The middle-aged man with long hair looked at the remaining people in the room, waved his hand, and signaled everyone to go out. After everyone went out, he walked up to Jerry and whispered, "Jerry, the goods we transported to Fernandina on her island were detained by the Navy. Now we must find a way to prepare a new batch and send it over. If the goods are not delivered in time, some big shot will suspect that we have swallowed his goods. We are finished. Do you understand?" The middle-aged man with long hair was anxious and his bloodshot eyes could tell everything. Jerry obviously knew the importance of this batch of goods. Although he didn't know who the big shot was, but he knew very well that this was a person that their entire gang couldn't afford to offend. Maybe because of this mistake, someone else's words could make them directly destroyed. But he really couldn't do it in 2 days. He lowered his head and thought seriously and said, "Boss, can we explain the situation to this side? Let him help smooth the relationship with the Navy and get this batch of goods out." After hearing Jerry's words, the long-haired middle-aged man looked at his capable subordinate with a caring look and then said, "What are you thinking? If this big shot is suitable to come forward, do we still need to find us? If we still have to ask him to smooth the relationship, what's the difference between him coming forward himself? Is there any meaning for us to exist? Do you know how they deal with useless people? This Jerry can be relied on by the long-haired middle-aged man to manage the arms business. He must be a smart man. The boss has said it so clearly. If he still can't understand the deep meaning, he won't be able to reach his current position. His face instantly turned very ugly. He came to a desk and pushed the things on the desk forward. He sat down on it. But, boss, if we can't get the goods from the Navy, we can only go to Rio to purchase them, and we won't have enough time. The long-haired middle-aged man's face was livid. He also knew that this was not Jerry's problem. It was not good to get angry at him. After standing up and walking back and forth in the room for a few steps, he suddenly thought of something and said hesitantly, "You just said that the batch of arms in Rio came from the army?" Jerry was thinking about which route would be the fastest if it was transported from Rio. He didn't pay much attention to the boss's question and replied casually, "Yes. I also heard rumors on the street." After getting a positive answer, the long-haired middle-aged man clapped his hands and said excitedly, "We should also go to find the garrison in Recife. What do you think?" Jerry was startled by the boss's sudden clapping. After hearing what the boss said, he was shocked at first, but then he fell into thinking. Yes, others can get arms from the army, can I? If it works now, won't I have a stable arms channel? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his face, which was originally a little ugly, slowly flushed. "Boss, this is really great. Do you have connections in the garrison?" After hearing what Jerry said, the long-haired middle-aged man blushed slightly, and the embarrassment flashed by. He coughed twice, demonstrated his embarrassment, and then said, "I know someone serving in the army. I will go over and ask. See if there is any chance. But we can't pin the opportunity here. You still have to contact Rio to see when it can be shipped. Do you understand?" Jerry is now excited about the opportunity to open up a new arms channel. He didn't notice his boss's fleeting embarrassment at all. "Okay, boss, I'll contact them now. Let's see when the earliest delivery can be made. If the other party can only deliver it within a week, do we want it?" The long-haired middle-aged man frowned, slapped his thigh, and made up his mind. "Yes, even if there are extra, we can keep them and sell them slowly. If the army can't get them, we will use their batch to deliver. If the boss is held accountable, we are not unprepared." Jerry understood what the boss meant. This is to be prepared for any eventuality. Nodding, he picked up the phone on the table and started to contact the source of goods. The long-haired middle-aged man left the office directly, looked at his men outside the door, and said to Vasek, "Prepare the car. I need to go home." Vasek, who was playing poker with a few gangsters outside, got up quickly when he heard the boss's order. "The boss called me. This game doesn't count." As he said that, he stuffed the poker in his hand directly into the poker on the table and fumbled around, disrupting the order to avoid people seeing what cards he had. He didn't care about the reactions of the other people and got up and left, leaving behind a chic back. This caused several poker friends at the same table to glare at him, wishing they could shoot at the back of this bastard. But knowing that the boss was going home, they could only stand up and guard the boss. As the gate of the office opened, a line of 3 cars left the office directly. They drove to a small villa not far from the beach. This is the real home of the long-haired middle-aged man, where his wife and children live. As soon as the car drove outside the small courtyard, a burst of dog barking was heard from the villa courtyard. After the car stopped, the long-haired middle-aged man got out of the car and tidied his appearance before striding towards the gate. When the long-haired middle-aged man pushed open the gate, the disturbing dog barking finally stopped, replaced by the joyful call after seeing the director. 2 little boys who were playing football in the yard shouted in surprise, "Dad!" and rushed towards the long-haired middle-aged man. The long-haired middle-aged man opened his arms and held the 2 children in his arms. She said affectionately, "Do you miss your dad?" The 2 little boys nodded and said, "Yes." The many bodyguards outside the yard were envious when they saw this scene. What a happy family. The movement outside naturally attracted the movement in the house. A short and fat middle-aged white woman wearing an apron came out with a shovel in her hand. After seeing the people outside the door, she was stunned and spoke for a long time. "Vox, you bastard, you still know to come back." It turned out that the long-haired middle-aged man was called Vox. After hearing the woman's words, he was not angry and smiled. Isn't this busy work? I finally took the time to come back today. The short and fat white woman showed a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth and said disdainfully, busy work. Afraid of dying busy on a woman's belly. Humph. I was blind at the beginning, so I fell into your trap. Vox put the two children in her arms on the ground, touched their heads, pointed to the football, and motioned for them to continue playing. After seeing the two children happily running towards the football, he stood up, straightened his messy long hair, and walked towards the woman and said, "Wife, what are you talking about? The children are still here. I'm so busy with work that I don't have time to look for a woman." When he walked in front of the woman, regardless of her struggle, he hugged her and kissed her on the face. I don't know if it was because of being held in his arms or because of the kiss. The woman's attitude softened immediately and she still muttered, "Huh, you are just good at coaxing people. Let go, I'm still cooking. You didn't even call me when you came back, and I didn't even cook your meal." Vox was a master in the field of love, and he could see the change in the attitude of the woman in his arms. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up, and she said in distress, "Alas, how can I have time to stay for dinner? I encountered a big trouble today, so I just passed by my house to see you and the children. I have to find a relationship soon, otherwise all the efforts of so many years will be ruined in one day. Maybe even my life will be lost." As Vox's woman, she certainly knew that the business Vox was doing was not a legal business. Hearing that the other party might lose his life this time, she was also terrified. She quickly asked, "What's the matter? Do you want me to find my father?" Vox patted the woman's back, comforted the woman and said, "No, this trouble is very big. It's not something my father can solve. Don't involve my father." Vox knew that his father-in-law was just a deputy director of the Recife Police Department, and he was the kind who had retired and lived at home. He had no ability to solve the problems he was facing now. At the beginning, Vox was able to grow from a small gangster to one of the largest gangs in Recife, thanks to his father-in-law's help, but with his father-in-law's retirement, he can rarely provide him with any help. When the woman in his arms heard that her father couldn't help, she was even more anxious. It seems that this matter is really very troublesome. What should we do? Should we take the children away from Recife? Vox saw that the time seemed to be almost right, and he seemed to remember something and said, "Dear, I heard you say that your father-in-law wanted to marry you to an uncle's son, right?" The woman in his arms didn't expect that the man's style would change, and he actually started to talk about gossip when he was young. She said shyly, "It's time, and you are still thinking about these messes. I've already married you." Vox patted the woman on the back and continued, "I heard that this person is an officer in the garrison in Recife, right?" The woman immediately understood that Vox wanted to ask this person for help. She said directly, "What's wrong? Can he help you? I heard my father talk about him. He seems to be a major officer." When Vox heard this, his eyes lit up. He was a major officer. Maybe there was a chance. Then can we find him? Maybe he can help. The woman thought for a while before saying, "Wait a minute, I'll make 2 phone calls to ask." After that, she put the shovel in her hand on the table beside her and wiped her hands on her apron. Vox also loosened his arms and let her leave. The woman ran into the room in a hurry to make a phone call. Vox raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the 2 children playing in the yard, a rare smile appeared on his face. In fact, his wife was still very beautiful when she was young, but it should be a problem with the physique of white people. After giving birth to a child, she swelled up like a balloon. Men. I always like young and beautiful people. Therefore, Vox will make some mistakes that men will make. He rarely goes home, but he knows in his heart that this is his home. If something really happens, and he needs to run away, he will only take the people in this family with him. Chapter 306. Garrison Major. Mrs. Vox took a long time to make the call. It was more than half an hour before she heard footsteps in the living room. "Vox, I have made an appointment with Staffan Capello. We will visit him tonight." Vox was overjoyed when he heard his wife's words. Although he felt a little ashamed and embarrassed to ask his wife to come forward and find his former rival for help, this was his life-saving straw, and he couldn't help but take it seriously. "Really? Honey, thank you so much. Mrs. Vox smiled sweetly. What are you talking about? We are a family. I will go prepare the gifts first. You should wash up and change into formal clothes. Vox quickly stood up and said, I will ask them to prepare the gifts, and you go wash up the children, and we will set off after changing our clothes. At this time, Vox didn't care about the embarrassment, and he couldn't wait to meet his former rival. Hearing what Vox said, Mrs. Vox did not refuse, and directly called out to the two children, who were still playing outside. Children, come here quickly. Our family is going to visit a friend tonight. The two children ran over happily. Vox smiled and walked out, and did not forget to rub the heads of the two children when passing by. Vox came to the gate of the yard, and waved to the car parked on the roadside. Without waiting for Vasek to open the door, Jared had already run to Vox very quickly. Seeing this, Vox rarely showed Jared his first smile of the day. Go prepare a more expensive gift. I'm going to visit a friend. Jared saw the smile on Vox's face, and his heart moved. The boss is the boss, and he found a solution to the problem so quickly. Okay, boss, I'll prepare it now. After saying that, he turned and ran to a small bridge car on the roadside, and soon the car drove away. Vox nodded with satisfaction, and turned back home. Several people in the car outside cursed, this guy is such a flatterer. That night, in a Portuguese-style two-story building on Recife Redwood Avenue, the Vox family was having dinner with the host. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the children were having a lot of fun. Seeing that the time was almost up, the male host said to Vox, Vox, how about we go to the study to chat? After the preliminary preparations and the introduction of his wife, everyone had become familiar with each other. Vox also knew that the tall, square-faced, and mustached middle-aged man in front of him was Staffan Capello. He served as a major staff officer in the Recife garrison. As for what this staff officer did specifically, Vox was not too clear. But since he was a major officer, he must have certain rights. Of course Capello, it's Milner. The women saw that they also knew that the man wanted to talk about business, and they also smiled and nodded. Mrs. Vox took the initiative to stand up and help Mrs. Capello clean up the table. The two chatted and laughed about their parenting experiences. Staffan Capello was only a major officer, so the family's financial conditions were obviously not very affluent. The study at home was not big, just enough to put a desk and two stools. The two of them walked into the study with their coffers and sat down as host and guest. Staffan Capello got straight to the point. Vox, I heard your father-in-law tell me on the phone. You are in some trouble now, and you may need my help, right? Vox realized at this time that it was not his wife who contacted Staffan Capello herself. Instead, he found the other party through his father-in-law. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but suddenly felt much more comfortable. But he was a little embarrassed to think that he had to alarm his father-in-law. But this matter was not a trivial matter. Such a large arms smuggling case would definitely reach his father-in-law's ears sooner or later. The Recife Police Department knew that the goods belonged to him without investigation. He believed that the police would not dare to do anything to him, and would even try to help him clean up his mess. After all, he took on this business with the recommendation of the deputy chief of the police station. Handing the case over to the Recife Police Department is equivalent to letting the Recife Police Department investigate itself, isn't it? Now his first priority is not to think about how to escape the police investigation, but how to satisfy the needs of the big shots. As long as the big shots behind the scenes are satisfied, this investigation is a joke. And if the big shots are not satisfied, then this investigation will become a noose around his neck, which can take his life at any time. This is also why Vox didn't want to run away after knowing that the arms were seized. Instead, he tried to find a new source of goods and continue to complete the transaction. Hearing Staffan Capello's question and looking at the environment of the other party's home, Vox felt that there was a good chance that he could achieve his goal today. Yes, Brother Capello, thank you for being willing to receive me when I encountered difficulties and came to your door. Staffan Capello smiled without comment after hearing what Vox said. After taking a sip of the coffee in his hand, he said, we are friends, and it is my duty to entertain you. However, I dare not say whether I can help you. Don't look at me as a major officer, but in fact, I'm just a staff officer of the regiment. You must understand that in the army, there is a saying, staff officers without a chief, farts are not loud. So, you should tell me your story first and let me help you with some reference. See if I can help you. Vox had never been a soldier, so of course he had never heard of this sentence, but he could understand what the other party meant. But this was the only person he could contact who served in the army. Regardless of whether the other party could help him, he had to give it a try. With a humble smile on his face, Vox considered how to open his mouth appropriately. After all, this was a criminal matter, and no matter how he opened his mouth, it seemed that he would drag the other party into the water. So, after thinking it over again and again, he decided to get straight to the point. He took the coffee in his hand, took a big sip, moistened his dry throat and said, "I want to buy a batch of arms. I wonder if Brother Capello can help?" Staffan Capello was very calm after hearing what Vox said. After all, he was not stupid. When he first knew Vox's identity, he had been thinking about this problem. What could a gangster suddenly find a soldier like him for help? But he still agreed to meet with Vox, which shows that the two have a certain basis for cooperation. Corruption in the Brazilian army is commonplace, not to mention that they are local garrisons with lax armaments. Soldiers can have a running training once a week, which is already considered high intensity training. When being inspected by the superiors, they can stand in formation and be considered qualified. If he, a major officer, wants to survive in the army, he must manage everything. And he is not an officer leading troops, so he can't receive tributes from his soldiers. He can only receive some benefits when he goes to inspect somewhere. But this little bit of benefit was not enough for him to bribe his superiors and get him a promotion and a raise, or even to support his family. Now that he had the opportunity to make extra money, he didn't want to give it up easily. He didn't comment on the other party's request. He picked up a box of cigarettes from the table, took out a cigarette, handed it to Vox, put it under his nose, and sniffed it before saying, "How many do you want?" Vox, who was in a bad mood, was relieved after hearing Staffan Capello's answer. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He didn't refuse, but asked him how much he wanted. "Isn't that it?" He didn't waste any words, took out the list from his pocket, put it on the desk, turned it in a direction, and pushed it in front of Staffan Capello. Staffan Capello didn't reach out to take it, but picked up the match beside him to light the cigarette in his hand. He casually threw the match in his hand to Vox. Vox took it with both hands, took out a match, and lit it for himself. I saw Staffan Capello on the opposite side holding a cigarette in his mouth, taking a puff, and then picking up the list on the table. He just glanced at it, and the cigarette in his mouth fell on his pants. Staffan Capello, who was burned, quickly stood up and shook the cigarette to the ground, not caring about the cigarette on the ground. He stared at Vox in amazement and said, "Are you crazy? Do you want to rebel?" Vox heard Staffan Capello's question and looked at him with an expression that was frightened by his list. Suddenly, I felt that the other party was just a little officer with little knowledge. He was not as good as I was when I saw this business. For no reason, I actually developed a sense of superiority. He coughed twice and said with a smile, "Haha. Brother Capello, don't be nervous. What are you talking about, rebellion? This is business, understand? It's just a business. What you should pay attention to is not the quantity of arms, but the amount. Do you understand?" Staffan Capello heard what Vox said and said angrily, "Is this an ordinary business? This is arms. There is enough equipment for a reinforced battalion here. With such a reinforced battalion, you can attack Recife. Do you understand?" Vox saw that Staffan Capello was really scared, shrugged helplessly, stood beside him, patted his shoulder, signaled him to stay calm, and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm not selling these arms to Recife." Hearing Vox's answer, Staffan Capello calmed down a little, but he still asked vigilantly, who would want such a large batch of arms? Vox glanced at Staffan Capello with a little disdain. When he heard that he was talking about arms trading just now, he didn't see you so nervous. Now after seeing the number, he reacted like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Isn't this a man who wants to be both the boss and the boss? If he didn't need him now, he would have spit on his face. After thinking about it, Vox shook his head and said, "Brother Capello, we are businessmen and never care who the customers who buy goods are. I only care whether he can pay. In addition, I think your worry is unnecessary. You think the number of this batch of arms is large, but that's just your feeling. Don't you know that the guns in the hands of the citizens of Recife alone are much greater than the number of your garrison regiment? Why don't you ask who sold these guys? Staffen Capello was speechless for a while after what Vox said. After a long while, he said, but there are machine guns and grenades in it. These things should not appear in the civilian population. Vox looked at the shy Staffen Capello and felt that the guy he found was obviously not a suitable business partner. It would be a waste of time to continue to argue with him on such meaningless topics. He simply made up his mind and directly provoked him. Brother, it can't be that you can't produce such a large amount of arms. Chapter 307. Be frank. After hearing what Vox said, Staffen Capello stood up from his chair again, stared at him, and said in a timid way, "What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" Vox was a gangster boss, so he still had some brains. After staring at Staffen Capello's expression for a while, he sighed and said, "Oh, well, it seems that you really can't take out so many goods. Let's be honest, how much can you take out?" Vox's words made Staffen Capello look very ugly. He didn't expect Vox's appetite to be so big. There was only one regiment in Recife. Staffen Capello, the staff officer, was also a trusted subordinate of the regiment chief of staff. After learning that Vox wanted to see him in the afternoon, he guessed Vox's purpose. He took the initiative to report to the chief of staff. When the chief of staff heard that there was an opportunity to make extra money, of course he would not refuse. He told Staffen Capello on the spot to let him talk to Vox and split the profits 30% to 70%. Of course, 70% of it belongs to the chief of staff. But Staffen Capello didn't expect Vox's appetite to be so big. If the equipment of a battalion is really sold, 1/3 of the garrison regiment will have to be empty-handed. Without asking for permission, Staffen Capello knew that this was impossible. Even if the chief of staff dared to agree, he didn't dare to agree. After all, he was the one who negotiated the deal. If he was really discovered, he would definitely be responsible for taking the blame. This would cost him his head. He originally thought that, since Vox had asked him for help, he could easily control the other party and make a lot of money. But the current situation made him feel a little dilemma for a while. But after all, he was an adult. Since he had been seen through by Vox, he just blushed. He quickly returned to normal, coughed twice to demonstrate his embarrassment, and then slowly sat down and said, "We don't have the goods you want." Now it was Vox's turn to get angry. What did he mean? He was just pretending to be so arrogant in front of him. He asked him how much he wanted. Now he told him that he didn't have the goods. Isn't this just teasing him? He thought that the gangster boss of Vox was just a nobody. Did he have no temper? He stood up after slamming the table, his eyes wide open, staring at Staffen Capello and yelling, "You are fucking kidding me." Staffen Capello was shocked by the sound of Vox slamming the table. He didn't expect that this guy dared to lose his temper at him when he came to his house. After all, he was a soldier. He couldn't stand being slammed on the table by a gangster who came to his house. He stood up and glared at the other party and was about to yell back. These were the two women who were talking and laughing in the kitchen. They had heard the noise in the room. They put down their work and pushed open the door of the study. Mrs. Vox was speechless when she saw her husband's expression of wanting to eat someone. He quickly stepped forward and held Vox, whispering, "Didn't you say you came here to ask for help? Why did you quarrel with someone? This time, my father sacrificed his face to get this opportunity. If you mess up, my father will be too ashamed to see anyone." After that, he turned to Staffen Capello and apologized repeatedly. "Staffen Capello, I'm really sorry. Vox has a bad temper. I've caused you trouble today. If it really doesn't work, we'll go back today. We'll come to apologize next time, when we have time." Obviously, Vox lost his temper because he thought Staffen Capello was unwilling to help. Capello's wife also held Capello and comforted him softly, repeatedly warning Staffen Capello that the people in front of him were guests. Don't conflict with the guests at home. The intervention of the two women made the men calm down a little. Staffen Capello had already reported today's meeting. If there was no gain, it would be difficult for him to explain to the higher-ups. thinking that what he just said might have caused the other party to misunderstand. He looked at the two women in the room, patted his wife's hand and said, "We are fine, you go out first. I'm talking to Vox." Vox heard what his wife said and felt that it was not appropriate for him to lose his temper in someone else's house. It was not the attitude of asking someone to do something. Since the other party said that he wanted to continue the chat, he would of course see if there was another chance. He knew very well what Stefan Capello meant by asking his family to go out. These things were obviously not suitable for women to participate in. He patted his wife's hand and said, "You go out first. Don't worry, I know what's going on." The two women looked at each other, then looked at the two men, and after confirming that the two sides would not fight, they left the study and gently closed the door. After seeing the two women leave, Stefan Capello spoke first. "What I mean is that a garrison regiment only has German weapons. Your list is all American weapons, which we cannot provide." When Vox heard this, he slapped his forehead and smiled at Stefan Capello with some embarrassment but politeness. "Oh, sorry, I was too impulsive and didn't understand what you meant. My fault, my fault." Vox believed that Stefan Capello did not lie on this point, because this is indeed the reality of the Brazilian army. The troops equipped with American weapons are the former Brazilian Expeditionary Force, the part that participated in the European War. The garrison stationed in Brazil is still equipped with the Morza 98K that Brazil purchased from Germany before the war began. Of course, with the end of the war, the Expeditionary Force also seized more German weapons from Europe. With the addition of American weapons supported by the United States, the equipment of the Brazilian army is indeed not uniform now. Stefan Capello saw Vox's expression and knew that the misunderstanding was resolved. He smiled and shook his head, pointed to the chair and said, "Let's sit down and talk. Now that the conversation has been opened, I will no longer hide it. You want arms, I can help you get them, but only German weapons. To be honest, we also want American weapons, but unfortunately we don't have them, because they are only equipped by the main force. In addition, we are just a garrison regiment, and the armory can only dispatch 100 guns. We really can't provide such a large number as you want. If I really get so many arms for you, I will be shot in the next moment." Vox listened to Stefan Capello's words and understood what the other party meant. This can be regarded as being open and honest. What the other party said is obviously the reality. This is really a bit troublesome. 100 or so guns plus his own inventory are obviously not enough. As for whether it is American goods, he can't care so much. As long as the goods can be delivered to the customer in time, he can be regarded as completing this business. Even if the customer cannot accept the goods not matching the pictures afterwards, he can find a way to remedy it. Since the other party had confessed the situation to him, Vox could not hide it and said directly, "Brother Capello, actually, we have already gathered all the weapons in this list. But there were some problems during the transportation. As a result, the goods were seized by the Navy. Although we have found a new source of goods now, it will take at least a week to transport them to Recife. The reason why I come to trouble you is that I must deliver the goods to the customer within the agreed delivery time. Time is short and the task is heavy. I'm so anxious that I have no choice but to ask you for help. But now you can only provide 100 guns, which is simply a drop in the bucket and can't solve the problem at all." The frank attitude of both parties made everyone feel much more comfortable. It turned out that everyone had their own difficulties and they really needed to understand each other. Stefan Capello also expressed deep sympathy for Vox's situation and said helplessly, "You are not soldiers. Since the goods have been detained, you should explain it to the other party. The other party should be able to understand." Vox was not in a good position to tell Stefan Capello the special nature of this order and could only shake his head helplessly and said, "Alas, although we are not soldiers, sometimes there are orders that cannot have any problems. If we fail, we will also die." Both of them sighed, and it was obvious that this business might fail. "Then there is no way. Our equipment is all German equipment, and we really can't meet your requirements. It seems that I can't do this business. I suggest you go to the Navy that detained the goods and think of a way. Logically speaking, this is not their scope of responsibility. Why would they detain your goods? Staffen Capello was indeed a little disappointed at this moment. It seemed that he should not have reported to the chief of staff so early. Now that the business is gone, he might be scolded when he goes back. At this time, he needed a cigarette to refresh himself. He picked up the cigarette on the table again and threw it to Vox. He looked at the cigarette that he had just lit and dropped on the ground. He thought about it and saw that there were guests sitting opposite him. It was not suitable to pick it up and continue smoking. He could only take out another one and light it for himself. Vox was also very distressed. He took the cigarette, lit it, and took a big puff to calm himself down. Then he slowly said, "I don't care whether it is German equipment or not. At most, we will hand over the goods to them first. If they have any opinions, we will explain the situation and return some of the payment. This is better than not giving them a single penny when the time comes." Speaking of why it was detained, I want to curse. It was also bad luck. The ship we were responsible for transporting directly broke into the route of the Navy. Of course, they had to check. But our ship dared not let anyone check it. As a result, it was delivered to the door. It's not that I haven't thought about finding a way to their Navy, but I have no way to the NATO naval base. Brother Capello, do you know anyone in the NATO Navy in the Army? As an Army garrison, Staffen Capello didn't know anyone in the NATO Navy. But when Vox said that the German equipment had nothing to do with it, Staffen Capello's heart moved. He was a staff officer of the regiment headquarters and was originally a soldier who used his brain. After hearing what Vox said, an idea began to take shape in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more excited he felt. Maybe he could not only make money, but also get promoted. Thinking of the excitement, Staffen Capello slapped his thigh and stood up and said, "Vox, you just said that you have found the source of American weapons on the list, but it's too late, right?" Looking at Staffen Capello, who was excited on the opposite side, Vox was a little unresponsive for a while. He nodded mechanically and said puzzledly, "Yes. What's wrong?" After getting a positive answer, Staffen Capello laughed, clapped his hands and shouted, "Haha. That's it." Vox looked puzzled. At this time, I'm almost dying of anxiety, and you are still here gloating. I just saw you telling me the truth, and I think you are a good person and we can make friends. If you can survive this, I will buy some arms from you in the future and let you make a little money. But you are still laughing at me at this time, which is forcing me to get angry. Chapter 308 Crossing the Bridge. Just when Vox couldn't help but get angry again, Staffen Capello spoke again. "I have thought of a way to solve your problem. Do you want to hear it?" After saying that, he looked at Vox with an expression that he was about to praise me. Vox heard this, and he didn't care about getting angry. He put out the cigarette in his hand, stood up in surprise and said, "Really? Brother Capello, what good ideas do you have? Tell me quickly. As long as it can solve my problem, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Staffen Capello was obviously very excited, because if this method can work, it will definitely kill 3 birds with 1 stone. He won. He said proudly, unable to hide his excitement, "Look, you can deliver the equipment in the list to Recife in a week. Then, as long as 1 battalion of equipment is delivered to your customer within the agreed time, your problem can be solved. The important thing is that you don't mind whether it is American or German equipment, right?" Vox was confused by Staffen Capello's question. Looking at the other party's smug look, he could only answer with expectation, "Yes, that's right." "Then what is the good idea you said?" Seeing that Vox on the opposite side still didn't react, Staffen Capello laughed even more happily. "Isn't this a crushing IQ? I'm really a genius. If I come forward and persuade our regiment leader to lend a battalion of equipment to you and deliver it to your customer, when your equipment arrives in Recife, return it directly to our garrison regiment. How much money can you give us?" Vox was stunned by Staffen Capello's words. Isn't this a bridge crossing often encountered in the financial industry? But if you think about it carefully, this is also a good idea. At the same time, Vox also understood what good idea Staffen Capello had. First, the garrison regiment must have made a profit by exchanging a battalion of German weapons for a battalion of American weapons. Secondly, Staffen Capello could replace a battalion of American weapons for the garrison regiment without paying a penny. Needless to say, this contribution must be great. Thirdly, he could also ask him to collect the bridge fee. Of course, this fee was definitely not something Stefan Capello could swallow, and he must share it with the chief officers of the garrison regiment. Once this happened, he would have shared the spoils with the chief officers of the garrison regiment. At that time, he would be the absolute confidant of the chief officer, and it would be difficult not to get promoted and make a fortune. Thinking of this, Vox looked at Stefan Capello with a different look. What kind of brain is this? He could think of such a genius idea. If this method can succeed, it can indeed solve the problem that he urgently needs to solve. But he must have lost money by exchanging a battalion of American weapons for German weapons. Moreover, after the other party received the goods, they found that it was not the American weapons that were agreed upon at the beginning, and he might need compensation. Here he had to pay real money. If he wanted the garrison commanders to agree to help him, he would have to pay a handling fee that was impressive enough. This again required real money. Most importantly, he also needed to use real money to purchase the newly purchased American weapons. With this calculation, he would really lose a lot. But before he came here, he had already prepared for a big loss. Now, at least he didn't have to pile up a whole battalion of weapons and equipment in his warehouse. The risk was very high. But now it seemed that all the benefits were taken by Stefan Capello, and he felt a little unhappy. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, and he couldn't think of a better way than this, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "Okay, as long as you can convince the commander of your garrison to agree to your plan, I'm willing to pay you $10,000. Stefan Capello's heart skipped a beat when he heard that Vox was willing to pay $10,000. This was not a small amount. If he relied solely on the military salary, he would not be able to earn $10,000 in 10 years. But the money is not just for him. He also needs to get through the relationship of the garrison regiment, the regiment commander, the chief of staff, the person in charge of logistics, etc. $10,000 is definitely not enough. After taking a deep breath, Stefan Capello forced himself to calm down and said, $10,000 is not enough. If I want to make this happen, I need to get through too many joints. Vox didn't think that the first offer would be accepted by the other party, but now is the time to talk about money and hurt feelings. He must find a way to lower the offer, otherwise he will be slaughtered by the other party as a sucker. Is $10,000 not enough? This is to help you replace a battalion of American equipment for free. The benefits here alone are enough to convince your superiors. Although Stefan Capello is not a businessman, he also understands that these are all bargaining tactics. Now the other party is begging him, and he has absolute initiative. There is no need to worry about the other party being scared away by him. After thinking about it, he said directly, $50,000. You give $50,000. I promise to convince the commander of the garrison regiment. Vox didn't expect the other party's appetite to be so big, and he was shocked. He immediately said pitifully, "Brother Capello, you sold me out, and I don't have $50,000 to give you. All my money has been used to purchase arms. If I give you $50,000, I won't be able to raise enough money to buy arms. For the sake of my father-in-law, can you help me? I promise you that after this deal is successful, we will directly purchase small quantities of arms from you in the future. Okay? I guarantee that you will make a lot of money." Stefan Capello looked at Vox seriously, as if he wanted to see from his face whether what he said was true or false. But after looking for a long time, he didn't find anything unusual. Thinking about it, what the other party said was not unreasonable. If he really purchased small quantities of arms from him in the future, he could turn a one-time transaction into a long-term business. A long-term and stable business can allow him to maintain a long-term influence in front of his superiors and is more conducive to his development. Stefan Capello gritted his teeth and stared at Vox, saying, "Tell me, how much can you offer? If it's too low, I can't convince the officers. Everyone will be disappointed. So, I hope you can show your sincerity." Vox also understood that, if the price was too low, the plan might fail. If that happened, he would definitely not be able to deliver the goods on time. What was waiting for him was not just the loss of money. "Thank you for helping me, Brother Capello. I'm not the kind of person who would rather die than give up money. How about this? I'll give you $28,000. I don't care how much it costs you to convince your garrison regiment. The extra money is yours. As long as you help me get through this difficult time, we will be brothers in the future. I will purchase small quantities of arms from you. How about that? Staffen Capello was overjoyed when he heard Vox's offer. He wanted to convince the garrison regiment to agree to his plan by using a battalion of American weapons as bait. He was sure that he could convince the officers of the regiment within $20,000. In this way, he could get more than $8,000 in benefits and a stable business channel. After thinking for a while, Staffen Capello made up his mind and said, "Okay, I will go to persuade the officers of the garrison tonight. In order to avoid risks, our people must see a battalion of American equipment before you can take our equipment away." After all, Staffen Capello and Vox were not familiar with each other. Although both of them had a close relationship with Vox's father-in-law, Staffen Capello could not be unprepared for such a big thing. When Vox heard this, he was stunned at first, and then he quickly reacted. After thinking about it, he did not refuse and nodded directly. "Okay, if your people agree, you can receive the goods directly in Rio de Janeiro. You will be responsible for the transportation and save me the freight. How about it?" Seeing Vox's straightforward agreement, Staffen Capello knew that this should not be a trap. He stood up and said, "The freight is easy to talk about. I will go visit my superior now. I will give you an accurate answer tomorrow morning." When Vox heard this, he laughed and hugged Staffen Capello tightly and said, "Okay, good brother. I will go back and prepare the money now. Wait for your good news tomorrow. Since the matter has been settled, everyone will of course prepare for it." Vox took his wife and children home directly and finally put his mind at ease after calling Jerry, who had already gone to Rio de Janeiro. What Vox didn't know was that when his family visited Staffen Capello's family, the door of the Chestnut Big Wave house where he enjoyed a massage in the morning was knocked. "Who is it?" A lazy and pleasant female voice came from the room. A strong man with a top hat looked across the street vigilantly and said in a low voice, "Miss Luna, I'm Craig. The boss asked me to pick up something. It's late at night. Is there anything that can't be picked up tomorrow?" "Really?" the lazy female voice muttered reluctantly, but she still came to the front door and opened it. The big man who had been standing at the door squeezed in through the crack of the door as soon as it opened. The girl who was opening the door screamed in fear. Before the girl could react, her mouth was covered by a rough big hand, and she couldn't make any sound. The door was quickly closed tightly. Under the dim light in the room, a sturdy figure hugged the Chestnut Big Wave girl, who was still curvaceous in her nightgown from behind. The burly man breathed greedily, and the Chestnut Big Wave girl exuded a burst of fragrance. "Miss Luna, you are such a seductive little fairy." Being hugged tightly, the Chestnut Big Wave girl, who struggled desperately, couldn't make any sound at all. "Woo woo." The burly man ignored the struggle of the girl in his arms, picked her up, and dragged her into the room. The Chestnut Big Wave girl couldn't make any sound, but her feet kept struggling and kicking around. The slippers on her feet were kicked off and hit the furniture in the room, making a bang. But this did not scare the strong man, but made him more excited. "Haha. Miss Luna, you don't have to struggle. No one will come to save you tonight. The boss is already exhausted, but there is no time to take care of you. You are mine tonight. Serve me well, and I promise not to hurt you. In the future, when the boss is not here, I will satisfy you, okay?" Haha. The strong man was obviously very familiar with the layout of the room. After pushing open 2 doors in succession, he went directly to a bedroom. He hugged the girl in his arms and fell directly on the bed. Both of them were lying on the bed facing the bed, and the strong man's body was pressed tightly on the chestnut wavy body. He covered the girl's mouth and nose with his left hand to prevent her from making any sound. His right hand had already reached into the girl's nightgown. The girl felt the temperature and aggressiveness of the hand reaching into her clothes. She began to struggle desperately. But after all, the girl's strength was definitely not as strong as the strong man's, and she could not break free from the invasion of the strong man's palm. Chapter 309. As time went by, the sturdy man felt that the girl's resistance was getting smaller and smaller, and her breathing was getting more and more rapid. The sturdy man began to show a satisfied expression of success on his face. He put his mouth close to the chestnut big wave's ear and panted, "What's wrong? Luna feels very happy too, right? I'll let you go. Don't scream, understand? If you dare to scream, I'll kill you." Luna under him seemed to have accepted her fate and stopped struggling. The sturdy man slowly loosened his hand covering Luna's mouth and saw that Luna under him did not shout, and a lewd smile appeared on his face full of lewdness. "That's right. Miss Luna is so young and attractive. It's a pity that she is cheap to that old guy Vox. Only young and strong people like me can make you happy, right?" I don't know if Luna really accepted her fate or was teased by the sturdy man named Craig. She did not resist, but said softly in an extremely charming tone, "Craig, aren't you afraid that your boss will kill you if you know about this?" Luna's performance made Craig even happier. Not only did he not resist, but he also took the initiative to talk to him. It seems that, after drinking 2 glasses of wine today, it was really right to come here with courage. Such a seductive and peerless beauty can be tasted today, and maybe every day in the future. Didn't I tell you? That old thing is in a mess now. Let's talk about it after he survives this level. You little goblin, you flirt in front of me every day. Are you deliberately seducing me? Seeing this scene, Craig's breathing became heavier. He reached out and turned the girl on the bed over so that she was facing him. But when he saw the seductive look of the girl on the bed biting her lips, he could no longer bear the heat all over his body. He was about to lean over and taste this flower. But Luna continued to say in a sweet voice, "Oh, so you know who the owner is?" Craig's movement suddenly stopped. It seemed that he didn't hear what Luna just said clearly and asked uncertainly, "What did you just say?" Seeing Craig's expression, as if he had seen a ghost, Luna didn't care at all and stretched out her right index finger as if she didn't notice it and gently slid it down from Craig's face. When she slid across Craig's chest, she didn't forget to draw a circle with her hand. She continued in an extremely charming tone, "So, you know who paid for the purchase of this batch of arms, right?" At this moment, Craig felt that all the hairs on his body stood up. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, his hand had already involuntarily touched his lower back, where his pistol was, but he didn't touch anything. At this time, Craig was like having an appointment with a beautiful woman, just about to do it, but found that the other party actually wanted to cut his kidneys. The fear in his heart made him involuntarily take 2 steps back, and he looked at the girl in front of him, resisting the urge to turn around and run. At this time, Miss Luna, with her wavy chestnut hair, was even more charming than he usually saw her. But Craig could no longer have even a trace of evil thoughts. Instead, he felt cold all over and shivered involuntarily. He wanted to act stronger and say a few threatening words to make Miss Luna, who seemed very unfamiliar, let him leave. But when he saw the pistol pressed on the bed by Luna's left hand, he had to suppress his urge to speak. It turned out that, just when he thought Luna had given up resistance and started to enjoy herself, the pistol on his back had unknowingly fallen into Luna's hands. Luna followed his line of sight and saw the pistol pressed by her left hand. The smile on her face became even more charming, and she said with a sweet smile, "Ah, is this your pistol? How come it's here with me?" She grabbed the pistol and aimed it at Craig, saying, "I'd better give it back to you." Craig, who was pointed at by the gun, began to sweat coldly on his forehead and shook his head repeatedly and said, "Miss Luna, you are joking. Since you like it, I'll give it to you." He was already cursing in his heart. "Would you point the gun at me when you return it to me? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm thankful that you didn't just shoot me." Things happened too quickly, and until now he was still a little confused and didn't understand what happened. Why did Miss Luna, who had always been gentle and lovely, seem to have changed into a different person? He just wanted to escape from this place now, escape from Recife, and never come back again. This place is too dangerous. But before he could make any move, there was a soft applause from behind the door that he had knocked open before. The pa-pa high five sounded very clear in the dark room. Craig was completely confused at this moment, not understanding what was going on. Could it be that the boss was waiting for me here on purpose? Is this a trap? I'm done for. I'm dead. Just as Craig was still complaining to himself, a steady voice came from the door. "Ms. Luna, your performance is amazing. I wonder if you are interested in joining our intelligence agency. I can personally recommend such an outstanding talent like you to the commander." Hearing the voice outside the door, Miss Luna no longer had the charming expression she had just had. Instead, she straightened her nightgown, stood up from the bed with a serious face, and stood against the wall. "You are too kind, Commander. I dare to be so presumptuous, because I know you are here." When Craig heard the word intelligence agency, he was shocked. He had never heard of this unit. The Brazilian intelligence agency had just started in this era. It was just an intelligence agency of the military. Outsiders didn't know the existence of this agency at all. But this did not prevent him from confirming the other party's identity. After all, a name like this must be a national agency, not a cat or a dog. But the person who was talking, as if he didn't notice Craig at all, continued to chat with Miss Luna. "Miss Luna, I'm serious. Your performance just now is amazing. When we first met 2 days ago, I didn't realize that you have such talent. It's a pity not to be an intelligence officer. You can seriously consider my proposal. If you are interested, you can come to me at any time. Don't worry, our treatment is very generous." Luna obviously didn't expect that the other party would come up with such an idea at this time. He was just a woman who had only attended elementary school. A public service department like the other party was not something she could covet. However, today the other party's superior actually threw an olive branch to her. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved, but she still didn't understand what this so-called intelligence agency was for. 4 nights ago, this group of people broke into his house without saying anything. After some arrangements in his house, he was interrogated. If the other party hadn't produced a certificate to prove his identity, Luna would have thought that the other party was an enemy of Vox. But the other party's professionalism was obviously not the quality that a gangster could have. Especially when the other party took out a file to check her identity, Luna felt cold all over. In front of this group of people, she had no secrets at all. Many secrets that she had never mentioned to others were clearly known to the other party, which made him feel creepy. Fortunately, the other party did not want to arrest her, but just wanted her to cooperate with them to investigate the person behind Vox. She told the other party everything she knew, but the other party just shook his head and told her that they knew what she said. What they wanted to know now was who paid for the recent batch of arms that Vox had shipped to Fernando Dina on her island. These were obviously not things she could know. After the other party confirmed that she really could not provide the corresponding information, he did not do anything to him, but threatened him and let him go. But the other party also clearly told her that her home had been installed with monitoring equipment. Everything they said at home could not escape their ears. This high-tech method completely refreshed her cognition. It made him nervous and curious. Therefore, she seldom spoke when Vox came to her these days, because she was worried that she would say something wrong. Unexpectedly, an accident happened today. When Craig covered her mouth and nose at the beginning, she was really scared. But when she remembered that her home had been monitored for a long time, she took the opportunity to struggle, kicked her shoes away, and made a strange noise to ask for help from the monitoring personnel. She knew that the other party was from the government department and would never watch her being insulted without coming to rescue. Therefore, everything she did later was acting. It must be said that he really has a talent for acting. He deceived Craig, who was horny, and he didn't even know that he had taken his pistol. If she hadn't been too impatient and got straight to the point and woke Craig up, maybe she would really have a chance to get Craig to say something. This is also the reason why the head of the intelligence agency wanted to recruit her. After listening to the other party's words, Luna thought seriously for a while before saying, "Thank you for your trust, sir. I will seriously consider it." After receiving Luna's reply, the staff of the intelligence bureau seemed very happy and laughed. "Ha ha ha, but I hope to hear good news." After that, he turned his head and looked at Craig, who was standing aside and looked very uneasy, and said, "You are one of the most trusted bodyguards around Vox, Craig, right? We originally wanted to talk to you alone, but unfortunately we never had the chance. I didn't expect you to come to our door today. Haha, then please come with us." After that, he waved his hand behind him. Two tall figures walked out of the door and rushed up to tie Craig tightly. Craig did not resist the whole time, not because he didn't want to resist, but he knew very well in his heart that he would fail today and there would be no chance to escape. The other party was not a gang, but a powerful department of the government, and he would not have a chance to resist at all. More importantly, what he did today would not give him a chance to ask the gang for help. Another reason was that he knew that, since it was a government department, they would not kill him for no reason. He was just a bodyguard, and the crime he committed was not life-threatening. The other party's purpose of arresting him was obviously for the arms that Vox was transporting this time. This showed that he was still useful. Just as Craig was in a trance, he was put on a hood and pushed out of the room. He didn't know how far he had walked, and he couldn't feel the exact distance, but he didn't take a car or other means of transportation. It should be a house on Lemond Street again. Chapter 310 Waterboarding. When Craig opened his eyes again, he might have adapted to the darkness when he was covered with a hood. He suddenly saw the light and was dazzled by it. It took him a long time to adapt. Squinting his eyes slightly through the strong light, he saw a desk opposite him, behind which sat two men in suits and leather shoes. Opposite to his right was a middle-aged white man in his 20s, sitting with his back straight, with a hooked nose that was the most conspicuous. Craig could feel a strong aura from the other person. This was the type he had never encountered in Recife. He didn't know how to describe it in words, but his intuition told him that he couldn't afford to offend such a person. Next to him was a relatively young man with wheat-colored skin, in his early 20s, and looked a little bookish. A notebook was spread out on the table, and it was obvious that he was going to record something. Just by a glance, he could confirm that this was someone from a government department, not a gangster. Because gangsters don't have such temperament. So before the other party could speak, he had already begged for mercy. "Sir, I'm just a bodyguard. I really don't know the inside story of the arms deal." Haha. That's not right. Mr. Craig, you are not a simple bodyguard. As far as we know, you are Vox's nephew. He trusts you more than others. I just don't know what he would do to you if he knew that his nephew attacked his lover. The hooked nose on the opposite side smiled slowly. Craig was shocked when he heard the words on the other side. There were definitely no more than 5 people in the gang who knew about his relationship with Vox. These people were old brothers who followed Vox to start their business. It was impossible for them to betray their boss easily. It seems that the power of these people on the opposite side is many times stronger than that of the police. What I said is true. I'm really just a bodyguard. I've never been involved in gang business, really. Jerry is in charge of the arms business. You can ask Jerry. Craig is not a tough person, and someone who can do such a thing to his uncle's lover is obviously not a loyal person. The interrogator hasn't used any means yet, but he has already started to explain the problem. The hook-nosed man on the opposite side was not satisfied with his answer and sneered. "It seems that you don't know our identity or our way of doing things. I can popularize it for you. We are the intelligence bureau affiliated with the Ministry of Defense. We are mainly responsible for domestic counter-espionage operations, targeting foreign hostile forces and intelligence departments. We are not the police. We can execute people who are caught by us without trial. More importantly, our torture methods for the enemy are somewhat cruel and may make you live a life worse than death. If you want to experience it, we are very happy to let you experience it." It turned out that Craig had never heard of this department, but when he heard the other party say that they could execute without trial, he felt his calves trembling. He was able to become Vox's bodyguard not because he was a tough guy, but because he was trustworthy and had good marksmanship. But now here, these two advantages obviously did not help him at all. So far, the two people sitting opposite him have not started to ask him any questions, but he is already a little frightened. He doesn't know what to confess. After all, he really doesn't know who the boss of this batch of arms is. Just when he was still thinking about what to say, the hooked nose on the opposite side didn't want to waste time. They only had one night. If Craig, as Vox's bodyguard, could not appear by Vox's side tomorrow morning, it might arouse the other party's vigilance. Therefore, he could not drag Craig slowly, nor could he use torture methods that would leave obvious external injuries to the other party. It seems that Mr. Craig really wants to experience our methods. Come on, treat Mr. Craig well. Craig hadn't reacted to what was going on yet. He felt two people appear behind him and lifted him up without any hesitation. Craig, who was already handcuffed, couldn't resist at all. He could only beg for mercy. "No, sir, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Please forgive me. I really don't know who the buyer of this batch of arms is. Please." But the people in the room seemed to have heard nothing. Two strong men tied him to a bench directly, and his hands and feet were tied tightly, and he couldn't break free at all. Craig was very panicked and kept begging for mercy, but no one paid any attention to him. In fact, everyone knew that he couldn't stand the punishment, but this was a show of power. If he didn't experience despair, he might not easily cooperate with them. Craig on the bench couldn't move at all, like a lamb to be slaughtered. His head was clamped by his arms raised above his head, unable to move, and his sight could only see the swaying lights on the top of the house. Soon, he felt that the bench he was lying on was raised by someone, but it only raised his legs, making him feel like his head was low and his feet were high. He knew that the punishment had not officially started yet, but he felt that his bladder was about to burst. In the whole room, apart from his own begging for mercy, there was only the orderly movement of the two executioners. Soon, he heard the dull sound of a bucket being put on the ground next to him. Although he didn't know what he was about to experience, the sound of the bucket hitting the ground had made his heart tremble. His whole body began to tremble involuntarily. Even the begging for mercy he made was shaking involuntarily. Finally, a figure appeared in his sight. The person stood with his back to the light. Because of the light, he couldn't see the other person's appearance. But the cold eyes in the dark made him shiver involuntarily. The person didn't waste time talking to him, and directly covered his face with a piece of mulberry paper. In an instant, Craig couldn't see anything in front of his eyes, which made his body tremble even more. He stopped begging for mercy and tried to blow away the mulberry paper on his face. But as soon as the paper moved, water flowed down from it. Craig, who was blowing, was choked. Then, he could no longer breathe. The bound body kept struggling, and the bench was swaying from side to side. In panic, Craig felt that he was about to die. As long as he breathed into his trachea, it was all water. He wanted to hold his breath, but the water would flow into his lungs through his nostrils. At this moment, he could not think at all, and could only instinctively move his body to break free. But he was tied tightly, and could not break free at all. I don't know how long it took, maybe 10 seconds, maybe 10 minutes. The water stopped, and the paper on his face was taken away. Craig raised his head desperately, and coughed out the water that choked his airway. The voice of the hooked nose came from afar. "Mr. Craig, are we going to continue?" This voice was like the whisper of a devil, but Craig seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw at this moment. Because someone finally responded to him, he was no longer blindly begging for mercy. He wanted to open his mouth to respond to the other party, but his airway and throat were full of water, and he couldn't make any sound at all. He could only cough violently. Fortunately, the other party was very patient at this time. Craig finally caught his breath and said hurriedly, "No, sir, please. I will tell you everything you want to know. Please. I will die if you continue like this." The hooked nose smiled coldly and said, "Really? Then please tell us who the buyer of this batch of arms is." Hearing this question, Craig's breathing stagnated. He really didn't know the answer to this question. He was not a tough guy, and he didn't really want to try the punishment before answering. He really didn't know. But, at this time, he obviously couldn't answer that he didn't know. He didn't dare to make up a lie to deceive the other party. He could only seriously recall his experiences in the past few days. He had been following Vox. When did the other party receive this business? Slowly, he remembered the day's itinerary. He said quickly, "I remember now. About half a month ago, the boss went to a restaurant for an appointment and started preparing the goods. After he came back, yes, it was that time. But I really haven't seen who the other party is. The boss didn't allow us to enter the box." The hook-nosed man looked at Craig, who was tied to a stool, and tried hard to raise his head, breathing fresh air while thinking seriously. There was no expression on his face. He just glanced at the notes that the young man next to him was taking in his notebook. After he finished writing, he asked, "Specific time, which restaurant?" Craig thought carefully. Fortunately, not much time had passed. Under this life-threatening pressure, he immediately recalled the scene at that time. June 5th. Yes, it was the evening of June 5th. To our restaurant on Jurt Street. That's right, it was to our restaurant. The third private room on the right side of the second floor of the restaurant. He was still repeating while recalling. His tone was not very sure at the beginning, but it became very firm at the end. The hook-nosed man raised his hand and signaled to untie Craig. The two men in charge of the execution came forward again to untie Craig from the bench. Craig could not see the hook-nose's movements, but when he felt the two men in charge of the execution approaching, he shivered all over and wanted to continue begging for mercy. When he found that the other party began to untie his restraints, he breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems that his life is saved today. The voice of the hook-nose without any emotion came again. Who made the appointment? I don't know who it was exactly. It seems that the boss received a call at that time. When did he receive the call? Afternoon. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It seems to be around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, Craig was completely untied and brought back to the previous seat. At this time, although he was soaked, his body was still shivering all over. But he finally found a sense of security. Now he dared not think about anything. He just wanted to recall all the situations that day to save himself from torture. Did you meet other people outside the box? The hook-nose now believed that Craig really didn't know who the other party was. However, he had to analyze the situation that Craig saw at that time to see if he could find any clues. Other people. It seems that we didn't meet any other people. They were just some guests seating in the restaurant. Oh, I remember. I seemed to see the police chief's car parked in front of the restaurant that day. When we left, the car was still there. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the hook-nosed man, and he was overjoyed. Didn't he find a clue? Does Vox contact the police chief often? Craig said without hesitation. The boss got to where he is today thanks to his father-in-law. His father-in-law was the former deputy chief of the police station. The current police chief was also an old subordinate of his father-in-law. Therefore, the boss would contact him frequently. He would also often give money to the police chief. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Undercover. After hearing what Craig said, the hook-nosed man did not continue to ask questions, but began to tap his fingers rhythmically on the table. He was not interested in Vox's bribery of the police chief. It should be unlikely that the police chief bought arms from Vox. Then why did Vox start preparing arms after meeting the police chief? It was not as if the bodyguard Craig was unaware of his relationship with the police chief. Why didn't the bodyguard know who he was meeting this time? Craig, who was sitting opposite, saw that the hook-nosed man stopped asking questions, and his heart was lifted again. Now he was very afraid that the information he provided was worthless, and whether he would be punished again. This forced him to use his subjective initiative and continue to recall his experiences in these days to see if there were any other clues. Before he could remember anything, the hook-nosed man had started asking questions again. Are you sure that only Vox and the police chief were in the box that day? Craig was stunned. He had never thought about this question. Now that the other party asked it, he could only recall the situation that day again. Soon he had an idea and said quickly, that day when Vasek and I were sitting in the hall waiting for the boss, we saw that there seemed to be two other people sitting outside, and they kept looking at the boss's box. At that time, Vasek said that the other party might have ill intentions and wanted to go over to question them. But I thought this was my territory. It's better to have less trouble than more, so I didn't go over. Now that I think about it, those two people might be bodyguards like us. You mean, there are other people in the box, right? Craig was not sure about this, so he could only hesitate and said, maybe, I'm not sure. The hook-nose smiled and said, very good, don't be nervous, you can cooperate with our investigation, we won't hurt you. If your answer satisfies me, you can go home tomorrow morning. When Craig heard this, he was ecstatic and the trembling of his body seemed to have decreased a lot. Really? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I will do my best to cooperate. The hook-nosed man smiled and nodded, and continued to ask, do you remember what those two people look like? Have you seen them somewhere else? Craig thought carefully before saying, I remember their appearance, and I should be able to recognize them if I see them again. They are not from Recife. I have never seen them in Recife. Moreover, they are definitely not from gangs. Oh, you think they are not from gangs? Why? I feel that they don't have that smell, just the smell of us. Although Craig didn't say it very clearly, the hook-nosed man understood what he meant. Then what kind of people do you think they are like? Craig shuddered, shrank his neck, and recalled carefully for a while, and then said in an uncertain tone, I feel that they are a bit like the bodyguards of those big shots. Just like the people who stood beside the mayor when he was running for election. Hearing this, the hook-nosed man's eyes condensed. It seems that this matter is not simple. Now he has deduced a lot of things from Craig's words. Obviously, this business was introduced to Vox through the police chief. And the person who bought this batch of arms is obviously a bigger figure than the police chief. However, who this person is may require further investigation. Today's harvest is not small. He looked up at Craig, who was soaking wet and shivering. He smiled and said, okay, we will stop here today. Go back and change your clothes, and have a good rest. Go back to work with Vox tomorrow. You know what we want to know, so I hope that from now on, you will carefully observe Vox's every move. If you can provide useful clues, we can give you an appropriate reward. Do you understand? Craig couldn't believe his ears. The other party was going to let him go. He looked at the hook-nosed man in disbelief and said tremblingly, Sir, are you serious? I don't have to die, right? The hook-nosed man smiled and nodded and said, I said that we are an intelligence agency directly under the Ministry of Defense, and our main job is counter-espionage. We want to track down the guy who purchased arms from Vox. Now we suspect that he wants to use this batch of arms to carry out anti-government activities. Now that we are sure that you are not involved, we will certainly not make things difficult for you. But as a Brazilian citizen, you have an obligation to help us find this dangerous person. Do you understand? Hearing the words of the hook-nosed man, Craig cursed in his heart. I believed you. You didn't say I was a Brazilian citizen just now. If I didn't tell the truth, I should have been killed by you now. However, the other party's meaning was also very clear. That is, to let himself be an undercover agent next to Vox. Monitor Vox's every move, so that they can find the person who purchased arms from Vox. As for rejecting the other party's request, Craig didn't dare to have such an idea at all. If I really dare to refuse him, I will probably become a missing person for no reason. Besides, even if I don't monitor Vox, will there be no one else monitoring him? Think about Luna, and then think about the people around Vox. Who can withstand such torture? Since I know that I can't beat him, of course I have to join him consciously. If someone asks that Vox is my uncle, won't I feel guilty for betraying him? I will definitely spit in his face. According to this logic, isn't Luna my aunt? Have you seen me being polite? Alas, women are really a disaster. If it weren't for Luna, my aunt, I wouldn't be caught, let alone tortured. I hate it when I think about it. It's not that I hate Luna, but I hate myself for not being good enough. Now Luna is a venomous snake in Craig's eyes. She looks so tempting, but the other party is very deadly. He has been scared out of his mind by Luna. When I think of Luna's appearance, it's the other party smiling at me charmingly, but holding a pistol in her hand. This is really too scary. I understand. Please rest assured, sir. I will keep a close eye on Vox and catch the spy. Craig looked flattering, and there was no trace of the viciousness that a gangster should have. Hooknose was obviously not surprised by this situation, and said with a nonchalant expression, catching spies is our job. You just need to use your eyes to observe, and your ears to listen. It's our job to take action. Do you understand? Okay, just listen and watch, no action. If I find out something, how should I inform you? Craig's self-awareness exceeded Hooknose's imagination. If he hadn't already known that this guy was just a gangster, Hooknose would have begun to suspect whether the other party wanted to spy on intelligence. He carefully examined Craig a few times to confirm that the other party did not want to know the office location of the intelligence agency personnel. He nodded, his eyes were cold, and he said casually, "If you have any findings, you can tell Miss Luna. She will find a way to inform us." Hearing that he would tell Luna the information, Craig's heart trembled. He just wanted to stay away from Luna in the future. Unexpectedly, he couldn't avoid it. The Hooknose also noticed Craig's hesitation and said in a bad tone, "Why don't you want to? We can also come to your house to find you." Craig didn't dare to let this group of killers come to his house. At that time, he would say that he would report the situation badly, so he continued the interrogation. No, please rest assured, sir, I will report all the situations to Miss Luna in time." The Hooknose did not comment and gestured to the two people behind Craig. Craig was put on a hood again and taken out. This time Craig was rarely afraid. He was a smart man. He knew that the other party was going to release him. But when the two helped him up, he found that he was a little unstable, soaked, and shivering. The most embarrassing thing was that he felt his crotch was soaked at some point. But at this time, he didn't care about it. Being able to regain his freedom was the greatest happiness for him. This time he was stuffed into a car and went around. When he opened his eyes, he was back at his doorstep. He was sitting by the window behind the main driver's seat of the car. There were two people in the car. One was responsible for driving, and the other was sitting on his right hand side, holding a black cloth hood in his hand. Both of them looked at him unkindly. He didn't think that the other party was thinking about him and sent him to his doorstep. He believed that this was a warning to him. "We know where your home is. We also know the situation at your home. Don't think of running away." You know, he has never been interrogated about his family situation. But the other party did this and drove the car directly to his doorstep. From this, it can be seen that the other party's words that he had wanted to see him for a long time were not false. Craig smiled flatteringly at the two indifferent, silent-suited men in the car, saying, Thank you for seeing me off, officers. Would you like to have a cup of coffee at my house?" Neither of them spoke, but the suited man sitting next to him reached over him and opened the door on his side. Craig understood that he was being asked to get out of the car. He could only smile flatteringly at the two and get out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, he felt something was stuffed into his pocket. He touched it with his hand, and it was a pistol. It seemed to be the pistol that he carried with him and was taken away by Luna. At this time, he felt mixed emotions when he touched the pistol again. He used to simply think that he could have a place in the gang if he had a gun and was a good shooter. But today's experience made him completely understand that having a gun was nothing special. He looked up at his home, and a sense of happiness that he had never felt before surged in his heart. It turns out that home is so warm and healing. Suppressing the involuntary trembling of his body, Craig ignored the car parked behind him and strode into his home. When he returned home, he did not disturb anyone at home. After all, it was already very late at night. If he woke up his family and was seen by them in such an embarrassing state, he would be ashamed to face others. But when he walked back to the room to take a shower and sleep, he shuddered involuntarily when he looked at the water in the bathtub. It seems that today's experience has indeed brought an indelible impact on his life. The car outside the house did not leave until it confirmed that the light in his room was on. This night, some people put down the heavy stone in their hearts and lived a very peaceful night. But some people lived a very long night and even left a psychological shadow for a lifetime. Chapter 312 Appearance. The next day, early in the morning, Vox was awakened by the piercing ring of the phone. He reached out and grabbed the phone on the bedside in a daze. "Hello. This is Vox." No one knew what was said on the phone. Vox, who was still dazed, jumped up from the bed in an instant, as if he had been electrocuted. "What? Okay, I'll be there right away." Mrs. Vox, who was beside him, got up with sleepy eyes and asked, "What's wrong so early in the morning?" After hanging up the phone, Vox did not immediately answer Mrs. Vox's question, but hung up the phone with a little nervousness. He responded casually, "It's okay, you go to sleep." Vox didn't tell Mrs. Vox many things, so Mrs. Vox got up, as if she was used to it, and said, "Then I'll go see if the children are awake." Then she got up and left. After hanging up the phone, Vox sat on the bed with cold sweat on his nose, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. After getting off the bed, you paced back and forth in the room. After turning around twice, as if you had made up your mind, you picked up the phone and made a call. "Brother Capello, have you settled the matter?" "What? Tomorrow?" "Not tomorrow. I want to see the goods by noon at the latest. I know you are in trouble. Help me. I'll pay more. $35,000. I'll send it to you now." After the call, Vox fell on the bed, as if all his strength had been drained away. He stared out the window with lifeless eyes. After a long while, two children ran into the room playfully, awakening him from his trance. After forcing himself to interact with the two children, he said to Mrs. Vox, "I won't be home for breakfast today. You can eat with the children." Mrs. Vox saw that Vox was in a bad mood and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you say it was solved last night? Have you encountered any problems again?" Vox forced a smile, gave his wife a hug, and said, "It's okay, I will solve it. You stay at home and take care of the children. I want to go out." Vox got up, washed, and put on a decent suit. When he walked to the door, the bodyguards were already waiting at the door. Seeing the people playing at the door, Vox didn't say much. Instead, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Boss. Everyone nodded and greeted the boss when they saw him coming out. The driver and bodyguard Vasek even stepped forward and complimented him. "Boss, you look so handsome today." Vox glanced at him and nodded indifferently. "Yeah." In the past, in order to show his closeness to his brothers, Vox would often joke with everyone and tell jokes. But today's attitude made Vasek instantly understand his boss's mood today. He quickly shut up and ran to his main driver's seat to sit down, ready to drive with peace of mind. Craig stood by the passenger door with a dark eye, watching everything quietly. When Vox approached, he opened the car door as usual and welcomed Vox into the car. After Vox got in the car and sat down, he gently closed the door. He took a look at Vox's house and didn't see anything special, so he got into the passenger seat. Vox, who was sitting in the car, didn't say anything. Vasek knew that the boss was in a bad mood today, so he didn't dare to ask where the boss was going. The atmosphere in the car was a little dull for a while. Vasek looked at Craig beside him, wanting him to ask the boss. But he found that Craig's state today was obviously not normal, and he looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Unable to bear this atmosphere, Vasek could only bite the bullet and cough twice. "Boss, where are we going?" Vox's face had been a little gloomy since he got in the car. After hearing what Vasek said, he looked up at the road outside the car, and then looked at Vasek. He said in a low voice, "Go to the Gladia Hotel opposite the train station." Hearing Vox finally report the name of the place, Vasek breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded quickly and said, "Okay, boss, we'll leave now." After that, he started to drive away. Craig, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, was stunned when he heard the address. Why go to this hotel so early in the morning? It turned out that he had never visited this hotel. But he could also see that Vox was in a bad mood and would not go to touch this bad luck. As long as he got to the place, he would know it clearly. There was no conversation along the way. After about half an hour's drive, the convoy arrived at the Gladia Hotel opposite the train station. This is a 5-story luxury hotel. The convoy of 3 cars was still very conspicuous when parked at the door of the hotel. After all, in this era, those who can be accompanied by a convoy must be big shots. Just when the doorman wanted to go forward and open the car door, a group of ferocious gangsters pushed the door and got out of the car. The guests at the door of the hotel were shocked and hurriedly dodged to avoid a conflict with each other. Craig waited until the people in the front and rear cars got out of the car and there were no people around. Then he pushed open the passenger door and got out of the car and took a look at the surrounding environment. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he opened the back door and let Vox get out of the car. Just looking at this pomp, you can tell that there is definitely a gangster boss coming. As for whether this pump has any actual combat power, it is hard to say. But as the largest gang in Recife, it is impossible for Vox to keep a low profile. He looked at the fearful crowd around him, and then looked at the younger brothers around him. Vox thought about what he had done today, and said to everyone, "Craig and Vasek, follow me up. The others wait outside." The younger brothers around him shouted in unison, "Yes, boss." Craig and Vasek looked at each other. Vasek's mouth curled up, and he seemed very happy that he could be trusted by the boss. Craig's heart moved slightly. Vox ignored everyone's thoughts and got up and walked into the hotel lobby. He grabbed a waiter and said, "Take me to your restaurant on the second floor." The waiter trembled with fear, nodded repeatedly, and walked in front to lead the way. In fact, the restaurant on the second floor is easy to find because there is a large staircase about 3 meters wide facing the hotel door. After going up the stairs to the second floor, there is a restaurant like a banquet hall on the right. It is breakfast time now, and there are a few diners sitting in the restaurant, enjoying breakfast inside. Vox looked around the restaurant and said to the waiter, "Which table is A19? The waiter quickly raised his hand and pointed to a table near the window. Vox followed the waiter's finger and saw a middle-aged white bald man in his 30s sitting at the table. The man was wearing a linen suit and holding a cup of coffee, motioning to this side. Nodding to the bald man, Vox walked directly towards him. Vasek and Craig followed closely behind him. Seeing that the few people no longer paid attention to him, the waiter breathed a sigh of relief and turned away quickly, as if he was afraid of being caught again. As the few people approached, Craig saw the man's appearance clearly and his eyes froze. He was very sure that this man was the one he was forced to remember last night, one of the bodyguards who was waiting outside the box like them. If it weren't for the torture he suffered last night, he might not be able to remember who the other person was. But now it is unlikely that he doesn't know the other person. When he was 2 tables away from the other person, Vox pointed to a table next to him. Vasek and Craig hurriedly stopped, knowing that they were to wait here. This was a routine operation, and they would not have any objections. Vasek was even more excited. As soon as he sat down, he stretched out his hand to call the waiter to start ordering. Craig carefully observed the people in the restaurant. He was not considering Vox's safety. What he was concerned about now was whether the other party came alone or had other accomplices. He had to figure it out. Otherwise, when the intelligence agency came to him again, he could not give an accurate answer, and he was worried that he would be tortured again. However, he had not received professional training, and his movements were too amateurish. If there were professionals on the scene, he would not have had the opportunity to observe any abnormalities. Of course, others would not find anything abnormal about him. As a bodyguard, it was his duty to observe whether the surroundings were safe. Just as Craig was looking around, Vox had already sat opposite the bald man. "Hello, Mr. Vox, my boss. Let me say hello to you on his behalf," the bald man said to Vox while stirring the coffee cup with a silver spoon. The tone sounded very respectful, but that casual action didn't seem very respectful. He didn't even stand up to greet him, let alone stand up to shake hands and introduce himself. But Vox obviously didn't care about these details. Instead, he turned around and looked around and found that no one was paying attention to this side. So he lowered his voice and said, "Sir, please tell your boss. This incident was an accident, and the goods are now detained by the Navy. I definitely didn't do anything." After hearing what Vox said, the bald man let out a sneer of disdain at the corner of his mouth, picked up the coffee in his hand, and took a sip. It seemed that it was still not sweet enough, so he added another piece of sugar and continued to stir it. While stirring, he looked up at Vox, who was nervous, and said in a calm tone, "Do you think that, if this was not an accident, you can still sit in front of me alive?" Hearing the other party's indifferent tone, the words he said made Vox's hair stand on end. He was also mixed in the underworld, and he had long been accustomed to fighting and killing, and his hands were stained with a lot of blood. But among all the people he met, no one could sit there and talk about life and death so calmly. The other party's attitude made him understand that life and death were as casual as commonplace in front of him. Fortunately, the other party made it clear that he knew that this incident was an accident. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. Please help reply to your boss. I'm already reorganizing the source of goods, and I will definitely transport the goods to the agreed location as soon as possible. The bald man was quite satisfied with Vox's performance and nodded and said, "Oh. So when do you mean, as soon as possible?" "Tomorrow. It can be shipped tomorrow," Vox replied hurriedly. "That's not right. As far as I know, your people just arrived in Rio de Janeiro last night, and they should still be purchasing new arms now, right? Do you know the consequences of deceiving us?" The bald man stopped stirring the coffee in his hand, stared at Vox with cold eyes, and said unceremoniously. Hearing the bald man's words, Vox also broke out in a cold sweat. It seems that his actions here have not been concealed from the other party at all. Perhaps this is a reason why I can continue to live, sit here, and communicate with each other. Chapter 313 Traveling Together. At this time, Vox had to feel lucky for his foresight. Please rest assured, our purchase in Rio is just a layer of insurance. We have already come to Recife to get the real goods. Tomorrow, we will be able to ship and set off early tomorrow morning. The bald man heard what Vox said, looked at Vox up and down with interest, and then said, "I didn't expect Mr. Vox to have such strength. Very good. I will reply to the boss as you said. I hope we can still deliver the goods smoothly within the agreed time. Otherwise, I don't think Mr. Vox would want to try and anger our boss, right?" Today's situation was really beyond Vox's expectations. The other party didn't seem to be an unreasonable person. This is good. At least I don't have to worry about whether I will be suddenly killed by someone. Thank you so much, sir. Please say a few good words to the boss when the time comes. As he said, he took out an envelope from his pocket and put it on the dining table and pushed it in front of the bald man without a sound. The bald man looked at the envelope on the table, estimated the thickness of the envelope, and then used his fingers to open a corner of the envelope. He found that there were US dollars inside, not cruzeiros. He nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Vox is a smart man. Our boss likes to cooperate with smart people the most." Although this incident was an accident, as far as we know, it was also caused by the stupidity of your delivery staff. I hope this kind of thing will not happen again this time, understand? Noticing the smile on the bald man's mouth, Vox also smiled slightly. It's good for the other party to accept the money. The person who accepts the money is the easiest to deal with. Yes. Please rest assured. I will deliver the goods in person this time, and I guarantee that the goods will be delivered to your destination on time with guaranteed quality and quantity. The bald man casually put the envelope on the table into his trouser pocket, picked up the coffee on the table, and took a sip, and then said slowly, "Very good. With Mr. Vox delivering the goods in person, I believe it must be foolproof. This time I will be responsible for escorting the ship and confirming the delivery. When the fleet sets out tomorrow, Mr. Vox, remember to arrange someone to pick me up." Vox was stunned when he heard the bald man's words. He didn't know the other party's specific identity, but he was able to come on behalf of the owner to inquire about the goods, and he was obviously someone the boss was close to and trusted. I didn't expect that the other party would be responsible for escorting the goods in person this time. It seems that this boss really cares about this batch of goods. No problem. I haven't asked yet. What should I call you, sir? I don't know if it's because of the money. Vox felt that the bald man's attitude was obviously much better than when they just met. This made him slowly relax. The bald man smiled casually and said, "Davis Berry, you can call me Davis. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation this time." Vox also stood up and stretched out his hand happily, saying, "Nice to meet you." The bald man also smiled and stood up and shook hands with Vox. Craig, who was sitting not far away, saw this and knew that Vox had reached an agreement with the other party. This was beyond his expectation. He didn't expect that such a large batch of goods was seized, and the other party was so easy to talk to and let Vox go easily. Is this big shot so easy to talk to? Or is it that in fact, this batch of goods is not that important to the big shot? Craig obviously hasn't received the news that Vox found the garrison to find a new source of goods last night. So it is normal to have such an idea. Two people who meet for the first time obviously don't have so many topics to discuss. When the two shook hands with each other and officially met, Vox directly said that he would hurry up to prepare the goods. He resigned from the other party. The bald man Davis did not try to retain him. The two did not discuss where the new arms came from. Even if Davis asked, Vox would not answer. This was his new arms channel, so of course he had to control it in his own hands, and could not allow others to get involved. Seeing Vox coming over, Craig knew that he was leaving, and stood up quickly. Vasek on the opposite side was still struggling with the breakfast that had just been served. Seeing Craig stand up, he was stunned. Turning around and seeing his boss coming over, he couldn't help but sigh and stuffed a large piece of bread on the table directly into his mouth. He followed Vox out of the restaurant. When he reached the door of the restaurant, Vasek ran up very attentively and opened the door of the restaurant, allowing Vox to walk out first. Just as Vox walked out of the restaurant, Craig, who had been standing behind Vox, noticed that there was an Asian man reading a newspaper across the restaurant, who looked up and glanced over here casually. If it was before last night, Craig would not have thought there was anything wrong with this situation. But after what happened last night, Craig felt that his nerves had become very sensitive. When he saw that casual look, he always felt that something was not normal, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Of course, even if he found anything abnormal, he would not report it to Vox. After all, the person who would pay attention to Vox's situation at this time might be an agent of the Intelligence Bureau. The group left the hotel without stopping. Vasek could clearly feel that the mood of the boss Vox seemed to have improved, and his driving posture was relaxed. At this time, in the Fernando de Noronha Islands, a ship escorting prisoners docked at the dock again. This made the residents of the island very curious. After all, there had been no new prisoners on the island for more than 2 years. Those Japanese were not sent to the island by the police ship, but seemed to have taken the initiative to land on the island. There were more than 50 prisoners on the island this time, with different skin colors. The police in charge of escorting them drove these newcomers off the ship very roughly, and then drove away without looking back. As for handover, there was no such thing, because this was exile, not imprisonment. There were no police staff on the island at all. The police in charge of the escort were merciful, because they did not drive the prisoners directly into the sea. The handcuffs and shackles of the prisoners had been removed before they got off the boat. This made some prisoners very excited. After all, they were free again. Several tall and strong prisoners began to move their hands and feet, looking like they were ready to do something big. Even some prisoners who looked thinner seemed very happy. After all, being on this island is much more comfortable than being in a small cage in a prison. But everyone soon found that something was wrong. The ship that transported them had just left the dock less than 100 meters away. Many malicious figures appeared around the dock, and their number was several times this. After all, they were all sensible people who had worked hard in various prisons. When they saw this posture, they didn't understand what was going on. Those who knew what was going on dropped their luggage and squatted down with their heads in their hands. Some people chose to jump directly into the sea to avoid being attacked. Of course, there were also some masters who were proud of their skills and bravely rushed towards the crowd. As for uniting to deal with it together, that was impossible. Everyone was just a prisoner, not a well-trained army. Moreover, everyone came from different places and was unfamiliar with each other. It was impossible to organize an effective defense, and they were all overwhelmed by a charge. The masters who bravely fought back were also knocked to the ground by the huge crowd. These islanders were like a group of hyenas, teaching the newcomers who had just arrived on the island a good lesson. After the crowd left with their own gains, only the mess and helpless newcomers were left. Everyone was cleaning up the mess on the dock, cursing, and some people looked at the direction of the island with sinister eyes. More people were quietly cleaning up the mess, hoping to find some items that could still be used normally. Some people seemed to have made up their minds, walked directly into the island with empty hands. Slowly, there was the first one, and then the second one, and everyone followed, walking into the exile island along a path trampled by people. What kind of life will be waiting for them next depends on their respective fates. In a room on the 4th floor of the Glacier Hotel, an Asian man in a suit was reporting to another Asian man. Team leader, there is something fishy about the man who met Davis Berry in the restaurant today. The man who was listening to the report was Kodazu, the team leader of Fang Lang Group's investigation department, who was assigned by Zhangze to investigate the whereabouts of another bodyguard of Credo Eddie. You also noticed that there were other intelligence personnel at the scene, right? After hearing his subordinate's question, Kodazu smiled and nodded. Yes, at least 2 tables of guests in the restaurant at that time were not ordinary guests. I can smell the same kind of breath from them. But they seem to have followed this gangster. He pointed to a photo on the table. The photo on the table was Vox, and the background of the photo was taken in the restaurant. As for when it was taken, it is unknown. Yes, they are now targeting Davis Barry, and we have to be extra careful in our next actions. I suspect they are from the Brazilian Intelligence Agency. Kodazu looked at the 2 photos on the table with a serious expression. Team leader, are you saying that the Brazilian Intelligence Agency is monitoring this gangster? But what big things can a gangster do? Haha. Who said that gangsters can't do big things? Have you forgotten how many of our opponents in Shanghai are gangsters? Besides, since this Davis Berry can make a special trip from Rio de Janeiro to Recife to meet this gangster, it means that this gangster must have something special. Otherwise, the Brazilian Intelligence Agency would not have targeted him. Then what should we do now? Since the Brazilian Intelligence Agency has discovered Davis Barry, they will definitely investigate him. Sooner or later, we will run into this gang. Kodazu heard his subordinate's concerns and smiled and said, don't worry, this is a good thing. The Brazilian Intelligence Agency does not belong to the Ministry of Justice, and they will not give face to the Eddy family. Since they are now investigating Davis Barry, it means that this family has also done some shady things in Recife. This is perfect. We have now made it clear that the Eddy family is our enemy. There is nothing wrong in giving them another enemy. As for the purpose of our investigation, it has actually been achieved. The most important task now is to collect evidence of the Eddy family's crimes. Now someone is doing it for us. Aren't we relieved? After they find out the results of the investigation, we will find a way to get them. Kodazu's idea is very clear. After all, this is the home ground of the Brazilian Intelligence Agency. It will definitely be easier for them to investigate than for himself. Why not just wait for the harvest? Chapter 314, Intelligence Section 2 Investigation Progress. Hearing Kodazu's thoughts, the subordinates couldn't help but reveal a treacherous smile. With their means, it is actually very simple to steal these evidences from the hands of the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau without being noticed. After all, in their eyes, these agents of the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau are inexperienced and their methods are still a bit immature. Then do we need to report the situation here to the minister? Of course, this is a situation where we may have a confrontation with the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau. How can we not report it to the higher-ups? Even if the other party is a novice, they are also the intelligence department of a country. If we are not careful, we may fail here. We must be confident, but not arrogant, understand? Yes, sir. After hearing Kodazu's words, the subordinates stood at attention and saluted solemnly to show that they understood. There is no room for any negligence in the intelligence battlefield. If you are not careful, you may capsize in the ditch. You must fight like a lion against a rabbit and use all your strength in everything you do. This is the bloody lesson they have learned over the years. Soon, Fang Lang, who was far away in Natal, received the information. When he saw Recife, the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau, and the gangsters, Fang Lang vaguely understood what was going on. He couldn't help but laugh. This was quite interesting. The flood had flushed the Dragon King Temple. He picked up the phone on the table. Lieutenant Surio Riki, come to my office. Yes, General. Soon, Lieutenant Surio Riki, the Chief Intelligence Officer of the Aircraft Carrier Fleet and the head of the second section of the Logistics Department, rushed to Fang Lang's office. Fang Lang didn't waste time talking to the other party and asked directly, how is the investigation of the arms smuggling case going? Lieutenant Surio Riki stood at attention and saluted. General, our personnel have launched a full-scale monitoring of this gangster named Vox. Last night, he contacted a major staff officer of the Recife Guard Regiment through his father-in-law. He borrowed a battalion's equipment from the Guard Regiment and pulled it out of the barracks at noon today. Looking at the serious Lieutenant Surio Riki, Fang Lang smiled and stood up from behind the desk, walked to a brand new tea table in the reception area and sat down, pointed to the opposite side of himself, and motioned Lieutenant Shiryoraki to sit down and said, "Come on, sit down and talk. You just said borrow? This Rosyth Garrison Regiment's equipment can also be lent to arms dealers to sell outside?" This tea table was newly purchased by Fang Lang after he drank kung fu tea with the Minister of the Air Force at home last time. Now, whenever someone comes to Fang Lang's office to discuss something, Fang Lang will guide everyone to sit at the tea table to spread the Chinese tea culture. Lieutenant Shiryoraki also understood Fang Lang's new habit, so he sat directly opposite Fang Lang without being polite. "Yes, General. According to our investigation from the Garrison Regiment, this Vox will purchase a battalion of American equipment from Rio de Janeiro and return it to the Garrison Regiment. Officers at all levels of the Garrison Regiment can get thousands of dollars in benefits from this transaction." Lieutenant Shiryoraki said the latest investigation results with sarcasm. This was beyond Fang Lang's expectation, and he couldn't help but smile and said, "Hey, who came up with this idea? He's really a genius." It's not certain who came up with the idea. What we found out is that this gangster named Vox visited the major staff officer named Staffan Capello last night. That night, the staff officers started to move around and facilitated the deal. The Commander-in-Chief of Staff of the Garrison Regiment both received a benefit fee of $8,000, and they were able to replace a battalion with all American equipment. They did not refuse. Fang Lang listened to Shiryoraki's report as if he was listening to a story. He smiled and said, "It's a pity for such talents not to do business. It seems that the first batch of equipment of the Garrison Regiment is going to be sent to the island. Aren't they afraid that someone will use this batch of equipment to do something bad and find out about them?" Lieutenant Shiryoraki was very calm, as if he was not surprised, and said, "It's okay if they have the money to collect it. They don't care about these things. As long as they can pass the inspection, the Army Department will not care about such things." Hearing this, Fang Lang smiled and shook his head and began to add charcoal to the small red clay stove. Since this tea table was placed in the office, the charcoal fire in the small red clay stove has never been extinguished. Fang Lang was also worried that burning charcoal in the office would cause carbon monoxide poisoning, so he installed a ventilation fan in the office. Haha. It doesn't matter. Have the people who were arranged to go to the island for investigation gone up? Yes, a boat of prisoners was arranged to go to the island today. 2 of them are our intelligence officers. I believe that news will be sent back soon. Very good, but the speed at which this guy named Vox raised arms exceeded our plan. Once the arms are on the island, you must let your people pay attention to safety. With weapons in hand, the murderous intention arises. These Japanese purchased so many arms, not for fun. Fang Lang arranged the tea sets on the tea table while advising Shiryoraki. Of course, Shiryoraki also understood the danger of this investigation, so he nodded seriously and said, "General, please rest assured. We have made all preparations. If a riot really occurs, we will arrange for the evacuation of personnel as soon as possible." After rinsing all the tea sets with boiling water in the teapot, Fang Lang poured the tea leaves into a covered bowl. He used boiling water again to wash the tea and brew it in a set of movements. Shiryoraki was refreshed and amazed. When Fang Lang handed a cup of tea to him, Shiryoraki quickly took it with both hands and thanked him repeatedly. Fang Lang smiled and made a gesture to invite tea. Shiryoraki was not polite and quickly picked up the teacup and took a sip. A fragrance rushed straight into his nose. It made him feel refreshed. Now everyone in the fleet knows that Fleet Commander Fang Lang likes to drink tea, and everyone is proud to be able to drink a cup of tea from Commander Fang. Therefore, Shiryoraki is still very honored for himself, a small lieutenant, to be able to receive this honor. "Anything new?" Fang Lang took a sip and said calmly, "Yes, General. This morning, the target went to the Gradia Hotel in Rosyth and met a bald man who was suspected to be an arms buyer. According to the hotel check-in information, the bald man's name is Davis Barry. He just checked in this morning and his room is 504 on the 5th floor. However, we are still investigating the identity of this man." Hearing what Shiryoraki said, Fang Lang smiled slightly and said to himself, "It is true." But at this moment, Fang Lang was a little hesitant in his heart whether to inform Riki of the investigation of Fang Yuan Group's investigation department. After all, although Riki is now working in the second section of his logistics department, they actually belong to the naval branch of the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau. Normally, they must report the situation in natal to the Intelligence Bureau on a regular basis. Will the Intelligence Bureau be alert because of the existence of the investigation department of Fang Yuan Group? Although Blackwell of his Intelligence Bureau is his friend, Fang Lang does not dare to take this risk. But now that the relationship between the Eddy family and the arms smuggling case is known, the second section of the logistics department will definitely find out that the Eddy family is the cause of the problem. Originally, Fang Lang only wanted to watch the fire from the other side of the river and let the Japanese kill themselves. In the end, he came out to clean up the mess, earn some military merits, and add some practical experience to the Marine Corps. But he didn't expect that this matter would involve his enemy, the Eddy family. If he didn't take this opportunity to eradicate some of the wings of the Eddy family, it would be a shame for Fang Lang himself. For a political family like the Eddy family, although Fang Lang has the opportunity to eradicate all the family members, the political influence they have will cause Fang Lang a huge trouble, even directly creating a huge political enemy for himself. This is what Fang Lang doesn't want to see. The only way is to find a way to ruin the reputation of the Eddy family first, so that his political allies will abandon them on their own initiative. Then, no matter how Fang Lang wants to control the Eddy family, he will not suffer any backlash. And this arms smuggling case involves the Eddy family, which will inevitably damage the reputation of the Eddy family. It may not make the Eddy family become alienated, but it will definitely weaken the political influence of the Eddy family by 30 to 40%. If the Japanese can do more, it may be possible to weaken the political influence of the Eddy family by 60 to 70%. It is obviously difficult to achieve this by relying on the Fang Yuan Group investigation department. However, the background of the Brazilian intelligence agency has a natural advantage in investigating and handling this matter. After thinking again and again, Fang Lang added tea to Riki and said, "Lieutenant Riki, do you know that I was attacked in Sao Paulo?" Fang Lang's topic change was too sudden, and Riki did not react for a while. But this matter is known to all the officers and soldiers of the entire aircraft carrier fleet, and they are very indignant. The attack on the fleet's supreme commander is simply a slap in the face of all the officers and soldiers of the fleet. Although Fang Lang did not make any comments on this matter after returning, the officers and soldiers of the entire fleet are very dissatisfied with the government's delay in investigating the real culprit behind the scenes. Riki knew that the Sao Paulo intelligence station of the Brazilian intelligence agency had participated in the investigation. However, the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice appointed by the president deprived them of the right to investigate. However, the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice, which had just taken over the investigation, had the most important murderer killed. This matter was full of conspiracy in the eyes of both the Brazilian intelligence agency and Riki. Fang Lang suddenly mentioned his assassination today. Did he want him to be responsible for investigating this matter? Riki was full of doubts, but he quickly denied this speculation. After all, the topic the two people were talking about before was the arms smuggling case. It was obvious that General Fang suddenly mentioned his assassination for a reason, but he really couldn't think of any connection between the two cases. In fact, in Riki's heart, he really hoped that he would have the opportunity to participate in the investigation of this case. After all, although he is still the station chief of the naval branch of the intelligence agency, since he moved his work location to the second section of the Fleet Logistics Department, both he and the soldiers of the intelligence station felt a strong sense of belonging to the Fleet Logistics Section too. First, because of the good welfare benefits. Second, the working style and atmosphere of the fleet are very different from those of the Intelligence Bureau. There are no more intrigues and corruption. This gave Riki hope, and he would never allow anyone to harm the soul of the fleet. So, he said without hesitation, "Yes, General. This matter is a great shame for our entire fleet. If the General trusts the ability of our Logistics Section 2, we will definitely do our best to investigate the real culprit behind the scenes and bring him to justice." Chapter 315 Standing on the Side. Fang Lang looked at the somewhat excited Sirioruki, smiled and said nothing more. Instead, he raised his hand to signal him to drink tea. He was very satisfied with the other party's statement and was very pleased that the other party claimed to be from the second section of the Logistics Department, not the natal station of the Investigation Bureau. Because, in fact, this is a kind of team between the two teams of the Intelligence Bureau and the fleet. He chose to stand on the side of the fleet. This made Fang Lang very happy. His efforts were not in vain. This intelligence force can really be used by him. Seeing Sirioruki picked up the teacup in his hand and drank it in one gulp. After Fang Lang continued to refill his cup, he also refilled a cup for himself. Then he slowly said, "Since you think you are a soldier of the second section of the Logistics Department of my fleet, then we are our own people. Some things I can also tell you directly." This sentence, "we are our own people," is regarded as a complete acceptance of Sirioruki's surrender. Sirioruki was very excited. After all, there were some forced reasons for him to move to the fleet to work. After such a long period of running in, they have completely integrated into the big family of the fleet. However, their identity as the natal branch of the Brazilian intelligence agency has always separated them from the fleet. This made Sirioruki and the soldiers feel a little awkward. Fang Lang's words today were considered to have completely accepted them. Sirioruki felt that he was first a member of the second section of the Fleet Logistics Department, and then a member of the natal branch of the Brazilian Intelligence Agency. These were two completely different concepts from the original, and there was a sense of changing flags. In order to express his attitude more clearly, Sirioruki stood up and saluted Fang Lang solemnly. "Sirioruki, Chief of the second section of the Logistics Department of the Rio de Janeiro Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, reports to His Excellency the General." Fang Lang understood what Sirioruki meant and stood up and returned the salute to Sirioruki before motioning him to sit down. The two confirmed their new relationship through a simple military salute. After Sirioruki sat down again, Fang Lang took a sip of tea and said to Sirioruki, "In fact, I have found the mastermind behind my assassination." Hearing Fang Lang's words, Sirioruki's heart was shocked. The investigation team of the Ministry of Justice has not yet given a specific investigation result, and Fang Lang already knows the real mastermind behind the scenes. It seems that the power of this mastermind behind the scenes is not small, otherwise there would be no sound. But since Fang Lang already knows who the mastermind behind the scenes is, Sirioruki, who has just chosen to stand on the team, must of course express his attitude. So, he stood up and saluted without hesitation. "General, no matter who this mastermind behind the scenes is, please tell me the other party's name. I will personally organize people to carry out the task of eliminating him." Seeing the other party's statement, Fang Lang believed that the other party was definitely not joking. But Fang Lang did not need the other party to perform such a task for him. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the other party should be patient and sit down to continue talking. After pouring another cup of tea and placing it in front of Sirioruki, Fang Lang smiled and said, "The enemy that has been exposed is not terrible. In fact, I have never had any conflicts with the other party, and I don't quite understand why the other party wants to attack me. So, I asked some people to help me investigate the real reason why the other party attacked me. Although the reason has not been investigated yet, they met you during the investigation." Sirioruki was shocked when he heard this. His eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief, "General, you mean the man named Davis Barry?" It must be said that Sirioruki is indeed a person suitable for intelligence work. Fang Lang just said this sentence, and he reacted immediately. In fact, what shocked Sirioruki was far more than that. He was a smart man. Fang Lang found another person to investigate this guy named Davis Berry, and his people just discovered him today. And the person in charge of investigating this person has already discovered his investigators. But his own investigators did not notice anything at all. What does this show? It shows that the other party is more elite than himself, better hidden, and has stronger investigation ability. It seems that I have to learn from him when I have a chance in the future. Fang Lang was not surprised by Sirioruki's reaction. He smiled and continued, "The reason why I know the mastermind is actually very simple. The framed Sao Paulo police chief is my friend. When he was transferred to the detention room of the Ministry of Justice, he remembered the identity of the bearded man who organized the gang to kill me. The other party was one of the bodyguards of the former Brazilian Deputy Minister of Justice, Crecedi, and the Deputy Minister died in the incident of the Japanese mob besieging the presidential palace. Before his death, the bearded man was the bodyguard of Raymond Eddy, the second son of the Deputy Minister. This Davis Berry is a colleague of the bearded man. After Sirio Raki heard Fang Lang's words, his brows were furrowed. As a rear admiral, Fang Lang was able to explain the course of events to his subordinate, which was a great respect for him. His first reaction after hearing about this relationship was not to be afraid of how powerful this Deputy Minister of Justice was. Instead, he was thinking about why the other party sent a batch of arms to the island near Natal. What is the purpose of doing this? Could it be some conspiracy against General Fang? After all, that was a whole battalion's worth of equipment. Would the other party want to train these people and then sneak into Natal to launch another attack like that? If that was the case, Fang Lang would send this evil family to hell without giving any orders. General, the ultimate goal of these bastards sending so much munitions to the island is not you, right? Fang Lang was also stunned after hearing this. He really hadn't considered this possibility. But is there such a possibility? Of course there is such a possibility. After all, training on this small island far away from the mainland will not attract attention. And it is not easy for the Japanese to attack themselves and find any connection with the Eddy family. If it weren't for this aircraft carrier training, which happened to encounter this arms smuggling, who would have thought that the Eddy family was involved? This requires your investigation. Now that you have found this Davis Berry, I will leave the rest of the investigation to you. What do you think? Do you have the confidence to bring him to justice? By the way, help me find out the real reason why they attacked me. When Sirio Raki heard Fang Lang's order, he felt a great sense of responsibility, but also felt very honored. He stood up and saluted, saying, "Please rest assured, General, our 2nd Logistics Department will investigate this matter thoroughly. Bring this damned mastermind to justice and make them pay a heavy price for what they have done." Fang Lang saw that Sirio Raki was full of passion, smiled and nodded, saying, "Very good, but be careful when investigating, and don't alarm the other party. In addition, I hope that all the evidence in this case must be complete. After all, the other party is very powerful in the Ministry of Justice. Don't let others take advantage of it. Do you understand?" "Yes, General." After watching Sirio Raki leave, Fang Lang bought himself a cup of tea and continued to think about whether there was any way to expand the influence of this matter. Now Fang Lang has confirmed that the Eddy family is directly related to this arms smuggling case, but there is no substantial evidence. After all, the only one who can link this case to the Eddy family is Davis Berry. If the Eddy family is aware of the risk in advance, they will definitely find a way to silence Davis Berry. By then, there would be no direct evidence to prove that the Eddy family was related to the arms deal. Fang Lang had to continue to fall into deep thought. Soon, the ringing of the office phone woke Fang Lang up from his deep thought. "Hello. This is Fang Lang. Haha. It's Mr. Anderson. Hello. Hello. Oh. Is the TV station going to start broadcasting? Haha. Okay. I will definitely come and see." After hanging up the phone, Fang Lang was overjoyed. He had just been thinking about expanding the influence of the matter. Now there is a way to come to the door, right? He has a media group in his hand. He didn't use this card in his hand much before. But now with the establishment of the TV station, the influence of the media group will expand to an unparalleled level. People who read newspapers in Brazil may all be social elites, because everyone must first be literate, and secondly, they must be able to buy newspapers. But television is different. Television can spread news to people's eyes and ears in real time through pictures and sounds. Whether you can read or not, you can clearly understand what happened. You can even spread some subjective opinions to people through the host's words. Although not many people can afford TV sets now, I can promote TV sets for free in some public places. This way, even if it is just for fun, it will attract a large number of people together. When the time comes, the TV news will report the arms smuggling case, and all the evidence will be put on the table, with a little guidance from the host. Even if there is no direct evidence to prove that the Eddy family is involved in the arms smuggling, the public will not believe that this case has nothing to do with the Eddy family. At that time, the Eddy family will not be able to deny it. Smart politicians should make a choice quickly. At a fishing village pier far away from the city in Recife, Vox and Davis Berry were leaning on a car parked by the pier and smoking. In Recife in June, the sea breeze was a little chilly. Davis Berry, who had been here blowing the sea breeze for almost half an hour, said impatiently, "Mr. Vox, you asked me to come over to check the situation of the goods. Look at the sky, the sun is about to set. Your goods haven't arrived yet. You are not trying to play a trick on me." Vox looked up at the sun with a hint of red clouds on the horizon, then raised his hand to look at the watch on his hand, smiled and said to Davis Berry, "Please rest assured, Mr. Davis. Our goods have been dispatched now. However, it is still quite dangerous to pass through the city for such a large quantity of arms. Therefore, the convoy may have taken a detour. Let's wait patiently." Davis Berry glared at Vox angrily and said, "The police chiefs in Recife are all our own people. What do we have to be afraid of? Can't we just let the trucks take the shortest route? Are you still afraid that someone will dare to check your goods? Are you doing so badly in Recife?" Chapter 316 Test. Vox looked at the arrogant and unscrupulous bald man in front of him, and his heart skipped a beat. This kind of personality that is arrogant when successful is very unpleasant. In his career as a gangster over the years, he has also met two such guys. Although both of them were in the limelight for a while, their final endings were not very good. The last time he met his boss, he also felt that the other party was a little too strong and did things without scruples. But thinking about the person that the police chief had to flatter, Vox didn't think there was anything wrong. But the guy in front of him was just a subordinate, and he dared to be so arrogant, which was not a good imagination. It seems that this matter is over, and we have to stay away from them. If I had known this situation earlier, I would not have taken this business. Originally, looking at the face of the police chief, plus the huge amount of this business, I could make a lot of money, so I gritted my teeth and took it. But with a ship of goods being checked, I have now filled all the profits in order to fill this hole. In the end, I guess I'm just helping out voluntarily. But helping is helping. If you get yourself into trouble, it will be more trouble than gain. I hope everything goes well. Vox prayed silently in his heart, but his face was full of smiles and he said, "Mr. Davis, the police chief is my friend. Even if my goods have problems in the city, we can get them out. But won't this delay time? In addition, we are friends with the police chief, so we should reduce some unnecessary troubles for our friends, right? This time, because of our mistakes, we have caused you and your boss a lot of trouble. So now I will be extra careful. I hope Mr. Davis can understand." Maybe Vox's attitude of admitting mistakes is really good, and every word he said is reasonable. Davis Brazil finally suppressed his anger and said to Vox, "I hope you really won't have any problems this time. I'll wait for you in the car. Call me when the goods arrive." After that, he turned around, opened the car door, and got in the car to rest. "Okay, then Mr. Davis, please take a rest. I'll ask someone to urge them and notify you as soon as they arrive," Vox said humbly. After the other party closed the car door, Vox walked forward a few steps and came to another car. He saw several subordinates he trusted hiding in the leeward place smoking out of boredom. "Gerard, you go forward to meet the delivery team. When you see them, you must explain clearly to them and try to delay driving to the dock until dark." When Gerard, who had a black afro, heard Vox's order, he immediately had a black question mark face and looked at Vox puzzledly and said, "Boss, why? It will be difficult to inspect the goods after dark." Hearing Gerard's words, Vox was so angry that he kicked him in the ass. "You do whatever I tell you to do. Don't I know it's difficult to inspect the goods after dark? I have already inspected the goods in the afternoon and there is no problem. Now it's the buyer's turn to inspect the goods. While let others inspect it so clearly. Get out of here." When everyone heard what the boss said, they didn't understand what it meant. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. The black man with the afro Gerard also laughed and said, "Boss, if you had said that earlier, wouldn't I have understood it? Don't worry, the goods will definitely not arrive before dark. Otherwise, I will rearrange them and put the good goods outside for the convenience of the bald man to check. Vox waved his hand and said, "You don't have to do this. I have already arranged it. Go." In fact, Vox did this helplessly. When the garrison regiment's ammunition was pulled to his warehouse at noon, he went to check it. The condition of these equipment was indeed not ideal. The rifling of some rifles was almost worn out, and some of them were almost rusted. I don't know if this is a current situation of the garrison regiment's equipment, or if these are all scraps that the garrison regiment has collected from some abandoned warehouse. But now that Vox has blown his own cowhide, there is no way to return the goods. He can only bite the bullet and accept these equipment and thank Major Staff and Capello for sending the equipment. After the other party left, he could only find some relatively high quality American equipment from his warehouse and reorganize and load them, and put his equipment in a more conspicuous place and mark it. Instruct the younger brother in charge of transportation to recognize these marks, and when others want to inspect the goods, take out these high quality goods for inspection. After the explosive head Jared left, Craig looked at Vox, who was in a bad mood. He said to Vox calmly, "Boss, who is this bold guy? He looks very arrogant. How dare he order you around? Do you need me to bring a few brothers to put a sack on him and beat him up?" Vox looked at Craig with some surprise. After all, in his impression, his nephew has been with him for so long that he has been used to talking less. Although he looks very calm, in fact, this kid has grown up under his care. He is simply a reckless man who does things without thinking. Otherwise he would not have been allowed to follow him as a bodyguard every day. The reason why he looks calm is that he has given him a death order to watch more, do more, and talk less when he is with him. If he speaks more than 10 sentences a day, he will send him home. But in fact, this guy only watched more and talked less. As for doing more, it was impossible for him to do more. He would just endure things and wait for others to take the initiative to do them, and then he would just do superficial work. But after all, he was his nephew, so Vox would not doubt that there was anything wrong with Craig. The question he raised now obviously showed that he felt that he was not respected and was not happy. He smiled and said, "Don't mess around, kid. This bald guy is the confidant of the cargo owner, and the cargo owner is a big shot. We can't afford to offend him. After this business is over, we probably won't have a chance to see him again. Everyone, please be patient." When Vasek heard what Craig said, he saw that after hearing what Craig said, Vox smiled, as if he had grasped the trick of flattery. He also said, "Boss, this bald guy is just an errand boy. How dare he disrespect you like this? Even if he is a confidant of a big shot, it's nothing great. After the business is over, I will find an opportunity to take people to kill him, and I guarantee that no one will suspect us." Hearing the words of his two bodyguards, Vox glared at them and looked at the car, where Davis Berry was vigilantly. Seeing that the other party did not get out of the car, he should not hear what was said here, so he breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his voice and said, "Fuck, you two bastards, don't drag me with you if you want to die. The boss of others is a figure that even the chief of the Westfield Police Department has to curry favor with him. Can we offend him? You still killed others with your skills. It's not that I'll look down on you. I guess you two are no match for others, even if you are tied together." Craig heard what Vox said and thought, so what? Now it's not us who want to drag you to die together, but you have already jumped into the coffin. All of us have been targeted because of your business. The other party must have been targeted. If he wants to save his life now, he must find a way to find the big boss behind the scenes. If he can find this big boss, he may have a chance to save his life. After all, the person being investigated now is a spy. At this moment, Craig's brain was working frantically, thinking about how to get the boss's identity from Vox without making a sound. Before Craig could speak, Vasek on the side had already spoken first. "Boss, since the other party is so powerful, why don't we just surrender to him? We are the largest gang in Recife, and this big guy will definitely need us, right? When the time comes, we will kill this bastard, and I believe the boss will not do anything to us." After hearing what Vasek said, Vox's eyes flashed with coldness, and his trust in Vasek plummeted. "Isn't it good for me to be my own boss in Recife? Why should I be a dog for some shitty big guy? Craig on the side didn't want to be a dog for a big guy who might be a spy. Worried that Vox really listened to Vasek, he slapped Vasek on the back of his head, causing him to stagger. He cursed, "Vasek, you bastard. What do you want to do? Our boss is a big shot himself. Why does he have to rely on others?" The boss gave an order, and I went to kill him directly. Fuck, big shots are great. It's not just one shot. After being slapped, Vasek turned around and wanted to fight back, but after hearing Craig's words, his heart was shocked. When he turned around and saw his boss Vox's gloomy face, he immediately knew that he had said the wrong thing. With a quick thought, he turned around and slapped himself in the face with a smack. He turned to Vox and said, "Boss, I didn't think it through. Craig is right. What's so great about this big shot? He just begged us to provide him with arms. I guess he is not as powerful as you. He sent this thing here this time, which shows that he looks down on us. Give me a chance, I will take people to kill him right away." Vox saw Vasek's performance and did not express any opinions. He just looked at Vasek expressionlessly. Vasek was uncomfortable. Craig saw this scene and knew that what Vasek had just said must have aroused Vox's suspicion. He was moved and kicked Vasek directly and said, "Vasek, you bastard. It's not that I look down on you, but with your cowardly look, I really don't believe you have the guts to shoot at the big shot." Vasek, who was kicked by Craig, didn't know whether he was really aroused by Craig or he was afraid that Vox would doubt his loyalty. Without paying any attention to Craig, he looked up and said to Vox, "Boss, who is this big shot? I'll kill him for you now." Craig was overjoyed when he heard what Vasek said. Didn't he ask the question he wanted to ask the most? He couldn't help but prick up his ears to hear how Vox would answer this question. Who knew that at this time, two car horns were heard in the distance. Everyone looked up and saw that the sun had gone down and the sky had completely darkened. Not far away, 5 trucks were swaying towards the dock. Vox saw the lights in the distance, looked up at the night, and nodded with satisfaction. He turned to Vasek and Craig and said, "Watch your mouth, and don't say anything." After that, he turned around and walked towards the car where Davis Berry was. Craig saw this situation and secretly said it was a pity. Vasek on the side breathed a sigh of relief. Today was really dangerous. He almost got himself into trouble because of saying the wrong thing. Looking at Craig on the side, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Craig today was a little strange, a little different from the Craig in the past. However, he couldn't figure out what was different for a while. Chapter 317. As Vox walked towards Davis Barry, he also felt that the situation today was a little strange. However, he was just a gangster, not an intelligence officer, so he just felt a little strange and didn't take it too seriously. He thought it was just a normal intrigue between 2 of his men. "Mr. Davis, the goods have arrived. Let's go and take a look." Vox personally came to Davis Berry's car window and said. Davis Berry, who had been sitting in the car with his eyes closed, had heard the car horn a long time ago, but he didn't move. Instead, he continued to sit in the car with his eyes closed until Vox came to the window and called him. He said as if he had just woken up, "Ah, we are finally here. Oh, why is it dark?" For some reason, Vox's heart tightened when he heard Davis Berry's words. He felt that this guy might have known something. But since it has come to this, Vox could only bite the bullet and say, "Yes, Mr. Davis, please forgive me. The main reason is that time is too tight. This batch of goods was also urgently transferred. In order to deliver it on time, I can only load it overnight. So, I can only trouble Mr. Davis to inspect the goods overnight." While the two were talking, 5 cars had already stopped at the dock one by one. Jared jumped directly from the first car and shouted loudly, "Boss, the goods have arrived. Are we loading them directly?" Vox heard Jared's call and replied, "Wait a minute, let Mr. Davis inspect the goods first." He turned his head and looked at Davis Berry sitting in the car. With the help of the car lights, Vox noticed that Davis Berry had a faint smile on his face. This smile made Vox feel a little creepy. "Mr. Vox, let me tell you the truth. These things are not for our own use, so I don't care whether they are good or bad. Our boss doesn't care either. It doesn't matter whether I check the goods or not, but since Mr. Vox has invited you so warmly, I will check them one by one with reluctance. Davis Berry looked at Vox with a smile and said meaningfully, Vox is certainly not a fool to have reached his current position. When he heard Davis Berry said that he would check them one by one, Vox knew that the other party had already known the tricks of his batch of goods. Although he didn't know where the news was leaked, the attitude shown by the other party made him understand that he could pretend to know nothing if he was given enough benefits. Thinking of his plan to exchange this batch of German equipment for American equipment, he was already prepared for compensation. Since the other party has made his attitude clear, he doesn't care whether the things are not for their own use. If he still doesn't know how to behave, he would not be able to reach his current position. Vox laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, Mr. Davis. Look at what happened. You have been following us in the cold wind for so long. It's all my fault. I will ask them to ship directly now. We will go to my yard and arrange a few original girls. Let Mr. Davis check the goods carefully. The quality of the goods is guaranteed to be the best. He stared at Davis Berry's face, wanting to see if the other party could accept his arrangement. The other party's face was smiling but not smiling, and the corners of his eyes were slightly raised. Vox immediately understood. He found the right direction. Davis Berry looked at Vox and said with a smile on his face, the price of original goods is not low, right? Hearing this, Vox was relieved and said with a smile on his face, please ask Mr. Davis to inspect the goods. Of course, we have to give Mr. Davis enough hard work fee. I don't know if $10,000 is enough to ask Mr. Davis to make a move. Since the other party has clearly asked for benefits, Vox will certainly not hide it. Problems that can be solved with money are all small problems. Hearing that Vox opened his mouth for $10,000, Davis Berry smiled and patted Vox on the shoulder. He stretched out 2 fingers. This made Vox feel a little painful. Now it seems that this business is really a loss. But he still doesn't understand how the other party knew that there was something wrong with this batch of arms. You know, the other party just arrived in Recife this morning. Normally, the resources that the other party can mobilize are at most from the police station. But this batch of goods has never passed through the police station, unless the other party has someone around him. Thinking of this, Vox began to feel an aimless anger in his heart. The most common thing that people who are involved in gangs encounter is traitors, and the most annoying thing is also traitors. After gritting his teeth, Vox stared at Davis Berry and said, okay, but I want a name. Hearing Vox's words, Davis Berry laughed and stretched out his right hand to Vox and said, ha ha ha, Mr. Vox is a straightforward person. Deal. Vox's face was at 10. It turned out that he was just suspicious, but the other party agreed directly. This confirmed his guess. In Vox's heart, he wanted to shoot the traitor on the spot, but thinking that the business was not yet done, he could only suppress his nausea and stretched out his right hand to Davis Berry. The two clasped hands and reached the pie transaction. Davis Berry looked at Vox, who looked a little ugly, and said, Mr. Vox, I have to say that you are a powerful person. I think we will become friends. But I will not tell you this name until the transaction is over. I hope you can understand. Vox did not comment on Davis Berry's compliment, but shook his head with a wry smile. He opened the car door directly, got in the car, and said to Davis Berry, to be honest, I lost a lot of money on this business. Davis Berry smiled when he heard Vox's resentful words. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Vox, saying, don't worry, Mr. Vox. Mr. Eddie never treats his friends badly. The goods were detained this time, which was purely accidental. Your response was very timely, and Mr. Eddie was very satisfied. I will definitely compensate you next time I have the chance. Vox took the cigarette handed over by Davis Berry, held it in his mouth, fumbled in his pocket for a while, but couldn't find a match. Davis Berry saw this, smiled, took out a match, lit it, and brought the fire over. Vox was not polite. He leaned over to light a cigarette. After taking a long puff, he exhaled a long puff of cigarette and said, I dare not think that I almost lost all my money in one transaction. And the next time, I will probably lose my life. Davis Berry could hear the resentment in Vox's words. He took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. After taking a puff, he slowly said, "Don't blame me for being greedy. I'm usually a bodyguard and don't have many opportunities to go out. If it wasn't for the sudden incident, there would be no other staff around the boss. It wouldn't be my turn to run this trip." Vox listened to Davis Berry's words and glanced at him strangely. "What do you mean, you want to open your heart to me?" As a bodyguard around a big shot, he must have mastered many of the big shot's secrets. It's better to listen less to such a person opening his heart to me. If you are not careful, you will be trapped. Therefore, Vox took the initiative to speak. "Mr. Davis, don't worry about it. There are gains and losses in doing business. I'm prepared for it." Davis Berry looked at Vox seriously and then looked at the gangsters who were still waiting outside to unload the goods. He shrugged and said, "Let's go." Vox didn't quite understand what kind of mentality this bald man had. Just now, he felt that he was in control of everything. After negotiating the price, he seemed to be relieved. From his two short sentences, Vox could hear that the other party's purpose of coming out this time seemed to be to make a profit for himself. It was not to cause trouble as Vox thought at the beginning. Maybe this is one of the reasons why he was able to pass the test easily. From the fact that the other party could sell the hidden card that their boss had planted beside him without hesitation, Vox could also feel that the other party did not seem to be so loyal to his boss. This made Vox more certain that he wanted to stay away from the other party and his boss. After confirming that the other party was really taking money to do the job and was not prepared to do any inspection, Vox opened the door, got out of the car, and came to Jared and said, "Take the goods in our own warehouse back and load the rest directly onto the ship. You take people to guard the ship tonight." This made Jared stunned, but he quickly reacted. It seemed that the boss had dealt with the bald man. Jared was delighted and whispered to Vox, "Then should we take more goods back?" Vox thought about it, shook his head and said, "We are businessmen. We can't control the quality of the goods, but the quantity must be accurate." Jared nodded and turned to the people behind him and said, "Unload and load the goods. Hurry up, finish it early, and finish work early." The people standing next to the truck certainly had no objection to this. Everyone started to work. Vox glanced at his group of men, wondering who the traitor was. His eyes stayed on Jared, the black man with an explosive head, not because he doubted him. On the contrary, because this guy was black, although he had always been very active and diligent. He is also very good at dealing with things, but he was not used by me. He was not aware of many things, so now he is the one who can make Vox feel most at ease. After thinking about it, Vox said to Jared again, "Jared, get ready and go with me to deliver the goods tomorrow." Hearing Vox's words, Jared was stunned. You know, participating in the delivery is like participating in the business. In the past, he could only run errands and pass on messages. Today, he was suddenly taken by the boss to participate in the delivery, which surprised him. He quickly responded loudly, "Yes, boss." The people around also heard Vox's words, and they all looked at Jared with envy. After explaining to Jared, Vox waved to Craig and others not far away, indicating that they could leave directly. Vasek hurriedly ran to the car, opened the driver's door, and got in the car, and began to perform his duties as a driver. Craig also came over, and opened the door of the co-pilot seat. "Take us to the city that never sleeps." Vox promised Davis Berry to arrange a girl to inspect the goods, and of course he would not break his promise. The car was very quiet along the way, and no one spoke. This made Vasek, who was driving, feel a little awkward. Craig, on the other hand, looked indifferent. After all, Craig's image has always been taciturn. However, Craig, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, would occasionally glance at the silent bald man at the night outside the window. The city that never sleeps is a luxurious nightclub in the center of Recife. When Vox's convoy stopped at the entrance of the city that never sleeps, the few hooligans at the entrance, who were responsible for watching the scene, hurriedly stepped forward and stood on both sides of the entrance to welcome the arrival of the boss. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Morgan calls. Just as Vox was inspecting the goods with Davis Berry, Fang Lang, who was far away in Natal, suddenly received a telegram from the United States. The aid plan has been launched, and we will meet in person. The signature was Morgan. Fang Lang was shocked after just one glance. How could he not understand what this telegram meant? This was the famous European Recovery Plan, also known as the Marshall Plan. But according to Fang Lang's historical knowledge, the plan should have officially started in 1948. How come it started in July 1946? However, Fang Lang's main goal, in entering the shipbuilding industry and developing container ships and container terminal businesses, was for this day. This period was a period of rapid development of the world economy, and it was also a period when a series of world giants grew up. Although the plan was deliberately aimed at the Soviet Union at the beginning, it did allow the European economy to recover and develop rapidly. It seems that with the official start of oil production in the Prudhoe Bay oil field in Alaska, Mr. Morgan has really begun to fulfill his promise. Now Fang Lang has officially gained the friendship of the Morgan family. As the largest financial group in the United States, the Morgan family is a giant in the financial industry. It is normal for them to be the first to get this inside information. Moreover, the so-called Marshall Plan was originally formulated for American capital to enter Europe. Although these aids are directly allocated to the recipient countries in the form of funds, the recipient countries must obtain the signature and consent of the special envoy appointed by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development when using this fund. This special envoy is a prestigious American businessman, which also determines that the flow of this fund can only be to the United States. If you want to use this fund, you must use it to purchase American goods. Companies like Fang Lang Group are obviously not qualified to participate. In other words, if all the products of Fang Lang Group want to be sold to Europe, they must be handled by American companies. This is the meaning of the existence of Global Trade Company. But with the friendship of the Morgan Consortium, Fang Lang certainly does not want the profit from the simple sale of goods. This is an opportunity to enter the European capital circle. Fang Lang will never miss it. The only company under Fang Lang Group that is capable of participating is the Brazilian Development Bank. But how to do it specifically, or what step can be achieved, depends on the result of the interview with Morgan. Although Fang Lang is very busy with official duties now, both the Navy training and the Marine training are in full swing. However, he must also take time to go to the United States to meet with Mr. Morgan and have a chat. When Fang Lang called General Crook to ask for leave, the general was in a mess about cooperating with the army to establish a military academy. What? You are going to the United States again? What is the matter this time? As soon as he heard the unfriendly tone on the other side of the phone, Fang Lang knew that General Crook must be in a bad mood today. It is not possible to ask for leave directly in the name of personal matters. After coughing twice, he said, "General, it is not me who wants to go to the United States, but we go together." As the Minister of the Navy of Brazil, General Crook certainly cannot be like Fang Lang, who would leave his work at any time to go to the United States to see his girlfriend. Hearing that Fang Lang actually invited him to go to the United States together, he was stunned. Covering the receiver of the phone, he waved to the few people in the office, indicating that everyone should go out first. Everyone looked at each other, curious about who was on the other end of the line. General Crook ignored everyone's curiosity. After everyone left and closed the office door, he said, "What's the situation? Why do you want me to go? I can't go abroad as casually as you do. I need approval from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ministry of National Defense to go abroad. It's not a big deal. I don't have a chance." Hearing the words in the receiver, Fang Lang smiled and understood that General Crook actually wanted to visit the United States. However, sometimes you can't help yourself. As the Minister of the Navy, he must have a good enough name to go out. Otherwise, it may become a public travel and he will be impeached. Fang Lang picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and then said slowly, "The thing is, wasn't my American military advisor General Clark entrusted by me to go to the United States to recruit some military academy professors? Yesterday he informed me that he had found several suitable candidates and we needed to arrange for someone to interview them. In addition, he agreed with our idea of opening a military academy. He wanted to invite us to visit a successful military academy in the United States. When General Crook heard what Fang Lang said, he was very moved. After all, the United States is now synonymous with the most powerful in the world. General Crook certainly wanted the opportunity to learn from the US military and visit the US military academy. Fang Lang said this casually on impulse. Of course, it is not difficult to arrange for Brazilian officers to visit the US military academy. If the Brazilian Navy has its own ideas, it can also directly submit an application to the corresponding military academy. With the current relationship between the United States and Brazil, this kind of trivial matter is not worth mentioning at all. But if the US military academy takes the initiative to issue an invitation, the meaning must be different. As for whether Fang Lang can facilitate the US military academy to take the initiative to issue an invitation, of course it is not a big problem. After all, he has close relations with many generals in the United States. As far as Fang Lang knows, Lieutenant General Amuro Chambers, the Commander-in-Chief of the US 4th Fleet, whom he met in Italy, is now the President of the US Naval Academy. Brazil wants to open a naval school, so it is not a problem for the other party to send an invitation for a visit. What school is it specifically? General Crook asked expectantly. Fang Lang understood the tone of his voice as soon as he heard it. General Crook really wanted to go to the United States to see the world. Think about it, as the Minister of the Navy of Brazil, he has never participated in the Brazilian Expeditionary Force, so naturally he has no chance to go to the United States for training or training. It is normal to be full of yearning for the United States. As a subordinate, it is still very necessary to meet the needs of the superiors. After all, I can't take care of myself. I have to give the superiors some benefits. How about the US Naval Academy? What do you mean? There's still a choice? You kid are not asking for leave for yourself, worried that I won't approve it, so you deliberately made up an excuse? When General Crook heard Fang Lang's tone, he felt that what the kid said before must have been said casually, and he directly exposed it. Fang Lang listened to General Crook's questioning words, but he didn't care at all, and said slowly, "Of course you can choose. After all, what we are building now is a military academy shared by the Navy and the Army. We are the Navy who found the Naval Academy, so of course, if the Army wants to go to West Point, it's not impossible." General Crook obviously didn't know much about the rules of the US Military Academy, and he was also very excited when he heard Fang Lang's words. After a long silence, he said, "If possible, let's conduct an inspection of both military academies. Wait for me to talk to the Army and see if I can convince them to pay for us to go to the United States for an inspection. As for you kid, go ahead and make a visit." The meaning was very clear. You are responsible for handling the inspection of the military academy, and I will approve the vacation. Fang Lang wanted this result, so of course he agreed very readily. Soon, Fang Lang notified Fang Yuan Group and the Brazilian Development Bank to organize an inspection team to the United States. As for other things, they were all put on the back burner. On July 6, 1946, Fang Lang led the Fang Yuan Group inspection team to New York, USA by plane. Although there were many people this time, the actual itinerary was kept very secret. Only a few senior executives of Fang Yuan Group and the Brazilian Development Bank knew that there was such an inspection operation. But no one knew the specific content of the inspection. Fang Lang's assistant Miss Ophelia Berg met him at the airport. In order to keep a low profile, Fang Lang and others did not stay in the hotel this time. Instead, they rented a large villa in Manhattan, New York. That night, Fang Lang, under the protection of the guards, went to the Morgan family's manor in Manhattan. Haha. Fang, you are really fast. Morgan came out to greet him very enthusiastically. This was Fang Lang's first visit to Morgan's home, marking a new stage in their relationship. After handing over a beautiful gift, Fang Lang shook hands and hugged Mr. Morgan. He smiled and said, "There is no way. The news that Mr. Morgan brought me is really exciting." The two of them walked into Morgan's manor, talking and laughing all the way. This manor is obviously not the kind of magnificent one, but it has a sense of historical sedimentation. From the portraits of people hanging on the wall, it can be seen how difficult it is for the Morgan family to get to where they are today. This is the result of the joint efforts of many generations. After walking through the living room and the corridor, Fang Lang, led by Morgan, came to a room with double doors. Morgan went straight forward and opened the door. I thought it was just a secret reception room for the two to communicate. As a result, Fang Lang found that there were two more people in the room. After he walked into the room, one was an older man with grey hair, but he was in very good spirits. He was wearing a monocle on his left eye and was looking at a document in his hand seriously. The other man looked about the same age as Morgan, with a mustache, and looked very majestic. As the door opened, the two of them looked up at Fang Lang at the door. Fang Lang smiled at the two of them and nodded. Morgan patted Fang Lang on the shoulder, pointed at the grey-haired old man and said, "This is the current patriarch of our Morgan family, Mr. Charles Morgan." Then he pointed to the man with a dignified face on the other side and said, "This is the chairman of the board of directors of our Morgan company, Mr. Harkin Morgan." He pointed at Fang Lang and said, "This is the Mr. Fang Lang I told you about." Fang Lang understood that the two people in front of him were the real leaders of the Morgan family, and his friend Avery Morgan was the chairman of Morgan Stanley Bank. Although everyone belonged to the Morgan Consortium, they certainly did not have as much say as these two. Now Avery Morgan introduced himself to the real leader of the Morgan Consortium, which was obviously part of the so-called friendship of the Morgan family. For the leader of a large consortium like the Morgan family, a young man like Fang Lang must show enough respect. Therefore, after Mr. Morgan introduced himself to everyone, Fang Lang took the initiative to shake hands with the two. For Fang Lang, being able to meet the two leaders of the Morgan family here shows that the Morgan family still attaches great importance to this young man. After everyone sat down, Morgan rang the bell beside the chair, and a man who looked like a butler pushed the door and walked in. Morgan said directly to the butler, "Prepare some black tea for us, and you can leave." The butler nodded politely to everyone, turned around and asked the servant to bring a pot of black tea. He bent down to signal everyone, and then turned around and closed the door from the outside. Chapter 319 Intrigue. When there were no outsiders in the room, Ellie Morgan spoke directly. "Fang, we invited you here this time, in addition to discussing the specific content of cooperation. We mainly want to hear what specific ideas you have as the first person to propose the European aid plan." Fang Lang was shocked at the beginning. "When did I first propose the European aid plan? Didn't I mention it to you after the successful production of oil in the Prudhoe Bay oil field? If the United States starts to aid Europe, you should take me with you to make a fortune." Seeing that the three people in the room were all looking at him with burning eyes, Fang Lang looked at Ellie Morgan with a shocked expression and said, "Mr. Morgan, don't make such a joke. When did I become the first person to propose the European aid plan? I just heard a little bit of news. Don't forget your friends when you make a fortune." Before Ellie Morgan continued to speak, Harkin Morgan, chairman of the board of directors of Morgan Company, smiled and said, "Haha, Mr. Fang, isn't it too early for you to hear the news? When Morgan Jr. invested in your global shipbuilding, you required all shipyards authorized to produce container ships to serve your global shipping in the first 3 years. Isn't it just for this moment?" Fang Lang didn't expect that the other party would doubt that he had a plan because he took all the ship orders. But Fang Lang couldn't admit this kind of thing. After all, he couldn't tell them that he knew the future. Just when Fang Lang was about to use 3 consecutive denials, he suddenly felt something was wrong. "I was invited by you to discuss cooperation. You are singing the same tune and asking questions. Are you trying to control the rhythm of the negotiation?" He looked at the 3 Morgan family members sitting in the room, and then looked at himself. "This is too much of a jerk. Where is the friendship of the Morgan family? You are 3 against 1, and you are plotting to show me your power. Isn't this bullying? No, I can't follow your rhythm. I have to disrupt your rhythm." After thinking about it, Fang Lang coughed twice, and said in a serious and low voice, "Mr. Morgan, do you have a dream?" At this time, Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech had not started yet. The 3 were stunned when they heard Fang Lang's question. After a confused look at each other, Harkin Morgan smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, my dream is to become an artist." Fang Lang looked at the other person's expression and said with admiration, "Your dream is really great. Unfortunately, I'm a layman. My dream is to become the world shipping king one day." Harken Morgan looked at Fang Lang's admiring expression and wanted to pour the black tea in his hand on his face. This is to tell himself and others that the reason he wants these ships is to make himself the person with the most ships in the world. In order to make the others believe what he said, Fang Lang continued to boast, "In order to fulfill my dream, I often go to the Santos port near my home to watch the ships coming in and out. I fantasize that one day, the entire dock will be full of my own ships. In order to fulfill my dream, I secretly went to the port to learn navigation knowledge from those old captains. So, when I became the captain of the expeditionary transport ship, this idea became even more uncontrollable. After I became the captain of the transport ship, I found that the transportation efficiency of bulk carriers was really low. A lot of time was wasted in the process of loading and unloading goods at the dock. Therefore, I used my spare time to design a brand new cargo ship, that is, a container cargo ship. Maybe many people are not optimistic about my creativity, but now it turns out that I'm right, isn't it? The three people who originally thought that Fang Lang was just making up a reason and talking nonsense. After hearing Fang Lang's story, they couldn't help but believe Fang Lang's words. Because many things in this story are Fang Lang's personal experience that they can understand. I was thinking about testing Fang Lang's background, but I didn't expect to be severely educated by an inspirational story. Charles Morgan, the current patriarch of the Morgan family, was the first to applaud, and the other two quickly followed. Seeing that the three of them applauded him, Fang Lang smiled shyly and said, "Although my global shipping now has a shipping capacity of more than 5 million tons, but it is still too far away from my goal of becoming the world shipping king. Therefore, I will definitely persevere and make my dream come true." This made Charles Morgan cough dryly, and he glared at Harken Morgan, who was a little stunned. He gave Ellie Morgan a look. Ellie Morgan understood and coughed twice, saying, "Ahem. Fang, we are all smart people. You were able to anticipate the European aid plan in advance, so you must have made preparations in advance. Regardless of whether your dream of becoming a shipping tycoon is true or false, your shipping company has indeed become the most important part. This is a plan jointly promoted by major American financial groups, so it is impossible for all the shipping profits to be eaten by you alone. Do you understand what I mean?" Ellie Morgan was frank and straightforward, and his meaning was very clear. Such a large business cannot be swallowed by your global group alone. You have to take some of the profits and distribute them to others. Although Fang Lang understood that what Ellie Morgan said was true, he certainly would not agree to let him share part of his cake with others so easily. He never thought that he could eat this cake alone. After all, the number of fleets he had was far from the point of monopolizing shipping. "Not really. I only have some new container ships. We are not the main force in shipping now." Ellie Morgan obviously knew what Fang Lang meant. He interrupted him without letting him finish the rest of his words. "We know that victory is the main force, but your fleet is the future, isn't it? More importantly, you signed all the new ships for the next 3 years under your name. This makes everyone very dissatisfied. Do you understand what I mean?" This was a good statement, and Fang Lang felt a little aggrieved. He knew that this was definitely not the opinion of the Morgan family. If he could not give up some of his interests, someone might want to attack his shipping company. But it was obviously impossible to just give up his own interests. "What do you want?" Since everyone had spoken frankly, Fang Lang did not need to hide anything. He asked directly. Hearing Fang Lang's straightforward words, the three people in the room looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. This time, it was Morgan Company Chairman Harken Morgan who spoke. 49% of the shipping company's shares. Fang Lang's eyelids jumped in anger at the lion's words. The friendship of the Morgan family was promised, but your friendship is to pit your friends, isn't it? Fortunately, he has seen the world now, and he looked at the three people in the room expressionlessly. Except for Avery Morgan's slightly erratic look, the other two looked as if it was a matter of course. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Fang Lang continued in a calm tone. "What can I get?" The three people of the Morgan family looked at each other and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Even Avery Morgan didn't expect that Fang Lang would be so straightforward. He made the decision to exchange interests without hesitation. As the chairman of Morgan Company, Harken Morgan has a lot of decision-making power in this matter. but as a capitalist, he is undoubtedly very greedy. So, he doesn't want to pay anything. He smiled and said, "What are the chances of Global Group joining the European Recovery Plan?" Fang Lang's eyes fixed. He didn't expect the other party to be so greedy. However, he asked for a high price and paid it back low. Now that everyone is negotiating a deal, of course, they should allow others to make an offer. No matter how outrageous the price others offer, at least it means that the other party has the intention to trade. But Fang Lang didn't want to bargain with them here. After all, there were 3 people from the Morgan family in this room, and he was the only one. Therefore, he had to cut the Gordian knot quickly and not get caught up in endless negotiations. Looking at Avery Morgan, Fang Lang's mouth revealed a trace of mocking smile. With a look of disdain, he said, "I thought I really gained the friendship of the Morgan family now. It seems that I was too naive." After speaking, he stood up directly, bowed to the 3 people, and prepared to leave. Seeing his action, the 3 did not move until Fang Lang walked to the door and turned the door handle. Charles Morgan, the head of the family, slowly spoke. "Fang, our Morgan family is an investment banker. Since little Morgan chose to believe in you and invested in you, and you really lived up to our expectations and gave us a return on investment that exceeded our expectations, we will naturally abide by our agreement. Please believe that the friendship of our Morgan family is not just empty words." Fang Lang didn't really want to leave. Everyone present understood this. Everyone was a 1,000-year-old fox. They performed a play of liaison just to break the deadlock. In fact, Fang Lang already had what he wanted in his mind. Turning his head to look at Charles Morgan, Fang Lang said word by word, "Since the friendship of the Morgan family is not just empty words, please don't make some unnecessary temptations. We can be more honest." After hearing Fang Lang's words, Ellie Morgan smiled and stood up, pulled Fang Lang up, and let him sit back in his seat. Patting Fang Lang on the shoulder, he said, "Fang, we are friends. If you have any needs, you can directly mention them. If we can meet them, the Morgan family will never be stingy." Fang Lang also took advantage of the situation and sat back in his original position. As if he was not the one who just left the table in anger, he smiled and glanced at the 3 people and said, "My request is very simple. First, I want my Brazilian Development Bank to have the opportunity to enter the European financial industry. Second, I want to use the 49% stake in Global Shipping to exchange for the same proportion of shares in an insurance company under the Morgan Consortium." Fang Lang's words made the 3 people frown. The Morgan family was born to play finance. How could they not understand Fang Lang's ambition? The second request was simply a piece of cake for the Morgan Consortium. Because the Morgan Consortium controlled many insurance companies, it was not a big deal for the Morgan family to let Fang Lang become a major shareholder of one of them. But the first request was a bit difficult to handle. This was the meat in the mouth of the Morgan Consortium. Originally, the Morgan Consortium wanted to take advantage of the European aid plan to land in Europe and acquire several banks in Europe. Then, use the bank's funds to invest in and control some important industries unknowingly. This would not make the Morgan Consortium's funds in Europe particularly conspicuous, and it could achieve the goal of controlling the core assets in Europe. As for wanting to acquire shares in the worldwide shipping company, compared with this goal, it is simply not worth mentioning. Chapter 320 Frankness. Harken Morgan looked at Fang Lang with a look of astonishment. He could never have imagined that this young Chinese man in his 20s would have such a sharp vision. He had directly set his sights on the real benefits of this European aid program. Charles Morgan laughed out loud after hearing Fang Lang's words. "Ha ha ha, but, very good, very good. Fang, you are the most discerning young man I have ever seen. No wonder you have achieved so much at such a young age. That small pond in Brazil is not suitable for you. Do you want to consider joining our Morgan family? All the outstanding girls in my Morgan family are at your disposal. After you marry into our Morgan family, I can give you one of our Morgan family's industries to manage. How about it?" Ellie Morgan and Harken Morgan looked at their patriarch in shock. They didn't expect him to give such a high evaluation to Fang language. But after thinking about it, the two of them were relieved. After all, the other party was only 22 years old, and he had achieved what he has today. This was something they couldn't even dream of at their age. They couldn't help but admire him. If a genius like Fang Lang can be accepted into the Morgan family, it will definitely be beneficial to the development of the entire family. After hearing what Charles Morgan said, Fang Lang almost spit out the black tea he had just drunk. What do you mean? You want to recruit me as a son-in-law? If you had said so earlier, wouldn't I have to work hard? But now I have established myself. Who would run to your house to be a son-in-law? However, if there is a soft meal to feed a few mouthfuls, Fang Lang is still very happy to accept it. Haha. Mr. Patriarch, you are too kind. I'm a soldier, so my main energy must be invested in the construction of my own army. As for business, it is just to make my family's living environment better. And with my Chinese identity, I can have more autonomy in a small pond like Brazil, right? If Mr. Patriarch really sees my ability, we can also promote the common development of our two families through closer cooperation. Charles Morgan was not surprised by Fang Lang's refusal. Real beasts only eat the prey they catch. With a smile, Charles Morgan did not continue the topic of asking Fang Lang to enter the European financial market. Instead, he asked Fang Lang about another request. I can understand that you want to enter the European financial market, but why do you want shares in an insurance company? Can you tell me which insurance company under our consortium you are interested in? Prudent Life Insurance or New York Life Insurance? These companies are not as valuable as your global shipping. I don't quite understand. Charles Morgan did not do anything serious and directly asked the doubts in his heart, instead of repeatedly testing like Harkin Morgan. In fact, Fang Lang prefers this way of communication. It is more direct and efficient. Haha. To be honest, Mr. Patriarch, this condition of mine is just an additional condition. It doesn't matter if it is there or not. It's just that I just need some professional help in insurance recently, so I put forward this point. Fang Lang spread his hands very frankly. This time Fang Lang really didn't lie. After all, it was difficult for him to provide medical insurance for the workers of his company in Brazil. Mr. Yume of Yume Insurance Company said that he would go back and think about it. But in the end, there was no response, and it was obvious that they were not willing to take on this business. After thinking it over again and again, Fang Lang simply stopped having any hope for him and prepared to start a new business. But insurance companies are, after all, companies with strong professionalism. Fang Lang really didn't know much about this industry, so he planned to acquire or invest in an insurance company. Since he had come to the United States this time and came to the Morgan family, which had made its fortune in finance, of course, he would just go with the flow and put forward his own needs. But everyone in the room obviously didn't believe Fang Lang's words. They all looked at Fang Lang with a suspicious expression. Fang Lang was also very depressed. Why did no one believe the truth? Mr. Morgan, if you really treat me as a friend and are willing to let me participate in this European aid plan, then I think we can be more honest. I'm not a person who likes to eat alone, so I'm very willing to put my interests on the table. I only want the part that belongs to me. I will never covet the Morgan families. This time I came to the United States and brought my Brazilian Development Bank management team with me. Therefore, I really want to take advantage of this rare opportunity to enter the European financial market and also invest in some high quality companies. As for how to enter specifically, I have two preliminary plans. First, I will give up some of the global shipping shares you want in exchange for your support for my direct entry into the European market. In addition, my Brazilian Development Bank can also invest in a joint venture with your Morgan consortium to establish a company that focuses on investing in the European market. I don't mind the number of shares. However, I hope that I can invest in some European industries through the channels of this company. Do you accept this? After listening to Fang Lang's words, the three looked at each other, and none of them took the initiative to speak. Fang Lang was not in a hurry. He knew that his request was definitely beyond the other party's expectations. However, it was not an excessive request that people could not accept. The other party must have been well prepared before inviting him over. Fang, your honesty surprised us. We can understand your desire to enter the European market. However, neither of your two plans is suitable. It's not that we don't want to take you with us. It's that whether you enter the European market directly with the Brazilian Development Bank or you enter with us in a joint venture with American capital, it will be particularly conspicuous. I have a suggestion for you. You can acquire a small bank in the United States in the name of Global Group. Then, this bank will come forward to cooperate with us Morgan to establish an investment development bank. This will dilute the color of your Brazilian capital. In the end, Charles Morgan proposed a new plan on behalf of the Morgan family. Following the other party's words, Fang Lang understood what the other party meant. It was clear that it was not impossible to get a share of this plan. However, it can only be American capital. Even if it is covered with the skin of American capital, this must be insured. What about the free economy? Fang Lang had thought about not cooperating with the Morgan family and going to Europe to invest alone. He still didn't believe that if he took a lot of money to invest, no one would want it. But after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, what he wanted was not only to make money, but also to have the opportunity to invest in some high quality European assets. And there are many high quality assets that you can't just invest in just because you have money. As for the new plan given by the other party, it actually didn't have any impact. It's just to set up a bank in the United States that is regulated by the United States. Okay, if you just need to dilute the traces of Brazilian capital, I have no objection. I don't know whether the shares of the new bank will be distributed according to the proportion of investment, or how to distribute it. Fang Lang finally chose to cut the Gordian knot and quickly confirm the main framework, and let the company's professionals negotiate the rest slowly. The current situation makes Fang Lang feel very passive. Everyone was relieved to see Fang Lang nod in agreement without hesitation. Harkin Morgan directly replied, "Fang, the new bank can be owned by your global group as the major shareholder. Our Morgan consortium will symbolically invest in this bank, and then you can have this admission ticket. But there is one thing I hope we can explain in advance. That is, in the European market, I hope you can stand on the same front with us." Fang Lang looked at Harkin Morgan in surprise, not understanding why he disagreed with Charles Morgan. If he followed Harkin Morgan's meaning, then Fang Lang would obviously have greater autonomy. Although Charles Morgan said that he wanted to take Fang Lang to play together, it was obvious that he would not give Fang Lang much freedom. He turned his head and looked at Charles Morgan and Ellie Morgan on the other side, and saw that there was no extra expression on their faces. Obviously, in this matter, the Morgan family meant to agree to take Fang Lang to play together. But everyone had expectations about how to play. Harkin Morgan's plan did not break the bottom line of the Morgan family. Fang Lang knew the position of the United States in the world economy in the next few decades, and he had never thought of being an enemy of the United States. So, he agreed directly, "Mr. Morgan, please rest assured, I will not betray my friends." "Very good. Then about the issue of shares in global shipping, I can exchange the shares of an insurance company at equal value according to your requirements. As for the specific shares of the insurance company you want to exchange, it is up to you to decide. We will provide you with a detailed list for you to choose from later. I wonder if you are satisfied with this cooperation plan?" Harkin Morgan's sudden change made Fang Lang a little overwhelmed. He didn't understand why the other party, who was a little aggressive just now, became so easy to talk to. But this was obviously a good thing for him, and he had no reason to refuse. Regardless of whether the other party would make any other requests later, Fang Lang would definitely get the benefits first. Of course, this cooperation plan makes me really feel the friendship of the Morgan family. Ellie Morgan and Charles Morgan also looked at Harkin Morgan in surprise. I don't quite understand why he, who was the most reluctant to bring Fang Lang to share the cake at the beginning, suddenly became so easy to talk to. Fang Lang also noticed the expressions of the other two. He was also very curious about what kind of request Harkin Morgan would make next. After all, he had given him such a great benefit, so it was impossible for him not to get something from him. So, he was also quietly waiting for Harkin to make his request. Seeing that the three people in the room were looking at him, as if waiting for his next words, Harkin Morgan laughed and said, "Don't look at me with that expression. I just think the patriarch is right. Fang is really the most promising genius I have ever seen. The investment we give to Fang today will definitely get a greater return in the near future." This statement made Fang Lang stunned. He never expected that the other party would suddenly say this. On the other hand, Ellie Morgan on the side laughed and said, haha, I have long said that Fang is a genius. Look how correct my investment in global oil is. This should have been done a long time ago. Maybe with Fang's participation in our European aid plan, we can get more benefits. Chapter 321. After hearing what Avery Morgan said, Fang Lang understood. Although his cooperation with Avery Morgan brought him a huge return on investment, but the friendship of the Morgan family that he promised to him was obviously not something he could decide alone. Perhaps today's negotiation on the European aid plan was just an interview. The patriarch of the Morgan family and the chairman of Morgan Company personally interviewed him to see if he was really qualified to be a friend of the Morgan family. And Harkin Morgan's original attitude was definitely that he was not willing to accept him. As for Charles Morgan's attitude, Fang Lang could not confirm it. But now it seems that the effect of this meeting is still very good. At least he should have passed the interview. Become a friend of the Morgan family. In the future, when investing in the United States and Europe, not only will he not have to worry about being deliberately targeted, but he may also get a lot of help from the Morgan family. As a Chinese who is favored by others, Fang Lang wanted to be humble. However, thinking that Europeans and Americans don't like this, he said directly, I'm honored to be friends with the Morgan family. Believe me, your friendship will definitely be rewarded. The three looked at each other and laughed. The topic of the next few people began to become specific. After the explanation of several people from the Morgan family, Fang Lang realized that the so-called European aid plan had not actually been put forward. However, several major American financial groups have reached a consensus and started to advance quietly. Once the distribution of interests among the various financial groups is agreed, it can be quickly advanced. The reason why Fang Lang was notified in advance to come to discuss was to clarify Fang Lang's goal and add Fang Lang's interests to the interests of the Morgan Financial Group. What Fang Lang didn't expect was that the time when the plan was actually implemented was not 1948, which Fang Lang could learn from history. According to Halcyon Morgan, the former British Prime Minister Churchill proposed a plan to President Truman to curb the continued development of the Soviet Communist Party as soon as he delivered the important Iron Curtain speech in the United States. The focus was to help Greece and Turkey, which were at the forefront, resist the Soviet Communist Party. But President Truman had not yet communicated and coordinated this matter with his staff, so he did not directly agree to Churchill. After Churchill returned to Britain, he still used his influence in Britain to provide certain assistance to Greece and Turkey. Unfortunately, Britain is no longer the original empire on which the sun never sets. The British government, which had just experienced the devastation of the World War, could not take care of itself at all. The support that could be provided to these two countries was also very limited. Therefore, Britain once again found the United States, hoping that the United States could lend a hand. This also accelerated the progress of major American financial groups in determining the European aid plan. Since it was agreed to be aid, it certainly could not be openly discussed as Fang Lang and the Morgan family discussed how to divide the benefits. Instead, it was necessary to solve the problem of food and clothing for the people of the recipient countries and restore the economies of the recipient countries. Revitalize roads, buildings, industries, agriculture, commerce, etc. that were damaged by the war. To put it simply, the US government took out funds from the treasury, purchased goods from the United States, and shipped them to European countries for support. The money in the treasury must be the taxes paid by Americans. Therefore, the US government estimated that this plan would not be accepted by the American people. When Marshall gave his speech, in order to avoid the attention of American newspapers, no American reporters were invited to the speech. Even Truman held a press conference on the same day to divert the attention of the domestic media. But for the major financial groups, this was indeed a rare feast. Just the goods needed to purchase to assist European countries on the surface can make the American financial groups full. Moreover, this plan lasts for a fiscal year, which means that within 4 years, the products produced by everyone will not have to worry about sales. But this is only for ordinary people to see on the surface. What is the real content of the plan? We can see it from the mission, announced by the Economic Cooperation Administration established later. The main contents include promoting economic progress in Europe, promoting the development of European production, providing support for the issuance of currency in European countries, and promoting international trade. Of course, there is a more secret purpose, which is to curb the expansion of the Soviet Communist Party in Europe. The so-called promotion of European economic progress and the promotion of European production development must be a large investment in Europe, which is a clarion call for American capital to enter Europe, and providing support for the issuance of currency in European countries. This purpose is even more obvious. The simplest and most direct way to control a country's economy is, of course, to control the issuance of the country's currency. As for promoting international trade, of course, it is to make Europe a market for the United States and sell more American goods to Europe. Therefore, this so-called European Development Plan is actually a sugar-coated bullet. But this sugar-coating is something that Europe cannot refuse. After 2 consecutive days of closed-door talks between Fang Lang and the Morgan family, Fang Lang was completely riding on the Morgan family's coattails. Soon, with the support of the Brazilian Development Bank team and the help of the Morgan family, the global group acquired 3 small local banks in the United States. There are many such local banks in the United States. As a new small consortium in the United States, the global group did not take much trouble to acquire them. After the integration, the new bank directly became a medium-sized bank with more than 60 branches in the United States. Immediately afterwards, Morgan announced that it had invested in this little-known bank and became the second largest shareholder of the bank, owning 30% of the bank's shares. The bank was officially renamed Global Morgan Bank. Then, with the help of J.P. Morgan, the company began to expand rapidly. By the end of 1946, branches had been opened in Britain, France, Germany, Italy and other European countries. Of course, a branch was also opened in Sao Paulo, Brazil. At the same time, Global Shipping, a subsidiary of Global Group, transferred 35% of its shares to Morgan. Morgan did not pay cash to Global Shipping, but acquired 20% of the shares of Alsted Insurance Company, which was established in 1931, for Global Group through its own channels. This made Global Group the 3rd largest shareholder of Alsted Insurance Company. Then, under the promotion of Global Group, Alsted Insurance Company and Brazilian Development Bank jointly established the Brazilian Alsted Insurance branch in Brazil. Then, with the help of Global Group and Global Morgan Bank, Nice Company tore a hole in the headquarters of Bunge, the largest grain import and export company in the United States. The American branch of Nice Company was established. The goal of this company was, of course, to export civilian supplies in the European Support Plan. Bunge was very vigilant about Nice Company, which drove itself out of South America. But this time, the entry of Nice Company was behind the shadow of the Morgan Consortium. Bunge couldn't use some excessive means, so it could only suppress it through some normal commercial competition. Nice, which has the support of the entire Brazilian agricultural industry, is obviously not afraid of normal commercial competition. Therefore, Nice quickly gained a foothold in the United States. Originally, this was just a chess piece that Fang Lang dropped to export food, oil, sugar, wine and other daily necessities to Europe. Unexpectedly, it made government officials in Brazil very excited. The Social Democratic Party supported by Nice has gained a lot of popularity. Fang Lang, who had gained a lot in the United States, did not return to China immediately. After all, this visit to the United States was nominally to pave the way for the construction of a military academy in Brazil. Therefore, after Fang Lang picked up Lilith in Boston, he began his inspection trip to the American Military Academy. As for whether this inspection was serious, it was not for outsiders to say. Brazil, the office of the 2nd section of the Logistics Department of the Naval Base, Sir Fernando de Noronha sent a telegram. A radio operator handed a folder to the section chief, Sirio Raki. Sirio Raki nodded, took the folder from the operator, and opened it casually. The information on it made Sirio Raki's eyes light up, and he finally found an important person. The telegram read, "It has been found that there are 3,000 Japanese on the island. The Japanese leader is named Mizuno Nobuyoshi, and his specific origins are to be investigated. In recent days, the intelligence officers who have sneaked into the island have sent some intelligence they have discovered that day every day. Now the second section of the intelligence department has a certain understanding of the various forces on the Fernando de Noronha Islands. 3,000 people. This is not a small number. It exceeds the total number of other people. It seems that these damn Japanese are ambitious. After closing the telegram in his hand, he turned to the radio operator and said, "Reply. The munitions will soon land on the island. Please pay attention to their safety." "Yes, sir." After the radio operator made a record, he stood at attention and saluted, turned around and left. Shiroraki recalled carefully, and he always felt that he had heard of this Japanese name called Mizuno Nobuyoshi somewhere. He leaned on the table, closed his eyes and thought. He slapped his thigh and thought of where he had heard this name. Isn't this the Japanese who illegally mined when General Fang took over Natal and implemented the plan to eliminate the Japanese? This person is not dead. What's the situation? Come here. Ask the police station to send all the files of the Japanese expelled from Natal. Shiroraki directly ordered his men. The current deputy director of the Natal Police Department was originally from the second section of the Logistics Department. Therefore, if you want to transfer a file from the police station, don't be too easy. More than 20 minutes later, an agent from the second section came into Shirioraki's office with a thick file. Shiroraki took it and counted it carefully. There were more than 400 copies, and the top file was Mizuno Nobuyoshi. He took out the file and looked at it carefully. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. As soon as he saw it, Shiroraki was furious. The file clearly stated that the crime was stealing national mineral resources, which was a serious case, and sentenced to life imprisonment. However, the signature of Bilyakubu, the deputy director of the police station, appeared at the back, and it clearly stated that he would be fined 10,000 cruzeiros and then deported. Without asking, Shiroraki could guess that Bilyakubu must have received a lot of benefits. Otherwise, even if he was to be deported, it would not be possible to only fine him 10,000 cruzeiros. This amount of money could at most bail out a thief, but now the one released is a serious criminal sentenced to life imprisonment. Even a blind man can see that there is something wrong here. Bilyakubu, this bastard, really deserves to die. He is so bold. Then, Shiroraki opened several files in succession. All of them were signed by Bilyakubu, and everyone had the same solution. Looking at them, Shiroraki felt something was wrong. Chapter 322 Police Club. If it was only this Mizuno Nobuyoshi who had such a treatment opinion, then Bilyakubu must have been corrupt and accepted bribes. But there were many ordinary Japanese who were also fined 10,000 cruzeiros and then deported. This is a bit strange. Shiroraki quickly thought of a possibility. Could Bilyakubu also be a member of the Eddy family? Ever since Fang Lang told Shiroraki about the existence of the Eddy family, he has paid special attention to this family with deep roots in the Ministry of Justice and the police system. The Brazilian police system was formally established in 1930, and before that, the main duties of the Brazilian police had nothing to do with maintaining social order. They worked more in political struggles, to suppress local revolutionary movements. The Eddy family is a political family that rose in the suppression of revolutionary movements. Credo Eddy, who was formerly the Deputy Minister of Justice, was the Chief of Police before the reorganization, before he became the Deputy Minister of Justice. It can be said that the entire Brazilian police system is full of his students and former officials. Credo Eddy's orders are more effective than the documents of the police headquarters in some places. According to the recent investigation of Shiroraki, although Credo Eddy has passed away, his family's influence in the police system has not declined. Although the local police chiefs are appointed by the elected mayor or governor, the real power is generally the deputy chief in charge of specific work. And these people are almost the backbone of the old police system before the reorganization. If the new police officers who join the police station want to be reused, they must get close to these backbone forces. Otherwise, no matter how hard you work, you can only serve as a grassroots police officer and have no hope of promotion. Thinking of the action led by the Eddy family to provide arms to the Japanese on the island, combined with the documents he has seen now, Shiroraki is more and more certain that the Eddy family must have some connection with the Japanese. but he still can't figure it out now. As for why the Eddy family killed Fang Lang, Shiryoraki also had some guesses in his mind. With a direction in mind, Shiryoraki did not hesitate and picked up the phone on the table directly. Silver Carpenter, I'm Shiryoraki. After get off work today, go back to section 2 quietly. We need to discuss some things in person. Remember to keep it a secret and don't let the police find out. Silver Carpenter is the deputy chief of section 2 of the logistics department, who was assigned to the Naval Police Department. If you want to know the internal situation of the police station, you can certainly learn more clearly from the police station's internal personnel. That night, after it was completely dark, Silver Carpenter appeared in the office of Section 2 of the Logistics Department at the naval base in casual clothes. Section Chief, is there any task for me to perform? Shiryoraki carefully looked at the subordinate in front of him. He was 1.75 meters tall and had a very strong figure. He had thick lips and a clean-shaven beard. He was wearing a black suit and holding a black top hat. He was looking at him expectantly. Shiryoraki smiled, pointed to the reception area of the office, and motioned for the other party to sit down and talk. Instead of answering the other party's question, he asked jokingly like an old friend, Silver, how does it feel to be the deputy chief of the police station? Silver Carpenter is an old subordinate of Shiryoraki, and he knows his superior very well, although he doesn't know the purpose of the other party recruiting him here today. However, since he has to keep it secret and avoid people in the police station, it is definitely not a simple greeting. After thinking about it, he answered honestly, it feels good. The entire Naval Police Department has basically started from scratch after the cleanup of Yakubu's system. In addition, all police officers have been stuffed into the base for a training. There has been a great improvement in discipline compared to before. Chief Yao Salfabul is very clear about my identity, so he fully supports my work. The current security situation in Natal is also very different from before. These are all real achievements. He has been reporting them all the time, and Shiryoraki must be very clear about them. Silver Carpenter didn't understand why he asked these questions today. Then do you feel any resistance at work? Or have you encountered any other constraints? This made Silver Carpenter confused, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. After thinking for a long time, he still said in confusion, it seems not. At least not in the Naval Police Department. Sir, what is the matter? Can you give me some hints? Shiryoraki carefully checked the other party's reaction, and found that what the other party said did not sound like a lie. For a while, he was not sure whether he was overthinking. He still trusted his subordinate, otherwise he would not have recommended him to the Naval Police Department. But he couldn't tell his subordinates about the Eddy family. After all, this is the enemy of the general. But the other party doesn't know yet that the general has discovered the other party's existence. As an intelligence officer, he knows very well that the later the other party discovers his exposure, the more beneficial it will be for their actions. Therefore, he must keep it secret from everyone, unless the general authorizes him to tell others this information. After picking up a teacup from the coffee table in front of him and making a cup of tea for Silver, Shiryoraki calmly continued to ask, have you contacted colleagues from other police stations? At this time, Silver Carpenter had already seen some problems from Shiryoraki's questions. Obviously, his superior suspected that there was something wrong with the people in the police system. In this case, he didn't think too much and just reported everything he knew truthfully. Thinking about the colleagues from other police stations he met after he became the deputy director of the Naval Police Department, he said uncertainly, I have contacted colleagues from other police stations several times, and I didn't find anything unusual. But, looking at Silver's expression, Shiryoraki understood that the other party had a certain guess about his goal. But what? But I heard from the people in the police station that it seems that there is a police club in the police headquarters, which organizes 2 deputy chief level gatherings every year. I heard that one was held in Rio de Janeiro at the beginning of this year, but no one from our entire Naval Police Department was invited. Silver Carpenter told him about the abnormal situation he thought of. When Shiryoraki heard this, his eyes flashed, and he quickly confirmed, is the news true? I'm very sure that this was mentioned accidentally by an old police chief after he got drunk at an internal gathering in our bureau. It seems that Bilyakubu has attended this gathering every year. Others have not participated and are not very clear about the specific content of the gathering. Hearing this, Sirio Raki was certain in his heart that this so-called police club might be the organization of the Eddy family to win over the entire Brazilian police system. Only their own people can participate. Thinking of this, Sirio Raki couldn't help but laugh. They seemed to strictly exclude all police stations that were not their own people. It saved him a lot of trouble. Now, as long as we figure out that those policemen are members of this club, we can basically be sure that they are the people of the Eddy family in the police system. Sirio Raki stood up and paced back and forth in the office. After walking a few circles, he finally made up his mind and turned to Curva Carpenter and said in a serious tone, "In that case, Lieutenant Silver Carpenter, now I give my orders." Hearing his name called by his superior in a serious tone, Silver Carpenter stood up and stood at attention. "You will lead your team to conduct a comprehensive investigation of this police club. You must find out who the specific members of this so-called police club are, what its organizational form is, who the head of the organization is, and what it has done. Everyone and everything they do must be investigated clearly for me. The investigation process needs to be secret and silent, so don't let them find out, understand?" At this moment, Silver Carpenter also had a serious expression on his face. He stood at attention and saluted with a firm look in his eyes and said in a resolute tone, "Yes, please rest assured, sir. I will investigate this so-called police club clearly." Sirio Raki stepped forward and patted the other party on the shoulder and said in a serious tone and solemn expression, "Silver, you are my most trusted subordinate. This matter is very serious and time is very urgent. I need you to report the specific situation to me as soon as possible. If you are discovered, you may be in danger. You must be mentally prepared. Do you understand?" When Silver heard that his superior might be in danger, his eyes condensed and soon became cold. As an agent of the Brazilian intelligence agency, investigating this organization may be dangerous, which means that this organization has a very deep background, which made him flash a murderous intent in his heart. Organizations that dare to attack the intelligence agency in Brazil are not allowed to exist. "Yes, sir." The answer was short and powerful. Sirio Raki nodded, shook hands with the other party again, and watched him leave. At dusk in the Fernando de Noronha Islands, a fiery red sun was slowly sinking into the sea. The entire sea surface was ignited by the sun and turned red. Outside a small house built of logs on the island, more than a dozen middle-aged people of various skin colors were gathered. "Boss, these Japanese dwarfs have occupied the area near the dock these days. I don't know what they want to do. Should we drive them away?" A curly-haired man with wheat-colored skin shouted with an unhappy face. The black man sitting on a rock next to him opened his mouth wide, showing his yellow teeth and laughed. "Haha. These dwarfs. Could it be that they saw us robbing the newcomers' things a few days ago? They want to wait on the dock and wait for the next batch of newcomers to come to the island to rob them too." Hearing this, everyone laughed. "That won't work. These things are ours. They can't do it. We'll go over and drive them away. Haha. Don't worry. Even if they occupy them, it's useless. It's been a long time since newcomers came to the island. Who knows when the next time someone will be sent to the island? That's not certain. I accepted 2 newcomers. I heard from them that there has been a war outside in the past few years. Maybe the government just didn't have time to execute exiles in the past 2 years. Now that the war is over, the backlog of prisoners may be sent to the island again." Everyone expressed their opinions. The middle-aged bearded white man sitting on a bench made of logs in the middle looked at another skinny middle-aged white man wearing glasses who had been sitting next to him and had not said a word and said, "Nathan, what do you think?" Chapter 323 The Restless Island. The white man who had been sitting on the side without saying anything, wearing a pair of glasses that looked like they had broken several times, had a deep look in his eyes. After hearing what the bearded white man said, he pushed his glasses, that seemed to be about to fall off at any time, onto his nose. he said in a hoarse voice. As far as I know, they have only started to slowly approach the dock these 2 days. If they really want to intercept the next batch of newcomers to the island, why do they have to wait for a few days before going there? After listening to the words of the skinny man named Nathan, the bearded white man pondered for a while before saying, "You mean, their purpose is not to intercept the next batch of newcomers to the island? Then what are they doing? They can't be trying to rob a boat and leave." Without waiting for everyone to answer, he shook his head and denied this answer. No, they were not exiled to the island. At the beginning, they said they were deported, and it would be impossible for them to return to Brazil, even if they robbed a boat. Besides, there are machine guns on the ship escorting the prisoners, and it is impossible for them to rob a boat. Everyone also fell into deep thought. This was a young black man who said, "I heard that they have supporters in Brazil, so they were not repatriated directly, but were sent to the island for temporary resettlement. When the storm has passed, they will be taken back to Brazil. Maybe the storm has passed now. Someone will come to pick them up soon." People around began to whisper. A black man with a face full of flesh was a little overwhelmed by everyone's discussions. He stood up from the tree stump and said, "What is there to discuss? No matter what the purpose of those dwarfs is, we will just drive them away and occupy the dock. If there is any good thing, it will be ours." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. They all stood up and echoed, "That's right. Boss, let's just occupy the dock. No matter what they want to do, they have to take us with them." After hearing what the black man said, the thin middle-aged white man named Nathan smiled and said, "This is also a simple and direct way. However, the number of these dwarfs is much larger than ours. If we fight them for the dock, there may be a lot of casualties. Should we call the white-headed old man to join us?" When the bearded boss heard Nathan's words, he waved his hand with some disdain and said, "What's the use of calling those political prisoners? They can only talk. If it weren't for the fact that those who had served in the army still had some fighting power, I would have swallowed them up long ago." The others also started to shout, "That's right, these people are useless. If there are benefits, we have to share them. It's better for us to act on our own." After everyone expressed their opinions, the middle-aged skinny white man coughed twice and said, "Cough, cough. I know they don't have much combat power, but we don't have as many people as the dwarfs. If there are too many casualties, will the white-headed man take advantage of us?" Upon hearing this, the bearded man was stunned and immediately reacted. He was afraid that he and the Japanese would both suffer losses in the fight, and the white-headed man's group of political prisoners would take advantage of him. He laughed loudly, patted Nathan's shoulder and said, "Haha. You are still smart. You really didn't read this book in vain. That's right, we can't let the white-headed man take advantage of us. We must take them with us. Let's go and meet the white-headed man now." In fact, there are a total of 3 forces in the Fernandodina on her islands now. This bearded man was the strongest one in the past, with a total of 600 or 700 people. They are all composed of some serious criminals. These people are brave and aggressive. Most of them were exiled to the island because of murder lawsuits. The other force is the one he calls the white-headed man. These people are composed of some exiled political prisoners. Because some of the political prisoners are former officers, their combat effectiveness is not weak, but their number is small, only 200 or 300 people. Finally, there are the largest number of Japanese. A group of people broke into the white-headed man's territory in a mighty manner. Many people on the white-headed man's side are educated intellectuals. After hearing the purpose of everyone's visit, they all shook their heads. Clay Hope, who is called the white-headed man, is a white old man with completely white hair. The nickname comes from his snow-white hair. Looking at the crowd coming aggressively, Clay Hope smiled gently and said, "Fork Pinto, I'm old and not as aggressive as you young people. Since you find it unacceptable to let the Japanese occupy the dock, you can just go to war with them. We won't get involved." After saying that, he glanced at Nathan, who was wearing glasses, and smiled. "Don't worry, whether we win or lose, we won't take advantage of others." There seemed to be something in his smile. After hearing his words, the bearded white boss Fork Pinto said nonchalantly, "Don't misunderstand, Mr. Hope. We are not worried that you will take advantage of others. We just think that someone may come to pick up these Japanese. This is a rare opportunity. Doesn't Mr. Hope want to return to Brazil?" The white-headed Clay Hope smiled and said unmoved, "Fork Pinto, do you think that, if someone really wants to come to pick up the Japanese, will the other party let you get on the ship together, because you occupied the dock? Aren't you afraid of facing the machine gun fire on the ship?" This made the bearded Fork Pinto's face change drastically. Yes. If this is true, then seizing the dock is not to die. The people behind the bearded man also changed their faces. They dare not face the machine gun fire with their bare hands. Nathan, the skinny man with glasses standing next to the bearded man, did not expect that Clay Hope's words would disintegrate the fighting spirit of their team. His eyes moved, and he coughed twice and said, "Mr. Hope, these are some of our guesses. Do you think it is possible that someone is going to transport supplies to the island, and the purpose of the Japanese occupying the dock is to wait for the supplies?" Hearing this, the people on the side of the bearded Fork Pinto all had their eyes shining and became agitated. Even on the side of the white-headed Clay Hope, many people began to get restless. Clay Hope glanced around and saw everyone's reactions. He focused his eyes on the skinny man with glasses named Nathan again, and his mouth corners slightly curled up, and he continued calmly, "Why do you think that the people transporting supplies have no weapons to protect them?" Nathan was not panicked, and continued to smile. "Then we can also rob supplies on their way back. The people transporting goods can't be sent all the way to their base." The conversation between the two mobilized the enthusiasm of the people around them. The people who had followed the bearded Fork Pinto here now went directly to the dock and seized the ownership of the dock from the Japanese. But Clay Hope broke everyone's fantasy with a few words. But the skinny man with glasses, Nathan, gave them hope again. "You know, on this island, where prisoners are exiled, they can only live a life similar to that of primitive people. They are very eager for the materials of civilized society. Everyone knows that these Japanese are different from them. They were not forced to exile, but chose to go to the island to develop. It is said that they can have contact with the outside world, or whether the outside world will send them a batch of supplies every once in a while. No one dares to say that there is no such possibility. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, they will not give up the opportunity to rob supplies. As for the fact that the Japanese are 3 times their number, it is just a small matter. After all, there are old, weak, women and children among the Japanese. But most of them are young and strong. What's more hateful is that there are women among those Japanese. This is simply a fatal attraction for the prisoners on the island. It is precisely because of this situation that the contradiction between the two gangs on the island and the Japanese is very deep. From time to time, some conflicts will break out between the two sides. But because the strength of the middle-aged men on both sides is not much different, everyone is restrained. But a larger scale conflict is only a matter of time. So, when Nathan said that when the Japanese returned to the base, they would rob supplies, almost everyone began to get agitated. "Yes, we robbed these Japanese dwarfs. I also want to rob their women. Haha. Yes, rob women. That's right, we want to rob supplies and women." At first, there were only a few people shouting loudly, and slowly more and more people began to shout. The shouts became louder and louder, and more uniform. "Rob the supplies. Rob the women. Rob the supplies. Rob the women." As everyone shouted, Ryan Hope's face became more and more ugly, and his eyes were fixed on Nathan, the skinny man with glasses who provoked the incident. "Aren't you afraid that there are weapons in the supplies transported by the other party?" Nathan glanced at the white-headed Ryan Hope sarcastically and laughed. "If there are weapons, we must rob them even more. Otherwise, do you think we can still have a good life if the other party has weapons?" This time, even a middle-aged man who had been standing behind Ryan Hope began to look ugly. He whispered in Ryan Hope's ear, "Sir, Nathan is right. If the other party really transports weapons to the island, we will have to rob them. Otherwise, we may become slaves of the Japanese." As the leader of the political prisoners on the island, the white-headed Ryan Hope did not want to have a fierce conflict with the Japanese on the island. In fact, he was very happy to see the barbarians of the bearded folk Pinto and the Japanese dwarfs suffer a mutual loss. Therefore, he has always restrained his people from having a direct conflict with the Japanese. Unexpectedly, this time because of the sudden occupation of the dock by the Japanese, the bearded people began to get restless. and this damn Nathan took the opportunity to stir up his people. In fact, this skinny man with glasses, named Nathan, was also one of their political prisoners. It can even be said that he is his important assistant and right-hand man. But after being exiled to this small island, everyone started to live a precarious life, and life was very difficult. They were suppressed and bullied by those serious criminals everywhere. Nathan was skinny and had poor physical fitness, so he couldn't do any heavy physical work. He was often bullied by those serious criminals. At that time, Nathan called on all political prisoners to unite and fight against the oppression of these serious criminals. But Ryan Hope at that time had just suffered the biggest blow in his life and was unable to recover, so he didn't have such a thought at all. And Nathan didn't have such a great prestige among the political prisoners, so he couldn't organize everyone. I don't know when Nathan and the bearded Fork Pinto, a serious criminal, came together. Then, suddenly one day, Fork Pinto led people to overthrow the original leader and established a new force. Nathan became a counselor around the other party. I don't know why Fork Pinto did not take these political prisoners under their command. Instead, they were automatically excluded from the new organization. They had to choose to hold together again, and the most prestigious Ryan Hope naturally became the leader of the political prisoners. Chapter 324, Preparing for Delivery. The large-scale gathering of the other two forces on the island obviously could not be hidden from the Japanese who were occupying the dock. Mizuno-kun, it seems that we have to be careful. These two groups of people are gathering together, and they are obviously going to attack us. Mizuno-Zanai stood at the dock, quietly looking at the Red Sea. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "It doesn't matter. If they don't attack us, we will also find a way to attack them, right?" Kobayashi Hisasaku, who was standing aside, didn't know whether it was because of the afterglow of the sunset on his face, or because he was really excited. His face looked a little red. Even his grey hair was glowing red. The whole person looked rosy. He bowed deeply to Mizuno Nobuayoshi and said with admiration, "Hey, Mizuno-kun is right. Only the citizens of our great Japan are allowed to exist on this island. I wonder what kind of expression these damn rainforest monkeys will have when facing our guns. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it." After hearing what Kobayashi Hisasaku said, Mizuno Nobuayoshi laughed and patted his shoulder and said, "Haha. Kobayashi-kun is right. I'm also looking forward to it." Haha, both of them laughed. After laughing, Kobayashi Hisasaku seemed to have just remembered something. He looked at Mizuno Nobuayoshi cautiously and said, "Mizuno-kun, we have been waiting at the dock for a few days. Why hasn't the ship carrying the munitions arrived yet? There won't be any accidents, right?" Mizuno Nobuayoshi, who had just been flattered and felt very comfortable, turned from sunny to cloudy when he heard this. He suppressed his anxiety and unhappiness, patted Kobayashi Hisasaku's shoulder confidently and said, "Don't worry, Kobayashi, our partners are very strong. There is no need to worry about such a small matter. It's not the time for the arrival of the goods we agreed on yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Kobayashi Hisasaku heard Mizuno Nobuayoshi's words so confidently, and he suppressed his anxiety and bowed deeply to Mizuno Nobuayoshi again. He said respectfully, "Hey, Mizuno-kun is right. I was too anxious. I'm very sorry." Just as he bent down and bowed, looking at the ground, suddenly, a shout full of surprise came from his ears. "Boat, there is a boat coming. It's in the direction of the setting sun." He quickly raised his head and looked in the direction of the setting sun. Sure enough, he saw a small black dot looming in the fiery red sun. More and more exclamations came from around him. "Boat, the boat is coming. I saw it. I saw it too. The boat is really coming." Kobayashi Hisasaku looked at Mizuno Nobuayoshi beside him. The other party had a calm expression, as if he had known this long ago, and seemed very unfathomable. But the other party's hands, clasped tightly together behind his back, still caught Kobayashi Hisasaku's attention. He smiled slightly in his heart. It seems that Mizuno Shinji is not as confident as he appears. However, at this time, he must give the other party a big flattery, so that his other party's self-esteem can be satisfied to the greatest extent. Thinking of this, Kobayashi Hisasaku was about to make another 90-degree bow, but just when he was about to bend down, he found that his waist was in great pain. He twisted it gently twice and found that it should be, because he was too excited when he heard the news that the ship had just arrived. He got up too quickly and injured his old waist. However, he still suppressed the pain in his waist, bowed to Mizuno Nobuyoshi beside him and said, "Congratulations, Mizuno-kun, your great cause is about to officially set sail. I believe that soon we will call you Sir Mizuno." Hearing Kobayashi Hisasaku's compliment, Mizuno Nobuyoshi's face was full of joy, and he put his arm around Kobayashi Hisasaku's shoulders and said with a laugh, "Haha. Kobayashi-kun, this is our common great cause. It is also the great cause of His Majesty Cheyenne Huang. Ha ha ha." Mizuno Nobuyoshi, who was obviously unable to suppress his excitement, and Kobayashi Hisasaku, who was holding his shoulders, couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. Mizuno Nobuyoshi quickly noticed Kobayashi Hisasaku's abnormality. Looking at Kobayashi Hisasaku with a painful expression on his face, he asked in surprise, "Kobayashi-kun, what happened to you?" Kobayashi Hisasaku looked at Mizuno Shinki with an apologetic face and said, "Mizuno-kun, I'm really sorry. I'm old, and I was too surprised just now. I accidentally twisted my waist when I stood up." Mizuno Shinki could only let go of Kobayashi Hisasaku's hand in dissatisfaction, which made him very unhappy. The excitement that had just been built up was interrupted by the discomfort of this old guy, which made him very annoyed. But the Japanese etiquette made him have to say to him with a caring face, "I'm really sorry, Kobayashi-kun, I didn't hurt you just now. Do you want to go back and rest first?" Kobayashi Hisasaku obviously also understood that his waist pain came at the wrong time and could only apologize again and again. "It's okay, Kobayashi-kun, I can still hold on. I must witness this great moment with my own eyes." In fact, Kobayashi Hisasaku didn't want to go back and rest, but now the other two forces were eyeing the Japanese. If he left the Japanese army and returned to the settlement at this time, he might be dragged into the woods and beaten with a club halfway. Kobayashi Hisasaku would never accept dying before victory. So, even if he was in pain, he had to endure it. As a leader who was about to achieve success, Mizuno Nobuyoshi had to show his affinity. He had to show enough respect for the old man Kobayashi Hisasaku. So, no matter what he thought in his heart, Mizuno Nobuyoshi was very kind, holding Kobayashi Hisasaku's arm, and helped him sit on a stone by the dock. He said with concern, "Kobayashi-kun, your spirit is commendable. Our cause still needs Kobayashi-kun's strength, so please take care of yourself." Kobayashi Hisasaku also had a grateful expression on his face. The Japanese around him also stepped forward to express their concern, creating an atmosphere of unity and friendship. But when Mizuno Shinji stood back at the dock, he began to curse unconsciously. "Damn old thing, what a bummer." From the corner of his eye, he saw Kobayashi Hisasaku sitting next to him, who was constantly being consoled by the people around him. Mizuno Shinji's heart flashed with a haze for no reason. He was a very superstitious person, and today was supposed to be an exciting moment. But it was interrupted by the sudden back pain of this old guy, which he thought was a very unlucky thing. But he had to maintain his friendly and polite image. He asked about the old guy who embarrassed him at the critical moment. Fortunately, as time passed, the small black dot-like boats in the distance slowly approached the dock. He didn't have to continue to play a role that he was not very good at. At the same time, on the fishing boat that was slowly approaching the dock, Vox was looking at the dock with a telescope and saw that the small dock was surrounded by these short Asians, with a total number of thousands. Very surprised, he asked Davis Berry with a puzzled look on his face, "These people seem to be Japanese? Should we hand over our goods to them?" Davis Berry saw the dense crowds on the dock, shrugged indifferently and said, "It should be correct, but we should be careful. Let your brothers put up their guns. If anyone dares to rush onto the ship, shoot them." Hearing Davis Berry's words, Vox said in some confusion, "Isn't it a delivery? Why would anyone rush onto the ship? Is there anyone who dares to rob the goods?" Davis Berry coughed twice and shook his head. Cough, cough. "This island is for exiled prisoners, and there are prisoners on the island. At that time, there might be prisoners who want to rob our ship and run back directly." Vox was shocked when he heard this and looked up at the sky. "Then we have to be careful. It will be dark soon. If we dock at the dock and someone touches us from the water, it will be troublesome." Seeing Vox's frightened look, Davisberry smiled and said, haha. After all, you are a gangster boss. Why are you so timid? Don't forget that we have guns in our hands. If anyone dares to rush to the ship, we will shoot them all with guns. Vox looked at his full ship of munitions, and then looked at the densely packed people on the dock. No matter how he looked at it, he felt unsafe. He curled his lips in disdain at Davisberry and said, have you forgotten what we sent them? This is all munitions. Do you think that you have sent the equipment to the island, and there are so many people, and so many guns on the other side, and you are afraid of the few guns on our ship? Davisberry obviously ignored this point, and was also stunned when he heard this. Look at the full ship of munitions, and so many people on the other side. But soon he thought of another way, and smiled and said, it doesn't matter, let's not transport the bullets up first. Even if they get the guns, they are just some firewood sticks without bullets. There is nothing to be afraid of. You should be more careful. Don't you know how many bullets we have here? Can we transport them all in one batch? Davisberry was also a little annoyed by what Vox said, and said dissatisfiedly, aren't you a professional arms dealer? You should be more experienced. I will confirm whether it is the correct consignee. You are responsible for the delivery. Vox was furious when he heard Davisberry's irresponsible words. He didn't know whether Davisberry had already got what he wanted. Vox felt that the other party was not as concerned about this arms deal as he thought. In fact, he was more perfunctory than himself. The strength shown in the early stage seemed more like an attempt to extort a benefit from him. This made Vox very confused. However, what he was concerned about was not Davisberry in front of him, but his boss behind the scenes. Davisberry didn't care what his attitude was towards his boss, or how he treated the tasks his boss gave him. He just wanted to do his job well, and deliver the munitions in his hands to the owner under the other party's nose. He didn't want to pay too much attention to other things. In fact, he didn't want to cooperate with this boss in the future. After all, he didn't make any money, and he almost lost his original capital. Now it's time to deliver the goods, and he must be extra careful. If he is not careful, it may not only be a matter of losing his original capital, maybe even his life will be lost. Thinking of this, Vox glared at Davisberry and turned to walk into the cabin. Jared, come here. Let all the brothers load their guns. We have to be careful that the people on the island come to rob the ship. Don't let them take over both the people and the ship. After speaking, he glanced at Davisberry not far away and whispered to Jared, also, you have to keep an eye on this guy later. I feel that there is something wrong with this bald guy. Don't let anything happen. Chapter 325 Peeping. The black man with the afro, Jared, listened to his boss's words and nodded seriously without asking any more questions. This was his first time to participate in the gang's arms business. He was a little excited and nervous. He had expected that his boss would be worried about being robbed by others. Looking at the dense crowds of people on the dock in the distance, he asked in confusion, "Boss, why did the other party occupy the entire dock? Are they going to come to our ship to inspect the goods? If the other party wants to board the ship, it will be too dangerous for us. I think it's better for us not to dock first and wait for the other party to clear a safe area for us. Then we can go ashore." Jared's words made Vox's eyes light up, and he couldn't help but look at him with appreciation. He nodded seriously and said, "Jared, you are very good. I was right about you. You are a man who can do great things. Let's do this. After we get off the boat and dock, you take 5 or 6 brothers with guns to the dock and drive the other party away from the pier. After we have transported all the goods to the dock, we will let the 2 of them come to inspect the goods. No problem, we will retreat directly to the ship. Don't give them too many opportunities to touch our goods." Hearing his boss praising him, Jared was very happy, which meant that his position in the gang would be more stable in the future. He nodded repeatedly and said, "No problem, boss, you will see. Without your permission, we will never give the other party the opportunity to approach the goods." Then he looked outside and said, "But if that's the case, who outside?" Vox understood what the other party meant. After all, he had just arranged for the other party to pay attention to Davisberry's movements. Now that the mission has changed, he must ask if he still needs to monitor the other party. This shows that the other party is a serious and responsible subordinate. This makes Fox appreciate it even more. He nodded with satisfaction, patted the other party's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll do it myself." Jared nodded after hearing this, and without saying anything more, he turned around and went to the cabin to start selecting people. Mizuno Shinji, who had been standing at the dock and waiting quietly, was overjoyed when he saw the ship getting closer and finally approaching the dock. But when he looked at the few people standing on the bow, he was stunned. Where are the people he arranged to escort? Could there be an accident? Before he could ask what happened, 6 men with submachine guns jumped off the boat. They pointed their guns at them without saying anything. One of the black men with an afro pointed the muzzle of the submachine gun directly at his head. He shouted at himself, "Back off, everyone back off. Anyone who dares to approach will be shot. Quick, I'll count to 3, and anyone who doesn't back off will be shot. 3, 2. Feeling the cold touch coming from the other party's gun barrel and the smell of gun oil, Mizuno Shinji was frightened all over. It's over, something went wrong. When the other party started the countdown, he no longer cared about his image. He raised his hands and started to retreat. While walking, he did not forget to shout to the Japanese around him in Japanese, "Everyone retreat first, retreat first. There may be some misunderstanding here." Then he said to the black man in front of him who was pointing a gun at him, "Hey, brother, misunderstanding. Is there any misunderstanding? Aren't you guys here to deliver goods to me?" The black man was Jared. He heard the words of the fat dwarf in front of him. He realized that the other party might be the owner of the goods, so he moved the gun away from the other party's forehead. While pushing the other party back, he looked down at the other party and said, "We are here to deliver goods, but I don't know if it is for you. Before we figure it out, you'd better stay away from the dock." After saying that, he did not forget to call the brothers around him. "Let these Japanese dwarfs stay away from the dock. We will unload the goods after the escort confirms the other party's identity." Several men of various skin colors who jumped off the boat with him also agreed. Continue to push the Japanese on the dock back. When Mizuno Zanai heard what the other party said, he knew that this was indeed the delivery for him. But now the situation may have changed a little. The person in charge of escorting on his side did not show up. The other party needs to confirm his identity. While retreating, he shouted to the Japanese behind him, "Everyone step back and make some space. This is for us. Don't be nervous." Since he confirmed that the other party was indeed the one who delivered the goods to him, he was no longer worried. Instead, he wanted to continue chatting with the other party, and he forced a smile on his face and said, "Brother, I'm the consignee. My name is Mizuno Zanai. Don't we have one of our own people responsible for the escort? Why don't we see our people?" Jared didn't know how it was arranged, and he didn't want to talk nonsense with this Japanese dwarf. He curled his lips and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Keep retreating. I don't know your problem." Seeing that the other party was unwilling to pay attention to him, Mizuno Zanai could only spread his hands helplessly and continue to retreat obediently. He didn't forget to turn around and comfort the Japanese behind him. On a small hill far away from the dock, the bearded folk Pinto and the skinny bespectacled man Nathan and others were hiding in the woods, watching the situation at the dock from a distance. "Hey, there really is a ship coming. These damn dwarfs are really capable." Listening to the words of the bearded man next to him, Nathan just smiled and didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on the ship that was slowly approaching the shore. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why does this boat look like a fishing boat? If this boat is transporting supplies, it seems that not much can be transported ashore. If it is just a little supply, the Japanese are mobilized. Isn't it a bit too much noise? Although Nathan didn't say anything, other people around him have already started to talk about it. The boat is really here. This boat is so small, it must not be here to pick up people. Yes, this is a fishing boat. It can't hold many people. But if it is delivering goods, it can't deliver much. These Japanese don't want to collect some seafood. Could this fishing boat be their goods? I heard that the Japanese like to eat fish. They don't want to use fishing boats to catch fish themselves. If that's the case, it would be great. We can just rob their fishing boats and go home. This place is still far away from the dock, and everyone is not worried about being heard by the Japanese, and they all express their opinions. As the boat approached the dock, everyone saw several big men with submachine guns jumping off the boat and pointing their guns directly at the Japanese at the dock. The bearded folk Pinto couldn't help but patted Nathan beside him and said, "Nathan, what's going on? Aren't these the Japanese's own goods? Why are the Japanese being pointed at with guns first?" Nathan was also confused at this time and said with a puzzled look on his face, "I don't quite understand it now. Let's see what the situation is first." After that, he looked at the sun on the beach and said worriedly, "The sun is about to set. I hope these guys can illuminate the dock, otherwise we won't be able to see clearly what goods they are sending." Folk Pinto said with an indifferent expression on his face, "No matter what kind of goods it is, if I like it, I must have a share. Otherwise, I will burn it all." Nathan said with a serious face, "We have to rob different goods at different times. Therefore, we must see clearly what their goods are. If the other party's goods are ordinary daily necessities, we can set an ambush here and rob them. But what if it is munitions?" When the people around heard this, their faces changed drastically. Fork Pinto patted the tree beside him and said, "Damn it, if it's munitions, we must not give them the opportunity to arm themselves. We must rush to the dock to rob them. No, we can't wait here any longer. We'll go over now." Nathan grabbed Fork Pinto's arm and said, "Wait, it's getting dark. We still have time. It seems that there is not much trust between the delivery people and these Japanese. So, the Japanese have been driven off the dock. We can't go over now. Maybe the other party will see that the situation is not right and will just drive away. Then everyone will have worked in vain." Mizuno Zanai on the dock had been driven off the pier by Jared and others. Looking at the gangsters holding submachine guns on the opposite side, Mizuno Zanai was also a little anxious. Now he can be sure that the other party is the person responsible for delivering munitions to him, but the person in charge of escorting him has disappeared. Needless to say, something must have happened in the middle, and this unexpected situation made him feel very bad. Just as he was tiptoeing to see what was going on the boat, Kobayashi Hisasaku supported his waist and slowly came behind Mizuno Nobuyoshi. He asked Mizuno Nobuyoshi with some concern, "Mizuno-kun, is there any accident?" Mizuno Nobuyoshi was very dissatisfied with Kobayashi Hisasaku's question. He rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "The escort I arranged did not show up, but they are sure that they are the people we are waiting for." Kobayashi Hisasaku did not care about his attitude, looked at the sky, and then looked at the jungle behind him. He said with some concern, "Mizuno-kun, it seems that the delivery person does not believe us now, and we definitely cannot get the weapons directly. The two gangs behind us must have been eyeing us. If we cannot complete the arming in the first time, they may rob us of the goods. We must be prepared." Mizuno Nobuyoshi, who was focusing all his attention on the fishing boat, heard Kobayashi Hisasaku's words. He was startled and immediately realized that the other party was not lying. He looked at the jungle behind him with a panicked look. He gritted his teeth and said, "We must not let those damn bastards ruin our plan. Mr. Kobayashi, we have to change our plan. Now, except for the 300 people we plan to arm, all the others will be under your command. Please make sure that those damn prisoners will not rush up to mess with us. After our arming is completed, I will bring all the soldiers to support you." Kobayashi Hisasaku didn't expect that his suggestion would actually include himself. If it were normal, he would be very happy to have so many people under his command. But now is not a good time. However, he also knew that if he wanted to receive the arms, Mizuno Nobuyoshi must come forward in person. He could not replace him, so the task of preventing the prisoners on the island from snatching would have to fall on him. Finding that the sky was getting darker and darker, Kobayashi Hisasaku understood that there was no other way at this time. Touching his aching waist, he looked at Mizuno Nobuyoshi, who was looking at him seriously with a panicked look. Kobayashi Hisasaku could only grit his teeth and say, "Okay, then I'll arrange it now." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.